Chapter 1, She Took Her Policewoman Girlfriend. Your monthly salary is only 5K?
In the coffee shop, the woman with delicate makeup put down her coffee cup, with a hint of arrogance and doubt.
You are already 26 years old, don't you have any ideas to make progress?
Lin Yan said confidently, our company is one of the Fortune 500, so my development prospects are still very good.
Fortune 500? Chen Lily asked in surprise, what's the name of your company? Meituan. Chen Lily frowned, then do you have a house?
Have.
How old? 20 square meters. How much is 1 square meter? The landlord didn't say. Chen Lily's face instantly fell, where's the car? There is a tram. Neo? Ideal? Or Yachty?
As expected, he is another poor bastard.
Chen Lily's face was filled with disappointment. So, you have no house, no car, and no savings now? She took a sip of coffee. As for me, I have high standards for life.
I don't ask for a big villa or a big house, but at least I need a 200 square meter apartment to shelter me from the wind and rain, right?
As for cars, I'm personally not too picky. A BBA worth around $1 million is fine for daily transportation. These are the basic requirements for life.
Any boy who is slightly better should be able to do them with some effort.
Sorry.
I don't mean to look down on you, I am just stating the objective facts. I hope I didn't hurt you. After saying that, she picked up the Chanel bag beside her, took out a mirror and Dior lipstick, and started to touch up her makeup. The reason why she was still sitting here was because she had made an appointment with her best friend to meet here. If you have a big enemy who pays for free, of course you should make the best use of it.
Lin Yan asked back, then how much is your monthly salary?
He could see that the flashy woman opposite him was not really here for a blind date, but was here to hook up with a rich man. And it is very pretentious. Chen Lily's expression froze for a moment, and she said hesitantly, Although I only have 4K at the moment, the development prospects of our industry are very good.
Lin Yan pointed at the Chanel bag next to her and said, monthly salary is 4,000 yuan, does that mean your bag is fake?
Chen Lily seemed to have been hit in the soft spot, and her face instantly became extremely ugly. You're carrying a fake bag and speaking broken English.
So, you're just trying to show off?
Lin Yan spread his hands and said, I'm sorry, I'm a straightforward person, I hope you don't mind.
Chen Lily stood up angrily, you really lack manners. Lin Yan shrugged, so what? Humph. Chen Lily picked up the fake bag and walked out angrily.
Lin Yan immediately shouted to the waiter outside, this lady hasn't paid for her coffee yet.
Chen Lily was furious.
She had never seen anyone so shameless and stingy.
Just as she was paying angrily, the wind chimes at the entrance of the cafe rang and a tall girl walked in. Lin Yan's attention was instantly attracted. Beauty. He was stunned.
The beauty had her hair tied into a neat high ponytail and wore a simple white shirt with the hem casually tucked into her jeans. She has a standard oval face, smooth facial features, natural body curves, and a well-proportioned and slender figure.
The outfit is simple, yet extremely eye-catching. It makes people want to take a few more glances.
The beautiful woman looked around, her eyes lit up when she saw Chen Lily, and she walked towards her.
They actually know each other?
Lin Yan was a little surprised. Then he shook his head and smiled bitterly.
He can't even handle a girl like Chen Lily, so how dare he hit on the goddess? After all, there are only a few toads that can eat swans.
Thinking too much will only tire your left hand.
Just at this moment, an electronic sound suddenly appeared in Lin Yan's mind. Do you want to get rich? Do you want to be the protagonist of the world? Do you want to marry a beautiful, wealthy woman and reach the pinnacle of your life?
He answered subconsciously.
Think. Who doesn't want to be the protagonist of this world? Who is willing to be an NPC slave at the bottom of society?
He wanted to, of course he wanted to. He wants to get rich, he wants to sleep with goddesses, and he wants gold diggers like Chen Lily to kneel down and lick his shoes.
Immediately afterwards, a holographic projection interface appeared in front of Lin Yan. The system is being activated. System? Lin Yan was shocked.
It's been 10 years since I traveled to this parallel world. He thought he had been abandoned by heaven.
Unexpectedly, the system was activated at this time.
The entry goddess strategy system has been successfully activated, and high-quality strategy targets have been detected.
Su Yingxue, 24 years old. 170 centimeters. 55 kg. Scale, D. Almighty policewoman.
Family background: his father is a combat hero and the commander of the Lingnan military region, and his mother is the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau.
Mission: capture Su Yingxue. Mission difficulty: a level mission. The host can select an A-level entry in the entry library to activate. Entry Goddess strategy system? Complete the mission and get a bonus?
Surprised, he opened the vocabulary interface. A national treasure detective can solve most of the difficult cases.
S. the most handsome man, he was so handsome that it alarmed the United Nations. D. hit 10 at a time, you can only hit 10 at a time.
E. Overlord spear, the golden spear never falls, and it never stops day or night.
S. perfect gunner, proficient in all weapons and equipment, never miss a shot, shoot wherever you point, can shoot with eyes open or closed.
A traditional martial arts grandmaster, a hidden master who can defeat Zhang Jilei with one move and Pacquiao with one palm.
Damn, so awesome. Lin Yan was a little excited. Any entry here is like a god in its own field. It's a pity that he can only activate one now. Lin Yan's attention fell on Su Yingxue's information.
Every girl with different personality has her own unique key. If you're pursuing a gold digger, throw money at her. If you're a love-savvy girl, talk to her about feelings.
Policewoman.
Especially for a policewoman with a strong background like Su Yingxue, ordinary methods will definitely not work. The right medicine must be prescribed. Once the wrong entry is chosen, the difficulty of the strategy will increase sharply.
After careful analysis and consideration, Lin Yan finally left.
A master of martial arts.
The reason is simple.
For a girl like Su Yingxue, who is so beautiful and has a good family background, choosing to be a police officer shows that she has her own beliefs in aesthetics. Money and appearance are probably not her concerns. Of course, he also thought about choosing top detective, which is also an A-level entry. But the reality is that if there are no unsolved cases to investigate now, this ability of his will most likely not be used. In contrast, the application scenarios of master of traditional martial arts appear to be much broader.
In fact, the most important thing is that Lin Yan wants to feel the strength becoming stronger personally. I hope the Grandmaster Chuanwu doesn't refer to Teacher Ma. Otherwise, it's all over.
Lin Yan prayed in his heart and clicked submit.
The entry has been reviewed and the capabilities are being issued.
Activate the A-level entry master of traditional martial arts. For every 10% increase in strategy progress, you will receive cash rewards and a chance to discover new entries. Term merger: 3 terms of the same level can be merged into a higher level term. Strategy progress comparison table.
30% or less, ordinary friends. 30% 50%, intimate relationship, confession is likely to be rejected.
50% 70%, the other person already has a crush on you, and the success rate of confession is 50%. According to Ubachen's formula, confessing twice will reach 100%. 70% 90%, the other person has fallen in love with you, and the confession success rate is 100%, but you will not sleep with him/her.
90% 100%, dear, I suggest you protect your kidneys and don't eat them as food. Term fusion? Or 3-in-1?
Lin Yan was a little surprised. That is to say, if I fuse master of traditional martial arts into a higher level, then wouldn't I be able to dismantle an aircraft carrier with my bare hands?
Sudden. The muscles in Lin Yan's arms twitched violently.
Then he clearly felt his body changing. It was as if the run and do meridians were opened. The qi and blood are surging, and the strength is surging.
He has become stronger. It's not a dream, it's real. Lin Yan quickly touched his hair. Still here. Call. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I'm not bald. Newbie task tips: add Su Yingxue's WeChat within 1 hour to get 10% of the strategy progress. What a dirty curse. Who's the newbie? If you have money and ability, who the hell can't pick up girls? Lin Yan looked back. Su Yingxue and Chan Lily have disappeared. He quickly got up and chased after him. Do you think I don't have money?
Then don't blame me for taking action against your best friend.
P.S.
18-year-old author, begging my adoptive parents to follow and collect. I solemnly promise that the plot will not be a copycat, repetitive, dog-licking, or poisonous.
Everything is based on the plot. Your data is very important to me, please follow up and give me good comments, thank you. Chapter 2 Robber, I want to call the police. Outside the coffee shop. It's yellow again? Su Yingxue asked. Today is another friend's birthday. She and her bestie made an appointment to meet at a coffee shop and then go to the birthday party together. Unexpectedly, as soon as I arrived here, I found that my best friend had a very ugly face and spoke angrily. It goes without saying that she failed in another blind date. Don't mention it. I met a cheap guy. Chen Lily's face was full of disgust. After so many blind dates, this is the first time she feels as embarrassed as today. I even paid dozens of dollars for coffee. It's outrageous and ridiculous. Alas. Su Yingxue sighed, what's the harm in finding a rich man? It looks glamorous on the surface, but in reality you still have to depend on men for your livelihood. Finding a down-to-earth person to live with is better than anything else. She knows her best friend's personality better than anyone else. I have also advised her many times to give up the idea of hooking up with a rich man. But she just wouldn't listen, as if she was possessed by a demon. Chen Lily pursed her lips, how can I compare with you? There is really no comparison. The family background can't be compared, the appearance can't be compared. The coffee shop was filled with the rich second generations who wanted to pursue Su Yingxue. She certainly had no money worries. Just at this moment. Wearing a loose t-shirt, the tall and thin Lin Yan walked out. Chen Lily immediately turned her head away. I originally thought that the two of them would part ways and never see each other again. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan actually walked straight towards me. Why did he come? Did he want to continue arguing with me? Chen Lily felt a little guilty. If Lin Yan said something unpleasant in front of her best friend, she would be the one to be embarrassed. Hello, my name is Lin Yan. After a close observation, Lin Yan found that Su Yingxue was really the best. A pair of almond-shaped eyes, with a heroic air in the movement of his eyes. The skin is fair and radiant without any blemishes. She has a well-proportioned figure, not too skinny, and her hips are tightly wrapped in jeans, revealing natural curves. The whole person looks like he has a sense of power. Su Yingxue looked at Chen Lily in surprise and understood instantly. The person in front of me should be my best friend's blind date today. What surprised her was that the cliched plot of falling in love with a best friend on a blind date, which usually only appeared on TV, actually happened to her. She turned to look at Lin Yan with a hint of amusement on her face. Where is good? Is it a good figure or good skills? She has seen many people who try to flirt with her, and they are just attracted by her looks. Usually when she encounters such a situation, she will point it out directly without mercy. Lin Yan was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Su Yingxue, who looks innocent on the surface, actually speaks so directly and fiercely. She does have a great figure, but I'm not sure about her skills. I haven't tried them, so I have no right to comment. Lin Yan shrugged. Since Su Yingxue likes to be direct, he won't beat around the bush. Who doesn't know how to talk dirty? Su Yingxue frowned slightly when she heard this. You want to try it? Sure, can you add me on WeChat first? Can you take a beating? Good. In a minute, if you can still stand, I'll add you. Okay. No, you guys treat me like air? By the time Chen Lily reacted, the two of them were already chatting to the point of adding each other on WeChat. What the hell? The guy she failed in a blind date with actually flirted with her best friend in front of her? Isn't this too arrogant? Upon hearing this, Lin Yan and Su Yingxue looked at Chen Lily and said in unison. Get out of here. Chen Lily was stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The next moment. The two men distanced themselves from each other and got into position. Lin Yan now possesses the ability of a martial arts master. What he was worried about was not whether he would still be standing in a minute. But he was afraid that he might hurt the policewoman in front of him if he hit her too hard. If the time comes, sue him for assaulting a police officer. Then it's cat's claw rice cake, it can't get rid of its claws. You first. Su Yingxue said while flexing her wrist. She is a famous Sanda champion in the police academy and has won the police academy's fighting championship for 3 consecutive years. Given Lin Yan's physique, she was really afraid of hurting the other person. You will be punished when the time comes. Bag, my bag. Sudden. There was a shout from across the street. The two of them looked over at the same time. I saw a middle-aged woman jumping towards the road, shouting, "They stole my bag, my bag."
Lin Yan looked in the direction she was looking. A motorcycle with 2 people on board was fleeing.
The man in the back seat was holding a brown women's bag.
Lin Yan leaped up and performed a Yingxue step.
He jumped over the hurdles and ran wildly, like he was doing parkour, and in the blink of an eye he was across the street, chasing after the motorcycle.
So fierce? The first time he used the entry ability, Lin Yan was shocked by himself.
He had only seen these moves in martial arts movies and TV dramas before. Su Yingxue was also shocked by this scene.
She had seen many people who ran fast, but she had never seen anyone as skilled as Lin Yan.
Traditional martial arts?
Su Yingxue frowned and muttered something, then followed. However, the light happened to turn green and she was stuck on this side of the road.
It was almost rush hour after get off work and there were noticeably more cars on the road.
This effectively limits the motorcycle's acceleration. It happened that the traffic light at the intersection ahead was red, and the motorcycle was stuck. The roof of Lin Yan's car rolled over and the hood crossed over. When he was less than 5 meters away from the motorcycle, he fell to the ground and slid with a scissors kick, knocking over both the man and the motorcycle. The 2 gangsters on the motorcycle were stunned, and even the car drivers waiting at the traffic lights were dumbfounded.
Fuck, they're filming a movie? If this gets posted online, it'll go viral. What shoe, does this guy know Kung Fu?
What a bullshit Kung Fu, traditional martial arts are dead, boxing is the best, this is just a show. The yellow-haired man who was knocked to the ground quickly stood up, pulled out a dagger from his waistband, pointed it at Lin Yan and said, "Shaojuice, swords have no eyes, I advise you to stay out of other people's business." Usually when faced with such a situation, most people who are brave enough to help others will have some concerns.
It's not worth it to fight a desperado and lose your life for a bag. Lin Yan turned around and found Su Yingxue coming towards him. This is a rare opportunity to show off, how can we miss it?
He stepped forward quickly, and his fingers, like nimble vines, quickly wrapped around the wrist of the yellow-haired man holding the knife. With a light shake, seemingly without much effort, the yellow-haired man let out a scream, and the dagger fell to the ground.
Snap. Lin Yan slapped the yellow-haired guy on the face. Does the sword have eyes? 5 scarlet finger marks immediately appeared on the yellow-haired man's face. He was stunned and didn't hear what Lin Yan said at all. Snap. Lin Yan slapped him again with his backhand. I want to ask you if swords have eyes?
With 1 slap on each side, the yellow-haired man came to his senses and nodded in reply, yes, yes, yes. There was no time even to cry.
It's so pitiful that it makes people feel sad.
Seeing that the situation was not good, the other fat robber turned around and tried to escape, but Lin Yan was quick-witted and grabbed his hair and pulled it back hard. Immediately afterwards, screams rang out one after another.
Ah! Ah! Eoa!
Brother, stop hitting me. If you continue I will call the police.
Huang Mao begged for mercy. More and more people gathered around and talked about it.
It's so tragic, so tragic.
It's not easy to be a robber nowadays. Fuck, he took the knife with his bare hands and beat 2 people? This guy has something.
Stop it, young man.
You're going to kill him if you keep hitting him.
Hearing this, Lin Yan stopped immediately.
I was so focused on having fun that I didn't even realize this problem.
He has no law enforcement power now, and if he kills someone he will have to go to jail.
Big pot, we were wrong. I'll return the bag to you. Please let us go. Please.
The yellow-haired man with a bruised face and nose begged desperately. He is only 18 years old this year. He originally wanted to save some money by robbing to buy an AK first and then a rifle. Then he grew bigger and stronger and became the boss of the underworld in Binhai City. Unexpectedly, he failed to achieve his goal and was almost killed halfway. He swore that he would never break the law again in his life.
He misses his mother. Let you go? Lin Yan sneered. I thought to myself, if I let you go, how can I add Su Yingxue on WeChat? Just at this moment, Su Yingxue finally arrived on horseback. Chapter 3 Lin Yan, are you free tonight? Let's make an appointment.
Looking at the scene in front of her, Su Yingxue was stunned. She was originally worried that Lin Yan would get into danger if he confronted the criminals head-on in order to show off. Now it seems that she was overthinking. What she should be most worried about now is the safety of the 2 criminals.
No, you really can?
Subduing 2 knife-wielding gangsters with bare hands is very common in movies and TV dramas, but it is not very realistic in real life. It requires not only courage, but also strong psychological quality and solid skills. It is definitely not something that can be achieved simply by not being afraid of death.
This should be considered as self-defense, right?
Lin Yan pointed at the yellow-haired man under his feet and said. He was the first to grab the knife and threatened me that the sword has no eyes. The yellow-haired boy nodded repeatedly. Yes, I was the first to grab the knife. Big brother was educating me and teaching me how to be a good person.
He was really scared of being beaten. This guy hits people differently from others.
It looks like he doesn't use much strength, but it really hurts. After being slapped on the back, Huang Mao felt as if his internal organs were about to be dislocated. He felt that he urgently needed the protection of the people's police.
So insecure. A few minutes later. Ula. The two criminals were carried into a police car and taken away. Su Yingxue looked at Lin Yan and asked curiously, "Have you practiced it?"
Lin Yan took out his phone from his pocket, opened the QR code, and handed it to her. Add a friend first.
Without completing the novice tasks, it's redundant to talk about anything else. Su Yingxue was both angry and amused. She didn't understand why Lin Yan had to add her as a friend first. What, you want to transfer money?
Su Yingxue took out her cell phone from her pocket and opened it to scan.
Byte. Immediately following,
Lin Yan received a message.
Susu applies to add a friend. Pass. Susu has become your friend. Call. Comfortable. Lin Yan let out a long breath.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission.
Strategy progress plus 10%. Win a bonus of 10,000 yuan.
S-level entry revealed. S-level perfect gunsmith, proficient in all weapons and equipment, bullets never miss, can shoot wherever he points, can shoot with eyes open or closed.
Frog fun. Lin Yan was shocked. An S-level entry was unexpectedly revealed. And it's firearms related. Are you done? Can you answer me now?
Su Yingxue put the phone back into her pocket, folded her hands, and looked up at Lin Yan, who was having an orgasm with the air. Because of the environment she grew up in, she is different from other girls.
Talking about cosmetics, clothes and bags, she had no interest in them at all.
But he has a special liking for sanda fighting and firearms. So, she was very curious about how Lin Yan managed to fight two enemies at once and defeat them with his bare hands. I practice martial arts, and my teacher is Master Chongdong of the Shitong School. Lin Yan made up a reason.
What else can we do? You can't tell her that all her abilities were given by the system, right?
Su Yingxue frowned slightly and murmured.
Master Chongdong of the Shitong School.
She had some knowledge of Chinese traditional martial arts, but had never heard of the Shitong School, let alone Master Chongdong.
By the way, you need to go to the police station to make a statement. Does being brave enough mean being tried? A transcript is not a confession.
Okay, I'll go drive.
Lin Yan turned and walked towards the coffee shop.
Byte. However, just a few steps out, his cell phone rang. I took it out and saw that it was a text message from the bank saying that the money had arrived. ICBC card with the last number 8238, at 16:05 on September 9. Transfer income 10,000 yuan, balance 10,732 yuan.
ICBC. Lin Yan was ecstatic. It feels really good to make money. He is more motivated. Lin Yan pulled off the takeaway box from the back of the electric bike.
It is no longer possible to deliver takeaway food. Next, what he has to do is to win over Su Yingxue wholeheartedly, complete the system task, and reach the peak of his life. Through what just happened, he summed up an experience.
If you want to quickly conquer Su Yingxue, the shortcut is to constantly demonstrate your abilities. Because that's what she likes. Lin Yan came up with a good idea. Become an auxiliary police officer.
Because in the police car that just arrived, except for one regular police officer, the other two were auxiliary police officers.
He never went to police school and didn't think he could pass the civil service exam.
The most important thing is that auxiliary police have low requirements, can be hired quickly, and also have the opportunity to get close to Su Yingxue and work with her. The treatment is a bit poor, but Lin Yan's purpose is not to earn a salary, so it doesn't matter. Newbie task reminder: complete a private date with Su Yingxue to increase the strategy progress by 10%.
Xiaoxue, you wouldn't be attracted to that poor guy, right?
Chen Lily ran slowly and did not see how Lin Yan subdued the gangster. Of course, this was not what she cared about.
But A stinky delivery guy actually wants to hook up with my best friend? What? Are you crazy? Does he deserve it?
Chen Lily felt that she had to stop it no matter what.
Is he poor? Su Yingxue glanced in the direction of the coffee shop. Doesn't he have a car? Chen Lily was so angry that she laughed. Do you know what kind of car he owns? What car? Su Yingxue was a little curious. Electric car. Chen Lily's face was full of disdain. Bid? It's yachty that has beautiful thoughts. Isn't it just one word? What's the difference? Su Yingxue didn't care.
She doesn't care about money or material things. There will be no discrimination based on whether Lin Yan's car is two-wheeled or four-wheeled. Even if Lin Yan was driving a SUV, he would definitely not be able to catch up with him. He looked so handsome when he just subdued two gangsters with his bare hands.
Hey, Xiaoxue, are you possessed by some evil spirit? Chen Lily was a little anxious. How is he worthy of you? Not to mention being poor, he's also so stingy that he doesn't even want to pay for a cup of coffee. If you stay with him, you will have to live in a shabby house in the future, exposed to the wind and sun. Su Yingxue smiled faintly. Isn't it just right to be poor? Men without money are not unfaithful. Why wouldn't people without money be unfaithful? Chen Lily didn't understand her logic. Su Yingxue looked at her bestie meaningfully, because being fickle costs money. She didn't really like Lin Yan, she just couldn't stand her best friend's materialistic remarks.
If you judge a man's goodness or badness, his strengths or weaknesses solely by money, that would be too superficial.
When Lin Yan rode his electric scooter over, Su Yingxue had disappeared. At this time, Su Yingxue sent a message. Su, I have something else to do, go to the police station and make a statement yourself. Lin Yan, let me ask you something. Su, speak. Lin Yan, are you still recruiting auxiliary police officers?
On the other side, Su Yingxue, who was sitting in the online car-hailing vehicle, was stunned for a moment.
He wants to be an auxiliary police officer? What is the purpose? To chase myself? This seems to be the only reason that makes sense.
Some of those who pursued her gave her cars, some gave her bags, and some gave her houses. But I have never seen anyone who became an auxiliary police officer just to pursue her.
Su, yes. Talents like Lin Yan are more than qualified to be auxiliary police officers.
From his performance just now, we can see that he is a person who hates evil and has justice in his heart. If he makes significant contributions in the future, he can be promoted to a real police officer.
Su Yingxue would not exclude him and ruin his future just because of her blind guess. Lin Yan, let's discuss something. Su, speak.
Lin Yan, please help me get in through the back door. I have time to spare and don't want to waste it on exams.
By the way, it would be best if I were in the same department as you, so that we can go on missions together in the future. Su Yingxue looked at the message and was stunned for a moment.
Then, a pair of slender white fingers heavily typed a word on the screen.
Roll. M9. Lin Yan, okay. How shameless. Su Yingxue was so angry that she laughed.
She finally understood why her best friend's mentality collapsed.
If you meet such a shameless person, you will be devastated. Buzz. Lin Yan sent another message. Are you free tonight? Make an appointment. Chapter 4, Major Bank Robbery. Make an appointment? Su Yingxue was confused.
Among the men pursuing her, there are those who are dressed in suits and pretend to be calm. Some of them try to look cool with slicked back hair and powdered faces. There are also those who engage in art. Without exception, these people have one thing in common. No matter what methods or ways you use, you want to create a decent image in front of yourself and establish a good impression. Although their ultimate goal is the same. How could someone be like Lin Yan, who would come up and directly ask for a date? Do you really not consider yourself an outsider? Su, date your sister. Just at this moment, Su Yingxue's cell phone suddenly rang. It was the captain of the criminal police team who called. Hello, Captain Li. Hey, Xiaoxue, there's a bank robbery on Jianxi Road, get back to the team immediately. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Su Yingxue hurriedly said to the driver, Master, turn around and drive to Jianxi Road. The other side. Lin Yan, who had a failed date, was riding his electric scooter to the police station. He just checked. It is possible to win a bonus if you act bravely and assist the police in catching criminals. He had to hurry and register his name.
Unexpectedly.
As soon as I walked to the door of the police station, I saw several police cars and an explosion-proof special police car driving out with a woola woola.
Every car was almost fully loaded and was moving very fast and hurriedly.
It looks like they've encountered some major case.
So he took out his mobile phone, opened Douyin and searched, what happened in Binhai City?
Usually, such things are not reported in the news immediately.
Instead, it is the onlookers who will post it online first. Sure enough, the keyword popped up, Binhai City Bank was robbed at gunpoint, 23 hostages were taken. Lin Yan opened one of the videos. The video was shot on an upper floor near the bank. The police have surrounded the bank and driven away the people. The special police and armed police are fully armed and on standby.
However, Lin Yan found a familiar figure among the police.
Su Yingxue?
Yes, he recognized that perfect body in the blurry video.
The same jeans and tight shirt. Absolutely not wrong.
The video content has been removed. Lin Yan put down his phone and his face became serious.
Su Yingxue was at the scene, which meant that she was very likely to be in danger. If something happens to her, can I still continue my mission? System, if Su Yingxue is gone, will I be affected?
Host, rest assured, if the captured person is gone, you will not be affected.
Eat and drink as usual. Lin Yan breathed a sigh of relief. What about my mission? Mission failed. Lin Yan continued to ask, then will you match me with a new target? If you fail the mission, you will lose money. Damn.
Lin Yan turned the car around and accelerated towards Jianxi Road where the bank was located.
At the bank entrance. Chief, the robber called.
A middle-aged man in police uniform and standing straight took the phone from the police officer and said in full force. Hello, I'm Zhang Donghai, the director of Binhai City Public Security Bureau.
Hello, Director Zhang. I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon.
Zhang Donghai frowned. The voice on the other end of the receiver was very familiar to him.
Xiao Ji.
Xiao Ji is a notorious, ruthless gangster in Binhai City. He was once a special forces soldier, and after retiring he became the boss of the Black Hawk Gang, committing numerous evil deeds such as armed robbery and murder. 2 months ago, the police wiped out the Black Hawk Gang in one fell swoop, but unfortunately Xiao Ji and several core members escaped.
This person has extremely high military qualities.
When he was in the army, he won the first place in military district competitions many times. He also participated in foreign special forces competitions and won the championship. It is no exaggeration to say that his shooting skills are more accurate than most special forces soldiers, and his close combat moves are deadly and never drag their feet. Zhang Donghai originally thought that he had fled to another place, but he didn't expect that he was still lurking in Binhai.
Now he has created such a big case and openly provoked the police. What do you want to do?
Zhang Donghai asked in a deep voice.
Xiao Ji laughed and said, of course I want to live. You have set up a trap to keep me from getting hurt. I can only find a way out on my own.
Binhai City has placed him under full surveillance, and his only hope now is to flee abroad. The only chance of survival is to take a helicopter to the high seas and board the receiving ship.
Zhang Donghai said sternly, Xiao Ji, your only way to survive now is to release the hostages, lay down your weapons and surrender. Xiao Ji sneered, Director Zhang, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? I won't beat around the bush.
I want a helicopter and 200 million virtual coins. If you don't agree, I will kill a hostage every half hour.
If you don't believe it. The sound of a bullet being loaded came from the receiver. I'm going to kill one for you right now?
The words fell.
The hostages' panicked cries were immediately heard through the receiver.
Zhang Donghai frowned and said in a deep voice.
200 million virtual coins is not a small amount. I can't make the decision. I need to report to my superiors.
He knew Xiao Ji's methods and character very well.
If Xiao Ji said he would kill one person in half an hour, he would definitely do it.
If he refused directly, Xiao Ji might even shoot and kill him immediately to force him to compromise. What he needs to do now is to stabilize the other party first and then think of a countermeasure. After hanging up the phone, the surrounding police officers looked at him.
Su Yingxue's expression was even more serious.
This was the biggest case she had encountered since she joined the police force, and it involved the lives of dozens of people. And the other party is the vicious bandit Xiao Ji.
She had no idea either. Zhang Donghai asked in a deep voice, have you found out? How many robbers are there?
Li Feng, the captain of the criminal police team, replied, according to the surveillance footage and the eyewitnesses, there were 5 people on the other side, all of them were armed.
Zhang Donghai then asked, are the SWAT and armed police snipers in place?
Li Feng's expression was solemn, and he shook his head and said, it's useless. They took hostages and hid behind the bank counter.
The sniper couldn't even see them, and there was bulletproof glass.
In such a situation, the police's first priority is to ensure the safety of the hostages. The second step is to subdue the criminals. If we accept all the conditions proposed by the criminals, there will be more similar cases in the future. We must not set this precedent. Zhang Donghai was at a loss and under tremendous pressure as he had to rescue the hostages but not let the criminals escape.
The surrounding police also fell silent.
It seems that no one can think of a better way to save the lives of the hostages except compromise. But at this moment, a Yachty electric scooter braked and stopped outside the cordon.
Hurry up and leave. The police officer on guard immediately stepped forward and drove them away. Lin Yan looked inside and soon spotted Su Yingxue. He waved and shouted, "Wife, I'm here to help you rescue the hostages."
"Wife?"
The 2 police officers looked at Su Yingxue, then at each other, and then at Lin Yan. "Are you her husband?" Chapter 5. You even dare to snatch the police gun? Su Yingxue heard the noise and looked back. Lin Yan? What is he doing here? Huang Wenxuan, a member of the criminal police team, saw this and asked, "Xiaoxue, do you know this person?"
Before Su Yingxue could speak, the police officer in charge of the alert came running over and said, "Officer Su, that man said he was your husband and he is here to help you rescue the hostages."
After hearing these words, Su Yingxue was stunned. Huang Wenxuan widened his eyes and looked at her in disbelief. "Xiaoxue, when did you get married?" Su Yingxue did not answer, but frowned and walked quickly towards Lin Yan. How can this person be so shameless and dare to say anything? The most important thing is, don't you consider what the occasion is? Is this a joke? What are you doing here?
Su Yingxue's voice was filled with anger. Lin Yan shrugged, "Of course I'm here to help you."
"Help me?" Su Yingxue looked at him in surprise. Hundreds of fully armed police and special police here are helpless, so what can an ordinary unarmed person like him do?
Even if he really learned from a martial arts master, even if he has great skills.
So what? Can he beat a gun? That's really too arrogant.
I don't have time to waste on your nonsense, so get out of here.
Su Yingxue said. Huang Wenxuan also came over. He looked Lin Yan up and down, then sneered and looked at Su Yingxue and asked, "Xiaoxue, this guy is your husband?"
His tone was full of sarcasm.
Because Lin Yan looks extremely ordinary.
He was also riding a small electric scooter. If you didn't know, you would think he was rushing to deliver a takeaway.
Is this kind of person worthy of marrying a police goddess? Don't even take a piss and look at yourself.
He is not my husband.
Su Yingxue denied it directly. It's not that I'm afraid Huang Wenxuan will be jealous, I'm just stating the facts.
She had never even been in a relationship, so how could she tolerate Lin Yan pretending to be her husband? If the situation wasn't special, she would have wanted to beat this guy up.
He was so shameless.
Hearing her answer, Huang Wenxuan showed a smug look on his face, looked at Lin Yan and said sternly, "Hurry up and leave, don't make trouble here, or I'll sue you for obstructing official business."
What's going on?
Zhang Donghai walked over, glanced at Lin Yan and asked,
"Director."
Su Yingxue was about to speak, but was interrupted by Lin Yan. "Leader, I'm here to help you solve the problem."
Zhang Donghai raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Solve the problem?
Lin Yan nodded. "Yes, I have a way to rescue the hostages." On the way here, he had already thought of a solution based on his own abilities.
Huang Wenxuan sneered, "Just you? How shameless." Su Yingxue not only has outstanding looks, but also has a strong family background. There are indeed many people who like her. But Huang Wenxuan didn't expect that a small-time person at the bottom of society would dare to have such thoughts. It's ridiculous.
He felt that no one except himself had the right to touch Su Yingxue. After all, his grandfather was the old leader of Su Yingxue's parents.
His father is the current director of the Provincial Public Security Department. Becoming a love rival with a small fry like Lin Yan is simply an insult to myself.
Zhang Donghai slightly turned his head to look at Su Yingxue and asked, "Do you know her?"
Su Yingxue nodded, "Yes, chief.
He was the one who subdued 2 knife-wielding criminals with his bare hands today. Zhang Donghai was surprised when he heard this.
Huang Wenchuan's expression froze immediately.
They are all police officers, and no one knows better than them how heavy a task it is to subdue two knife-wielding criminals with bare hands.
Zhang Donghai re-examined the young man in front of him. What can you do? Lin Yan was neither humble nor arrogant, and asked, Can I ask what the robbers are asking for now?
He had seen police and gangster movies and knew that in such situations, the robbers would usually put forward some conditions to ensure that they could escape safely. Director, this is confidential and cannot be revealed to him.
Huang Wenchuan reminded. Su Yingxue retorted, Then do you have any other solution now?
Seeing how serious Lin Yan was, her prejudice began to waver. After all, Lin Yan is really capable, maybe he can really come up with a solution.
Huang Wenchuan was speechless. Even the director is helpless, what else can he do?
Zhang Donghai fell silent. He has just reported the situation to his superiors. However, having been a policeman for decades, no one knows the current situation better than him.
No matter what instructions your superiors give.
In the end, he is still needed to solve the problem.
Even if we agree to Qiuji's conditions, can we guarantee the safety of the hostages? Negotiate terms with the desperado. Expect them to keep their promises? It's simply a fantasy. In the end, when something went wrong, I was the one who had to take the blame. With the idea of trying Sima as a last resort, Zhang Donghai said. He wants a helicopter and 200 million virtual coins. Give it to him. Lin Yan said firmly. Are you crazy?
Huang Wenchuan reacted excitedly. Chief, there must be something wrong with this guy.
Maybe he is in cahoots with the robbers. This answer seemed to be beyond Su Yingxue's expectations. She looked at Lin Yan and said, Do you know what this means? If this worked, wouldn't we have done it a long time ago?
Zhang Donghai looked at Lin Yan with a stern gaze. Go on. His intuition told him that the young man in front of him was not bragging.
He might actually have a solution.
Lin Yan said, Arrange a helicopter and replace the pilot with me. I'm sure I can take care of them all on the plane.
Ha ha ha! Huang Wenchuan laughed sarcastically. Can you handle him? Do you know who he is?
He is Qiuji, the most fierce gangster in Binhai City.
Have you ever touched a gun? He's fired more bullets than you've eaten in your life.
Don't let the time pass when you fail to deal with them and end up getting beaten to a pulp yourself. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Yan suddenly moved. He came to Huang Wenchuan at lightning speed and reached for the holster on his waist.
Huang Wenchuan was horrified. However, before he could react, Lin Yan had already pulled out his service gun.
Click, click, click. Several crisp metal friction sounds were heard.
Less than 2 seconds.
The police-issued Type 05 pistol had been disassembled into its bare frame. Only a pitch-black gun barrel was left against Huang Wenchuan's forehead. You're the one who talks the most.
Chapter 6. The policewoman began to fall. This scene stunned several police officers on guard duty. Su Yingxue was also stunned. Huang Wenchuan opened his mouth slightly, but no sound came out.
Zhang Donghai frowned even more tightly. Having handled guns for half his life, no one present knew better than him what happened in the last 2 seconds meant. The young man in front of me had an understanding of firearms that was simply terrifying. Although no shots were fired.
But no one dared to doubt his marksmanship anymore. You? Su Yingxue was shocked twice in one day.
The first time I subdued a gangster with a knife using my bare hands was shocking enough. Unexpectedly, this time Lin Yan directly overturned her cognition.
You know, guns are banned in China.
Except for soldiers and police, ordinary people have no chance to touch a gun.
How many times did Lin Yan have to practice repeatedly to dismantle the gun that he just demonstrated? How familiar must he be with guns to be able to do that? It's incredible. Can you really do it?
Zhang Donghai's voice was a little nervous, but more excited.
Because I saw hope from Lin Yan's actions just now. I think it should be fine. Lin Yan threw the gun barrel back to Huang Wenchuan.
Huang Wenchuan looked at the pistol parts scattered on the ground, his face extremely ugly. As a policeman, having his gun taken away in public is a great humiliation. After Zhang Donghai calmed down, his face became serious. Why do you want to help us?
There are many capable people in this world. But not everyone is willing to stand up at the critical moment. What's more, Lin Yan's background is unknown, and he needs to know the other party's motives.
Lin Yan thought for a moment and said, "First, I want to be an auxiliary police officer, but I don't want to take the exam."
He looked at Su Yingxue who was standing beside him. Secondly, I wanted to date her, but she didn't agree. Zhang Donghai? Huang Wenxuan? Su Yingxue? Police officers around, eh? Su Yingxue was confused. What's wrong with this person? How could he make such a request in such a serious occasion? Is it because his two brains are misplaced? Huang Wenxuan was dumbfounded.
He had never seen such a bold toad.
Did he really propose to have sex with a policewoman in front of the chief of the Public Security Bureau and so many police officers? Shit, are you taking bear heart and leopard courage as food? Ahem. Zhang Donghai coughed twice. Well, I can agree to your first condition. As for the rest, I can't make the decision. Impossible. Su Yingxue added immediately. Lin Yan frowned. Hey, it's just a meal, why are you reacting so strongly? Su Yingxue reacted. I thought, could it be that the covenant he was talking about was not that covenant? Did I think wrongly?
Her cheeks flushed slightly at the thought. I've read Xia Hansha too much and I find that everyone I see is filled with pornographic garbage.
I'll uninstall it as soon as I get home.
However, she also felt that Lin Yan was becoming more and more strange. First he took the initiative to add me as a friend, and now he insists on going on a date. The key point is that all his actions are very mechanical.
It's like, tell you in advance every action that will be taken next. It's like completing a mission. Is there any boy who pursues girls like him? It's outrageous.
Director, he is just an ordinary person and is not qualified to carry out the mission.
Huang Wenxuan said. Zhang Donghai didn't say anything.
There is no precedent in Binhai City or even the whole country for an ordinary person to be involved in such a serious case. It goes without saying that reporting to superiors will never be approved. If he wanted to do it, he had to take the risk himself, hide it from his superiors, and let Lin Yan do it.
It's good that it succeeded. If they fail, not only will they lose their police hats, but they may even end up in jail for serious dereliction of duty. At this time, Li Feng ran over with the phone and handed it to him. Xiaoji. Zhang Donghai's face was gloomy. He picked up the phone and said, "Hello. Xiaoji, Director Zhang, 15 minutes have passed and you haven't thought it through yet?" Bang.
As soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot was heard from the receiver, followed by the screams and cries of more than 20 hostages.
Xiaoji said coldly, "Director Zhang, is your mind clear now? Do you need me to cheer you up?"
Zhang Donghai took a long breath, then held his breath and closed his eyes. At this moment, he had no choice.
Okay, I'll arrange a helicopter right away. But virtual currency takes time. Ha ha ha. Xiaoji laughed a triumphant laugh. Okay, I'll give you half an hour.
The virtual currency must be in place after I get on the plane. By the way, remember to withdraw your people.
If I see anyone in police uniform on the road, I will shoot.
Also, I don't want to see any irrelevant people on the helicopter except the pilot.
Otherwise, hang up the phone.
Zhang Donghai turned to look at Lin Yan and said solemnly,
I put everything on you. He is now out of options.
Faced with rules and human lives, he could only choose to do what he knew was wrong.
Someone always has to take responsibility. Chief, this is against the rules. Huang Wenxuan didn't care about the rules, he just didn't want Lin Yan to steal the show.
Zhang Donghai ignored it and gave Li Feng an order.
Arrange a helicopter. Yes, Chief. A few minutes later.
The car heading to the Binhai Road helipad is ready. When Lin Yan was about to get in the car, Su Yingxue stopped him.
Etc. Lin Yan turned around and asked, What?
Su Yingxue bit her lips tightly and hesitated for a long time before speaking.
This matter has nothing to do with you. You don't have to risk your life for me. She just met Lin Yan today.
He first greeted her and added her on WeChat, then said he wanted to apply to be an auxiliary police officer and also wanted to go on a date.
Isn't this series of events enough to illustrate the problem?
It is the police's job to catch criminals and rescue hostages. However, for Lin Yan, this was not his job. Lin Yan sneered, Don't be so self-indulgent, I'm not doing this for you.
Bang.
He stepped into the car, closed the door, rolled down the window, and said casually,
I'm doing this for myself. He was not lying.
The system asked him to conquer Su Yingxue, and in his opinion it was just a task.
And Su Yingxue is like an NPC.
What Lin Yan did was just to gain the favor of the NPC, complete the task as quickly as possible, and get the reward.
It has nothing to do with emotions. Not to mention sacrificing for anyone. He is not that noble yet.
As for why you would take the risk. Mainly, he obtained the S-level entry's perfect gunsmith and master of traditional martial arts. With his absolute control over firearms and martial arts skills, it would be a piece of cake for him to face off against a few ordinary robbers. Only when he was absolutely sure did Lin Yan dare to volunteer to take on this task. Not only did he save people and make a contribution, he also gained Su Yingxue's favor.
Kill two birds with one stone. By the way, you can also complete the second task. Why not?
Watching the police car gradually driving away, Su Yingxue felt mixed emotions.
This person is very strange.
He is extremely capable, but he talks nonsense all the time. He said he didn't care, but he had justice in his heart. The moment he got into the car just now, Su Yingxue actually saw a hint of the temperament of a lone hero. She slowly took out her phone, opened WeChat, clicked on Lin Yan's chat box, and typed a message.
You must come back alive, and I promise to date you.
Compared to what Lin Yan was about to do, dating seemed too insignificant.
But what else can I do now except meet his small request?
Xiaoxue, this kind of person only knows how to show off.
If the mission fails, we will all be implicated. Huang Wenchuan looked at the direction where Lin Yan left and snorted disdainfully.
This immediately earned Su Yingxue's eye roll. If you can do it, go ahead.
Huang Wenchuan was speechless. Chapter 7 Welcome to the hunting time. Half an hour later. The entire Jianxi road was blocked.
The road leading to the Haiban Road helipad was also under full martial law. There was not a single car on the road, let alone pedestrians. The whole city seemed to be paused, and the air was filled with tension and depression.
The empty bank entrance.
There was only a minibus with completely black windows parked there. A strong robber wearing a black hood, a black short-sleeved shirt and carrying an AK walked out in a swagger. He stood at the door, looked around, and then gestured towards the bank.
Immediately following,
another robber wearing a hood came out, escorting several hostages with their hands tied behind their backs, and got directly onto the minibus. They have a clear division of labor and a plan.
No more than 2 persons are exposed to view at any one time.
Always maintain the threat to the hostages' lives. In this way, even if there are police snipers lying in ambush nearby, they will definitely not dare to open fire. A few minutes later, more than 20 hostages were all taken into the car. A man in a tactical suit with a rifle slung across his chest walked out. He was tall, with a thin face, and his eyes revealed the ferocity of a carnivore. There was a smile on his face, but it made people feel extremely scared. He stood at the door of the bank, pointed 2 fingers at his forehead, made a provocative gesture towards the camera, and then got on the minibus.
This person is the Binhai bandit Zhou Ji. Boss, the police agreed to our conditions so readily, is there any trick?
As the minibus headed towards the Haiban Road helipad, one of the robbers asked in confusion. Zhou Ji strangled a female bank employee by the neck and said with a smile, then let him try. As long as he is not afraid of being buried with these 20-odd people. He had already made plans to sink the helicopter into the sea after it reached the high seas.
Let him go? These are his life-saving talismans. How is it possible to release it?
More than 10 minutes later,
the minibus arrived at the Haiban Road helipad. Now,
there was no sign of any police nearby, only a transport helicopter parked there.
It can be seen from far away. The helicopter's door was open and a man wearing sunglasses was sitting in the driver's seat. Combat Command Center. Multiple cameras on the big screen showed the situation around the apron.
Everyone held their breath as they watched the minibus come into view. Especially Zhang Donghai. He was under tremendous pressure to get Lin Yan to do this.
If something went wrong...
Director, this is a call from the provincial department. Zhang Donghai frowned when he heard this.
Hello, I'm Zhang Donghai.
A roar came from the other end of the receiver. Zhang Donghai. You are so bold that you secretly let an ordinary person carry out such an important mission.
Do you know what this means?
It means you have disregarded the safety of the people, betrayed your beliefs, and forgotten your responsibilities as a people's policeman.
Director Huang, you are right to criticize me.
I failed in my duty and I didn't consider the overall situation. Zhang Donghai explained, I originally wanted to report to my superiors before taking action, but the situation was so urgent that I didn't have time.
Don't make excuses for me. Stop that guy named Lin Yan right now.
The tone from the other side left no room for doubt. Zhang Donghai looked at the big screen and shook his head, I can't stop.
Because the minibus had already driven up to the helicopter.
Zhang Donghai, I will fire you right now.
The sound in the receiver was so loud that everyone in the combat command center could hear it. Is the director crazy? Asking an ordinary person to rescue the hostages? Who said it wasn't? When he gave the order, I felt something was fishy. How could the provincial department agree to such a ridiculous decision? Alas! It's over. Director Seng's position is no longer secure. We might have to suffer the consequences as well.
I heard from the people on duty just now that Lin Yan seemed to call Su's wife, which made Huang Wenxuan angry.
Could it be that he was the one who made the report? Is there any need to ask? That's even worse.
His father is the director of the department, so he will definitely punish Director Zhang to death.
The other side. Xiaoji jumped out of the car, looked around with sharp eyes, and then said to one of his men, Lao Si, go check the plane and keep an eye on him.
He tilted his chin toward the driver's seat.
Yes, boss.
The thin robber jumped onto the helicopter with a gun in hand, took a look around, then sat in the passenger seat with the muzzle of the gun against Lin Yan's forehead. Then the body search began. After making sure he didn't have a gun, he warned. Behave yourself, or I'll shoot you. Lin Yan adjusted his sunglasses and turned to look at him. I couldn't see his eyes through the dark lenses.
Hurry up, don't fucking dawdle. Several robbers kicked and stomped the hostages onto the helicopter. Brother, please be kind and let me go. I have parents and children to take care of, and my family can't live without me.
A middle-aged man wearing glasses begged desperately. He knew very well that there was a vast ocean ahead of him, and once he boarded the plane, it would mean he might never come back.
Get the hell out of here. The scarred robber kicked him. If you keep on wasting time, I'll shoot you. Ah.
At this time, a young and beautiful woman screamed, and her clothes were torn to pieces by the robbers, leaving only her underwear. She crossed her arms in panic, her face filled with fear and despair as she faced the robbers' lewd laughter. At this moment, she was like a lamb to be slaughtered, and she seemed to have already known the answer in her mind as to how she would be cooked.
She didn't want to get on the plane. In no mood.
But now she had no choice. The robber grabbed her hair and dragged her to the cabin door like a chicken.
Just a few minutes. More than 20 hostages were taken on board the helicopter.
Only Qiu Ji was left standing outside, arrogantly lip-syncing and making provocative gestures towards a certain direction of the tarmac. The scar-faced robber suddenly frowned. The muzzle of the gun in the front passenger seat has been pointed at the driver without moving for quite some time.
He leaned forward and patted the robber on the passenger seat on the shoulder. Old 4, don't be distracted, keep an eye on him. It was at this time. The robber called Lao Si suddenly drooped his head and the AK rifle in his hand fell down.
The whole person fell forward like a collapsed sculpture. Scarface was horrified and looked towards the driver's seat in horror. However, what greeted him was the pitch-black muzzle of a gun.
Bang!
Without any chance to react, Scarface's forehead was pierced.
Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out with almost no interval between them.
The remaining robbers didn't even have time to process the information they received. Their eyebrows were pierced by bullets and blood splattered.
Ah! With a loud roar, more than 20 hostages finally reacted and the cabin was instantly in chaos.
Qiu Ji, who had been confident of victory and was standing on the tarmac mocking the police crazily, suddenly changed his expression when he heard the gunshots. His extremely high military literacy made his body roll subconsciously.
Quickly hide at the tail of the plane.
His brows were deeply furrowed and his eyes were filled with solemnity.
Because he had already guessed what had happened in the cabin at that moment. Chapter 8 shocked the entire police system.
The gunshots were from a police pistol.
Exactly 4 shots. That means that all of his people are dead. These are his die-hard fans.
If there are still some of them alive, there is no way they will not fight back, and there is no way they will not issue a warning. In just a moment, Qiu Ji turned from a predator into someone else's prey. And that hunter is undoubtedly the driver in the main driving position.
Qiu Ji's face was terribly gloomy.
Unexpectedly, after all his calculations, he still fell into the trap.
Is there something wrong with my plan? He doesn't think so. The fake airplane pilot took the opportunity to fight back. He had thought about this possibility. But is there anyone who can really do it, in such a complex environment like that of an airplane cabin, firing continuously and killing 4 or 5 people at the same time? Completely disregarding the safety of the hostages?
Based on Xiu Zhi's understanding of the police, they would definitely not do such a risky thing. If the plan fails, the consequences will be unbearable for them.
No one dared to give this order. Is the person who fired the shot absolutely sure that he won't hurt the hostages? How confident do you have in your marksmanship to dare to carry out such a mission?
Xiu Zhi had seen many sharpshooters, including himself, who was once called a sharpshooter.
He was absolutely certain and convinced that he couldn't do it.
After calming down, Xiu Zhi began to analyze the current situation. His only hope now is to kill the other party and regain control of the hostages. Faced with an unprecedentedly powerful enemy, even he couldn't help but become nervous, his palms sweating, and he dared not breathe.
Concentrated and vigilantly observing every move around him.
However, the cabin was too noisy for him to hear the footsteps. Lin Yan's ears moved slightly in the cabin. There is no shelter around the apron, which means that Xiu Zhi's south only hiding place now is the tail of the plane.
He picked up the robber's AK and jumped down. No one could shoot faster than him. No one is more accurate than him. Combat Command Center.
Everyone who saw this scene held their breath nervously.
1v5. He actually killed 4 of them.
Even the most ferocious Xiu Zhi seemed like a frightened kitten in his eyes.
Hiding in the tail of the plane, not daring to make a sound.
On the other hand, Lin Yan showed no fear at all. He walked towards the tail of the plane where Xiu Zhi was hiding, holding a gun. Those who had just questioned him were all dumbfounded. There was disbelief in their eyes. Is there really anyone who can do this and complete an extreme counterattack in this situation? Oh my god. Is he still human? Isn't this the level of a gun god? What is his origin? A military god? A foreign mercenary? Don't be superstitious. Even mercenaries can't have such ability. Zhang Donghai watched the scene, his nails digging into his flesh with nervousness. The gunshot that is about to sound will directly determine the outcome.
One thought is heaven, one thought is hell. Life and death depend on Lin Yan alone.
Su Yingxue pursed her lips tightly, her eyes never leaving the screen.
She kept praying in her heart. Must live, must live. Huang Wenchuan clenched his back teeth. He never expected that Lin Yan could actually counterattack.
This dealt a heavy blow to his self-esteem and self-confidence. In other words, what Lin Yan is doing at this moment is impossible for him to do in his lifetime, no matter how strong his background and family background are.
This is called despair and envy that is out of reach. He turned his head to look at Su Yingxue beside him, his eyes full of jealousy, because there seemed to be a hint of admiration in Su Yingxue's eyes. He had seen such a scene countless times in his dreams. Unexpectedly, it actually happened to this man named Lin Yan. Provincial Department Office. Nonsense. This is absolute nonsense. Huang Weiyong slammed the desk and roared angrily.
He never expected that Zhang Donghai would dare to let an ordinary person get involved in such a serious case. In case the robbers are cornered, they may shoot a few hostages. Not only will Zhang Donghai go to jail, but even he, the director, will be implicated. If his son who works in the Binhai City Criminal Police Team hadn't called him just now, he would still be kept in the dark. It's incredible and lawless. Director, what should we do now? Asked the office director Fu Yuan, frowning. Huang Weiyong hesitated for a moment and said, quickly notify the Coast Guard and the military, and try every possible means to intercept the helicopter. Oh, right, give the order immediately to remove Zhang Donghai from his post and lock him up. But at this moment, a staff member rushed in and said, Director, the Binhai City Public Security Bureau just called and said that Xiu Zhi has been arrested, and the other 4 criminals were shot dead on the spot. Huang Weiyong and Fu Yuan looked at each other and asked in unison, where are the hostages? The staff member said, except for one person who was shot in the leg, the rest are fine. The words fell. Huang Weiyong fell heavily into his office chair, his face pale. He had a feeling of suddenly ascending from hell to heaven. Director Zhang, the provincial department asked you to. The 2 policemen looked at Zhang Donghai with some embarrassment. He nodded, then took off his police hat and sighed, as expected. After saying that, he turned to look at the picture being played repeatedly on the big screen. Lin Yan, wearing sunglasses and carrying an AK-47, walked towards the camera with more than 20 hostages. Soon after, countless police cars and ambulances surrounded him. Zhang Donghai let out a long sigh and then smiled. The only time I sat at the gambling table. The bet won. That's enough, he never wants to gamble again in his life. The next day. There was almost no news about the bank robbery on the internet, except for some people talking about it in Binhai City. Occasionally, videos or posts that appear will be deleted quickly. Wang Erji food stall. Lin Yan and Su Yingxue sat opposite each other. She was wearing a floral dress today, with her soft hair draped over her shoulders. Light-colored lipstick with a subtle scent. Obviously, she dressed up carefully today. At this time, there was a plate of steamed pork with rice flour, a portion of pork with mashed garlic, and a plate of cold cucumber salad on the table. No, you're treating me to this on a date? Su Yingxue asked, pointing at the dish on the table. Lin Yan nodded as he served himself some rice. The overall environment is not good, so every bit of saving counts. Su Yingxue took the bowl and smiled helplessly. She didn't care what to eat. But I feel it's very strange. The date that Lin Yan cared so much about would actually take place in such a food stall. Is this a date? If you don't know, you might think it's a working meal. If you can help me apply for a bonus, I will treat you to a big dinner, how about it? Lin Yan said seriously. If you do something brave twice, even if you get 10,000 yuan each time, that's still 20,000 yuan. It's not a small amount of money. That's none of my business. Su Yingxue picked up a piece of cucumber and stuffed it into her mouth. The food from this food stall tasted really good, she said as she ate. But I can fight for you to be an auxiliary police officer. Maybe. Chapter 9, the second system task is so tricky? Zhang Donghai has now been removed from his post, and the entire Binhai Security Bureau is in a state of panic. Everyone is very secretive about this matter. Naturally, no one was willing to take over what he had promised Lin Yan. Su Yingxue had no choice but to do it herself. She called her mother to ask, and the reply she got surprised her. Maybe what? Lin Yan asked curiously. Maybe there's a chance I'll be specially recruited into the police force and become a formal police officer. After saying that, Su Yingxue looked at Lin Yan expectantly, as if waiting for his surprised and excited reaction. However, the result disappointed her. Lin Yan simply said oh. There wasn't even a hint of surprise on his face. Su Yingxue said angrily, but we may have to wait for a while. Not so fast in terms of procedure. Yeah. Lin Yan was not in a hurry. The date was over and his second novice mission was also completed. After getting the bonus, he planned to reward himself. Stay at home and play games, don't go anywhere. 20 minutes later. Lin Yan put down his bowl and chopsticks with satisfaction. To be honest, he usually wouldn't be willing to eat such good food when he got takeout. Either noodles or instant noodles. It's been a long time since I had such a satisfying meal as today. The main thing is that the person who was having dinner with him was a beautiful woman. Almost all the men who come to the food stall to eat look at him with envy and jealousy. In the past, he always envied others. Now, things are changing. Have you finished your meal? Lin Yan asked. Su Yingxue nodded, I've already finished eating. Lin Yan shouted to the proprietress, pay the bill. Okay. The proprietress came over with a smile, took out a calculator and started calculating the price. 20 plus 18 plus 25 plus 2. Handsome guy, 65 in total. After that, the lady boss skillfully took out the QR code hanging on her chest and asked, PayPal or WeChat? Lin Yan looked at Su Yingxue across from him, boss, let me ask you, Instant Pay or WeChat? When Su Yingxue heard this, her curved eyebrows were almost wrinkled like waste newspaper. Hey, didn't you say you would treat me to a meal? Lin Yan nodded, yes. But my money is useful. Your salary is high, go and earn it. Call. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Su Yingxue supported her chest hard. She no longer knew how to describe Lin Yan. Sometimes I feel that he is a hero, but sometimes I feel that he is just an ordinary citizen. It's really infuriating and funny. 65 yuan received from Jifubo. After receiving the money, the proprietress gave Lin Yan a thumbs up. Leave the food stall. Lin Yan asked Su Yingxue to accompany him for a walk to help digest the food.
Say it's part of the date. Su Yingxue had no choice but to agree. The two walked to the door of a Mishue ice city.
Lin Yan stopped, turned his head to look at her and asked, "Are you thirsty?" Su Yingxue turned to look at the Snow King's sign and immediately understood what he meant.
What would you like to drink? Not bad, they all answered quickly. Lin Yan smiled and said, milk tea with ice and less sugar.
Upon hearing this, Su Yingxue immediately turned around and walked towards the counter.
Hello, please give me a cup of milk tea, a large cup, with ice and less sugar.
The moment Lin Yan opened his mouth, she already knew what was going to happen next.
It's better to be direct. Just at this moment,
a small electric donkey stopped at the door of Snow King. The man in the yellow robe quickly ran to the counter, number 49. After getting the order, he saw Su Yingxue standing there waiting for her meal. His eyes suddenly lit up.
Oh my god, what a beautiful girl. Which man doesn't like beautiful women? Answer, gay.
Any normal man who is still breathing is an LSP, and the delivery man is no exception.
It's normal to take a few more glances at a beautiful woman when you meet her on the street. However, a beauty like this one is indeed rare, or even uncommon. Chen Fan looked at it for several seconds before reluctantly leaving the counter. No matter how beautiful a goddess like this is, he can only enjoy her with his eyes.
Then I cursed in my heart, RNM, the good cabbages are eaten by pigs. Just as he put the milk tea into the takeaway box and got on his electric scooter, he spotted a familiar figure.
Lin Yan?
Lin Yan turned his head, his eyes lit up. Hey, Fancy. The two of them delivered food together in Binhai City and lived in the same residential complex.
They had a good relationship. Chen Fan asked curiously, why do you have the time to hang out here today? Aren't you going to work?
After saying that, he looked at the beautiful woman in front of the counter, put on a meaningful smile, jumped in front of Lin Yan, raised his hand and whispered.
Are you looking at pretty girls here? Lin Yan looked back at Su Yingxue and thought, do I still need to look? Chen Fan continued, TSK tisk this figure, real skin, and that face, even better than a star, one less look at it. Lin Yan said calmly, is it that good? It's just so. Chen Fan snorted, stop pretending in front of me.
As he said this, he sighed, if only it were my girlfriend, I would break my ribs and make soup for her.
Lin Yan raised his eyebrows, patted his shoulder, and said earnestly, young man, can you be more ambitious? Can't men be a little tougher and not be lickers?
Chen Fan rolled his eyes.
Oh, I don't believe it. If it's you, you won't lick it? Right at this moment.
Su Yingxue came over with the milk tea and handed it to Lin Yan, here, add ice and less sugar.
Chen Fan turned around in surprise. The moment he saw Su Yingxue, he was stunned. Hesitated for 3 seconds. His eyes quickly switched back and forth between Lin Yan and Su Yingxue. No, Jimin.
Lin Yan did not take the milk tea, but said lightly, put it in. Su Yingxue snorted when she heard that, took out a straw from the bag, inserted it, and handed it over again. Lin Yan has made such a great contribution, so even if he has some excessive demands, Su Yingxue doesn't want to argue with him. Just treat it as coaxing a child.
So good.
Lin Yan nodded with satisfaction, picked up the milk tea and took a sip, then looked at Chen Fan and introduced him, this is my friend, Chen Fan.
Su Yingxue smiled politely and nodded.
Facing the beautiful woman's greeting, Chen Fan bowed nervously and helplessly in response.
I can't even speak clearly. Let's go, let's have dinner together some other day. Lin Yan patted his shoulder, then left with Su Yingxue. Chen Fan looked at the backs of the two people. I feel mixed emotions.
He stood there for more than 10 seconds before coming to his senses. He wanted to slap himself and tell himself that none of this was true. This idiot who used to deliver takeout with me actually has such a beautiful girlfriend. This is worse than killing him.
It was getting dark.
Su Yingxue accompanied Lin Yan and walked back and forth on the commercial street 5 times.
Her feet are sore. Just strolling around. The key is that this person didn't buy anything. Why would you go shopping if you don't buy anything? Still shopping again and again? Fried pancakes. Still shopping? Su Yingxue finally couldn't help but speak.
There was even a hint of coquettishness in her tone that is unique to girls.
Don't worry, just walk around for a while. Lin Yan doesn't want to either. However, I have not received any notification from the system that the task has been completed. If I just leave like this, what if the mission is not completed?
However, he had just finished speaking.
The long-lost system sound finally rang. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission. Win a bonus of 20,000 yuan. B-level entry danger sense, able to predict danger within 100 meters in advance and quickly locate the enemy's position.
Newbie task tips, hug Su Yingxue for more than 10 seconds.
Chapter 10 shows she goes crazy and tells shocking news.
Danger perception? Does that mean I have a radar alarm system installed on me? This entry is good and Lin Yan is very satisfied.
The previous 2 entries were about active attack, and now there is an active defense.
Very good. The ability to save lives has been improved.
ICBC card with the last number 8238, at 1935 on September 9th, transfer income 20,000 yuan, balance 30,732 yuan.
ICBC. However, that string of shining numbers quickly attracted Lin Yan's attention with its unique charm. $20,000.
Earning 30,000 yuan a day was something he would never have dared to imagine before.
It feels so good. You must spend money when you go back.
Excited, Lin Yan looked at the tasks of the 3rd stage of the system.
Hug for more than 10 seconds.
Based on his understanding of Su Yingxue and their current relationship, it can only be said that it is quite difficult. Su Yingxue frowned slightly when she saw this.
This was the second time she saw Lin Yan climaxing in the air. Greedy wolf's eyes, heavy breathing, rolling Adam's apple.
If she didn't interrupt him, Su Yingxue was really afraid that he would do something shocking in public.
It's time to finish. Lin Yan's thoughts were interrupted.
He turned his head to look at her, and immediately reacted. He spread his hands and said regretfully, "I was almost at the door, but you scared me back."
Su Yingxue gave him a disdainful look. By the way, aren't you a people's policeman? Lin Yan asked again. Yes. Su Yingxue looked at him with a questioning look. Lin Yan said seriously, "Isn't your duty to serve the people?"
"I'm in desperate need of your services right now, and I hope you won't be ungrateful."
Su Yingxue was stunned when she heard this, then she reacted. How could he be so shameless?
He flirted with the police so blatantly in broad daylight.
Did he grow up eating teddy bears?
Su Yingxue's chest heaved with anger, and she pointed at him and cursed, "Get lost, you filthy rascal."
Okay.
The mission was completed and Lin Yan was planning to go home, so he turned around and left.
At this time, Su Yingxue's phone rang.
It was Li Feng, the captain of the criminal police team, who called.
"Hey, Xiaoxue. Captain Li.
Xiaoxi just spit out an important message.
Lin Yan might be in danger." "What did you say?" Su Yingxue was shocked. 10 minutes ago.
Binhai City Public Security Bureau, Serious Criminal Interrogation Room. The cramped and dim space was filled with smoke and the air was tense and stuffy. On the interrogation chair, Xiaoxi was wearing shackles and handcuffs, with a cigarette in his mouth and a sinister smile on his face. Sitting opposite him was the captain of the criminal police team, Li Feng. Xiao Jiming took a puff of the cigarette, and the tobacco skin burned quickly, making a sizzling sound. He exhaled a puff of green smoke and said slowly,
"Actually, I am very unwilling to do this. If it weren't for that person, you idiots wouldn't be able to keep me here." The words fell.
Xiao Ji's mind began to emerge the scene from yesterday that made him feel despair for the only time in his life. He was half crouching at the tail of the helicopter, holding a gun tightly in his hand.
The man jumped off the helicopter, and then clear footsteps were heard. It's on the left. 10 years as a Special Forces soldier, 5 years as a mercenary.
On the edge of a knife, lingering on the brink of life and death. Listening to the sound and determining the position is the most basic skill. He made all the preparations. He planned to shoot the opponent the moment he showed his head.
But what he never expected was,
the moment the other party appeared, he didn't have time to pull the trigger.
Gunshots rang out.
When he pulled the trigger hard in panic, he found that his trigger was gone.
The trigger was broken by the opponent's shot. What does that mean?
It means absolute self-confidence and overwhelming shooting skills. If the other party was willing, Xiaoxi had no doubt that the bullet would pierce directly through his forehead.
Xiaoxi has experienced many battles.
He thought he had met countless masters, but he had never felt so powerless or even desperate.
A moment.
His gun became a useless firewood stick. In a hurry, Xiaoxi didn't care about so much.
Close combat is his only option.
He originally thought that the other party was only good at shooting, and he could still turn the tables in close combat. But what awaits him is still despair. The fighting skills that he was so proud of not only prevented him from getting close to the opponent, but he couldn't even force the opponent to attack. Xiaozhi still remembers vividly the feeling of powerlessness after being attacked by a dimensionality reduction attack.
It's as if the hero in Jin Yong's martial arts world met the immortal cultivator in online fantasy novels. The gulf between the two is unbridgeable. Who prepared the boat for you?
Li Feng did not respond to him, but asked with a serious expression. Xiaozhi was determined to go to the high seas, so someone must have provided him with a boat for smuggling. That means he might have accomplices.
Alas! Xiaozhi sighed and took a deep puff of his cigarette.
He stopped only after the cigarette but turned red and burned his mouth.
You really can't understand how desperate I was at that time. Bang!
Li Feng slammed the table and stood up, pointing at him and shouting, Xiaozhi, I warn you, don't talk nonsense, tell the truth.
This is your best chance to get leniency.
Hearing this, Xiaozhi sneered, as for me, I will definitely not die, do you believe it? Li Feng frowned, staring at his sharp and frightening eyes. It's not up to me to decide whether you live or die. My job is to make you confess your guilt.
Ha ha ha.
Xiaozhi laughed, and his laugh was very strange, and the one who laughed was frightened. You can't kill me, you don't have the ability.
Ha ha ha. But I know someone will die.
Who?
Li Feng asked with a serious expression.
Xiaozhi was like a madman. No matter how good his skills are, can he dodge Black Wolf's bullets? No matter how good his marksmanship is, can he dodge Black Wolf's bullets?
Ha ha ha.
He has to die.
He has to die.
If he doesn't die, someone will not have peace. Ha ha ha.
Li Feng instantly realized that something was wrong.
He knew that Black Wolf was a killer wanted by the police at level A. The person that Xiaozhi said was going to die was most likely Lin Yan. Thinking of this, he quickly walked out of the interrogation room and called Su Yingxue. That's right, Xiaozhi said it himself. And, judging from his condition, he doesn't seem to be making it up. So, you need to tell him to be careful. It's best for him to stay in a safe place and not go anywhere. Li Feng paused and continued, I will go to the leader later to see if I can apply for police protection.
Hang up the phone. Li Feng walked straight towards the deputy director's office.
Zhang Donghai was removed from his post. Currently, the work of the Binhai City Public Security Bureau is presided over by Deputy Director Wang Wenxin.
Boom boom boom.
Enter. Wang Wenxin looks to be in his early 50s, with thinning hair and a slim figure.
He looked up and saw Li Feng, frowned and asked, Are there any results from the interrogation?
Li Feng shook his head, no, but Xiaozhi revealed that it is very likely that someone will attack Lin Yan.
Wang Wenxin's face tightened when he heard this. Who?
Li Feng said, Black Wolf.
What?
Wang Wenxin stood up straight instantly and asked in surprise, You mean, Black Wolf wants to assassinate him?
Chapter 11 Su Yingxue is so attractive after taking a bath.
Li Feng nodded, so, I want to ask you for police protection for Lin Yan. Hearing this, Wang Wenxin slowly sat down, pondered for a moment, and shook his head. No, Xiaozhi is now in prison, how can he know the situation outside? He must be trying to take this opportunity to disrupt the vision of our law enforcement agencies and interfere with our judgment.
We must not be fooled.
But Director Wang. Li Feng didn't want to give up. Xiaozhi doesn't seem to be making things up. Just now, it was the first time that Li Feng saw despair in the eyes of a gangster like Xiaozhi. He seemed to be greatly stimulated. The whole person's mental state is not very stable. But when Xiaozhi said those words, he was very excited and thrilled. It seems that more people do not want Lin Yan to be killed. Instead, he was looking forward to whether Black Wolf could meet Lin Yan and kill him. All right. Wang Wenxin raised his hand to interrupt. There are so many things going on in the bureau right now, and we need manpower urgently. We can't start a war just because of Xiaozhi's words. This will only be a meaningless waste.
Someone wants to kill Lin Yan?
Su Yingxue murmured, and immediately came to her senses, looked at the tall and thin figure walking away, and immediately chased after him.
Etc.
She rushed to Lin Yan, looked up at him, and said with a heavy breath.
You can't go back right now.
I just received a call from the police saying that someone might attack you.
Attack me?
Lin Yan pointed at the tip of his nose. He never spit into the takeaway, and he never rode an old lady across the street.
He really couldn't think of who he would offend. Su Yingxue nodded.
I don't know the details, but the captain just said that Black Wolf might attack you.
The name Black Wolf is also well known in the Lingnan province police system. The hatred is in the open, the evil wolf is in the dark. In just 10 years,
he assassinated as many as 30 people from both the black and white worlds,
including the former director of public security.
Every time he killed someone, he would leave a Black Wolf head mark.
So everyone called him Black Wolf.
This person came and went without a trace, and all the detective methods and monitoring equipment seemed to be useless against him.
As long as he wanted, he could appear at the target location without anyone noticing. Carry out assassination. Black Wolf?
Lin Yan frowned slightly. Obviously this name was unfamiliar to him. However, he suddenly remembered what Xiaoxi said to him when he was captured alive by the police yesterday.
You are the strongest person I have ever met, but you shouldn't get involved in this mess. At first, Lin Yan didn't think anything was wrong.
Now it seems that Xiaoxi meant that he had become the troublemaker. It affected the interests of some people lurking behind the scenes.
So it will be removed.
But Lin Yan was not very worried. Because when he just completed the task, the system gave him an entry.
Danger perception.
He could sense danger within 100 meters. With his skills, it would be enough for him to foresee the danger in advance.
But it is not 100% safe.
After all, he didn't have a gun, so he couldn't kill the enemy immediately. As the saying goes, no matter how good your kung fu is, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife. If the other party hides in the dark and shoots, it will be difficult to deal with it even if you have the ability to foresee danger.
If I don't go back, where should I go? Lin Yan asked.
Su Yingxue hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's go to my house." She is a criminal police officer and carries a gun with her.
Even if you encounter danger, you will not be completely defenseless.
Let us take Lin Yan home temporarily and wait until the bureau has a solution.
Go to your house? Lin Yan's eyes lit up.
The first thing he thought about was not the issue of safety. Instead, a man and a woman were alone in a room, and they were attracted to each other.
In case of an accidental discharge of the gun, Su Yingxue will be dealt with.
Maybe the progress of the strategy will be completed in an instant.
The most important thing is that you can eat and drink for free when you go to her house.
Lin Yan felt that he had no reason to refuse.
Can. Binhai City.
The sky gradually darkened and the colors of the city were gradually replaced by starlight. On Changming Road, in front of a mobile fried noodle stall on the street, a shirtless man was busy flipping the rice noodles in the wok. At this time, a thin man wearing sunglasses walked up to the stall and said, "One order of fried noodles, with rice noodles instead of noodles, to go." Hearing this, the boss paused with the shovel in his hand, then frowned and asked, "Do you want to add salt?" The man in sunglasses shook his head, "Nothing.
My boss specifically asked me to remind you that this target is very difficult to find. Don't let him find you. Otherwise, not only will you fail to complete the mission, but you may not be able to escape unscathed."
"Got it," the man replied calmly. A few minutes later, the boss handed over a box of fried noodles, and the man in sunglasses took out 10 yuan and a photo from his pocket. Behind the photo was the target's detailed information.
Tianyu Garden.
Lin Yan had delivered takeout here before, so he was not unfamiliar with it.
The houses here are neither old nor new.
About 10 years or so. However, those who can live here are either rich or noble. Many officials' families and wealthy people live here. Therefore, the public security here is relatively better. Even the police patrols are more frequent than in other places.
Su Yingxue has a strong background, so it's not surprising to him that she lives here.
Lin Yan sat on the sofa, looking at his future father-in-law's house.
The system arranges a marriage, who dares to disobey? He glanced around and nodded. Well, not bad.
The decoration is Chinese style, with 3 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom.
It is not complicated and the layout is warm.
The scent of girls is everywhere. The whole house smells good.
The toothbrush and towel are all new.
Su Yingxue took out a pair of men's slippers from the shoe cabinet. "This is for my dad, you go first." After she finished speaking, she felt something was wrong, and when she looked up, she met those eyes that looked smug after having taken advantage of someone. Lin Yan nodded and said to himself, "You prepared it specially for me. You must have worked hard.
Taking advantage of others will only hurt you." Su Yingxue was so angry that she wanted to beat him to death. "Do you want to eat a bite from the manure cart passing by the door?"
Lin Yan shrugged, I don't care.
Su Yingxue rolled her eyes at him. Warning, you can only move around in the living room. Then she took her clean clothes and went into the bathroom, locking the door with a click.
Then, the sound of running water was heard from inside.
Unfortunately, I can't see anything.
Lin Yan withdrew his thoughts and began to ponder the problem he was facing now.
Su Yingxue lives on the 15th floor.
There is no building outside the living room balcony, but you can see the building next door from the bedroom window. If you stay indoors and don't go out, you can ensure your safety by relying on your ability to predict danger.
Unless the other party launches RPG. The only problem is that I can't go out.
However, the enemy is now in the dark, and it is not certain whether Qiuji is exaggerating, so Lin Yan decided to observe for 2 days first. Anyway, at Su Yingxue's house, I don't have to worry about food and drink, and I won't be delayed in completing my tasks.
Don't panic. 20 minutes later.
Lin Yan and Guyu were lying on the sofa, looking at the beauty who had just come out of the bath.
The bathroom door opened and Su Yingxue walked out wrapped in a wave of hot air.
She was wearing a beige silk nightgown, exposing a large area of snow-white skin. Her delicate collarbone and long, seductive legs exuded a fatal attraction. With her wet hair casually draped behind her head, Su Yingxue at this moment displayed her feminine charm to the fullest. Lin Yan felt the blood in his body boiling, and the most primitive impulse began to awaken. Sure enough, when staying with a beautiful woman, either the son will be clingy to her or he will be clingy to his hands. Su Yingxue held a bath towel in her hand and tilted her head to wipe her hair. When she raised her eyes, she found that the pair of lustful eyes were staring at her.
Does it look good? Chapter 12. Lin Yan and Su Yingxue slept together.
Just like his family, not shy at all.
Lin Yan didn't even blink and nodded, not bad. Get out.
Su Yingxue rolled her eyes. She had no way to deal with this shamelessness.
You may not be able to win even if you fight. We can't really arrest him and sue him for molesting women, right? The key point is that he didn't take any substantial action. At this moment, Su Yingxue was speechless and desperate. I can leave.
Lin Yan stood up and said seriously, but I have a condition.
What conditions?
Su Yingxue frowned slightly.
I thought, what kind of person is this? Why do we have to negotiate conditions for everything? Lin Yan said, if you hug me for 10 seconds, I will leave immediately.
I will leave wherever you tell me to leave.
Su Yingxue tilted her head. What? What? What is he talking about? Hug? And it must be 10 seconds? Was his brain twisted from Teddy's neck? There is a UFO coming towards you from your southwest, warning. There is a UFO coming towards you from your southwest, warning. In a flash, Su Yingxue picked up the slippers on her feet and threw them at Lin Yan. Swoosh! Lin Yan reacted quickly and bent down perfectly. The slippers flew past his body and accurately hit the Mutai liquor on the mirror cabinet behind him. With a clang, the bottle shattered to the ground. Su Yingxue shrank her neck in fear. That was her father's precious wine. Half an hour later, Lin Yan walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. Su Yingxue had cleaned up the broken pieces of wine bottle on the ground, but the house was still filled with a strong aroma of wine. At this time, Su Yingxue was leaning on the sofa looking at her mobile phone with her white legs curled up. Seeing this, Lin Yan's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, his blood instantly boiled, and he even felt the urge to try the feel of it. But when his eyes fell on the police gun in Su Yingxue's hand, he instantly regained his composure. Where do I sleep at night? Lin Yan asked. Upon hearing this, Su Yingxue frowned and pursed her lips and thought. The other party is the killer black wolf. The safest way is for them to sleep together. In this way, she can respond to any emergency in the first time. But when she thought about sleeping with a grown man, Su Yingxue still felt a little resistant. Of course, there is another way, give the gun to Lin Yan and let him defend himself. With Lin Yan's marksmanship, he will definitely have a better chance of success than holding a gun himself when encountering danger. However, it is an iron rule that police guns cannot be loaned out. It would be fine if the crisis really came, but at the moment, those dangerous remarks were just Qiuji's one-sided statement. You can sleep in my room, Su Yingxue said, and suddenly stood up, turned to look at Lin Yan, and warned. I'm trying to protect you, don't think too much. Make your own bed on the floor. TSK Lin Yan sneered, as if I really care about you. After that, he turned and walked towards the kitchen. I'm hungry, cook something to eat. Su Yingxue looked at his back and was speechless for a moment. At this time, my best friend Chen Lily sent a message. Shoushue, I have something to ask you. Su? Lily, someone in the group said that the person who rescued the hostages yesterday was not a policeman, but an ordinary person, right? Su Yingxue looked at the message with a frown on her face. The media was not given any opportunity to interview or report on what happened yesterday. Afterwards, the Public Security Department completely blocked the news to minimize the impact. Therefore, a lot of information comes from word of mouth among nearby residents. There are many versions. Some say half of the hostages died. Some people said Xiaoji fled to the high seas in a helicopter. Some people also said that the special police team sniped Xiaoji. Of course, there is also the version told by Chen Lily. Su, who said that? Lily, many people said so. They said they saw a young man appear in front of the bank that day, and he was quickly taken away by a car, and then the hostages were rescued. Oh, I wish this kind of hero was my boyfriend. Su, are you crazy about flowers again? Lily, be disgusted with, it's just a fantasy. Look at him, and then look at Lin Yan. Really, by the way, Xiaoshue, have you deleted his WeChat? Su Yingxue looked towards the kitchen and thought, can I say that he is cooking in my house now? An hour later, Lin Yan was lying on the floor under Su Yingxue's bed, and the room was pitch black. How did you learn your marksmanship? Su Yingxue asked. She had always been curious about where Lin Yan's abilities came from, and even suspected that he was a mercenary returning from abroad. But the bureau checked yesterday and found out that Lin Yan's hometown is in a small county town in Binhai City. His parents are ordinary people, and they have no record of leaving the country. Of course, there is no trace of him practicing shooting or martial arts. Everyone can only conclude that he is a gifted military and martial arts enthusiast who secretly trained to become a sharpshooter. Otherwise, there is really no way to explain it. Oh, I bought a gun model when I was a kid, and I learned it through practice. Lin Yan answered casually. This was obviously not true, but Su Yingxue did not ask any further questions. The law does not stipulate that there cannot be secrets, and as long as no crime has been committed, the police have no right to interfere. But one thing is certain, Lin Yan is definitely a genius with firearms. Just like geniuses in mathematics and physics, they can always see things that ordinary people cannot see and do things that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Then why haven't you thought about participating in shooting sports and becoming a shooting athlete? Su Yingxue asked again. With Lin Yan's marksmanship, it would be easy for her to become a professional athlete, and she was not surprised to win the Olympic championship. But he chose to be a delivery man, which is such a waste of talent. Well, I am a low-key person by nature and I don't like to show off. Lin Yan replied. Su Yingxue frowned after hearing this, feeling that the words were a bit pretentious, but she had no evidence. Very rare. Su Yingxue praised, and added in her mind, except for being lustful, he is excellent in all aspects. Since you are so beautiful, why don't you become a star? Lin Yan asked back. My grandfather fought against the Japanese, and my father fought in the self-defense counterattack war. Su Yingxue just started to speak, but was interrupted by Lin Yan. So, you are not a biological child? What's going on? Su Yingxue frowned. Lin Yan explained, your father and grandfather are both soldiers, but you are a policeman. Your bloodline is obviously not pure. Su Yingxue rolled her eyes at him and said, my mother is a police officer. Oh, that's why. Lin Yan suddenly realized and continued to lie down, I got this from my mom. The two of them chatted with each other and fell asleep unknowingly. The next morning, 7:40. At the entrance of Tianyu Garden. You're here to see your bestie again. The security guard greeted her warmly and took the initiative to open the door. Yeah. Chen Lily responded with a smile. She and Su Yingxue were elementary school classmates. When Su Yingxue's family just moved to Binhai, she became Su Yingxue's first friend. Later, Su Yingxue's father was transferred to another job and her mother stayed at the Binhai Security Bureau. Su Yingxue finished high school here, and she became Su Yingxue's best friend. Later, Su Yingxue's mother was transferred, and Su Yingxue became a police officer in Binhai City. She was the only one living here, so she gave Chen Lily the key so that she could come and go freely. Walking out of the elevator and arriving at the door of 1503, Chen Lily pressed her fingerprint. Bite. The anti-theft door lock opens automatically. Chen Lily walked into the house and skillfully took slippers from the shoe cabinet to change into them, but was surprised to find a pair of men's shoes on the floor. Chapter 13 Baby, you were great last night.
She froze in place for a moment, her brows furrowed, and she fell into deep thought. According to Su Yingxue's past descriptions, her father always only wore leather shoes, and Su Yingxue didn't mention at all last night that there would be guests at home. Chen Lily's gaze fell on the pair of ERKE sneakers at the entrance again.
Hiss. A bold idea flashed through Chen Lily's mind. Could she have a boyfriend?
Chen Lily's eyes involuntarily turned to Su Yingxue's bedroom, and she complained in her heart, Xiaoxue, you didn't even tell me that you had a boyfriend.
Chen Lily put on slippers and tiptoed to Su Yingxue's door. Xiaoxue.
She lowered her voice. A strong sense of gossip burned in Chen Lily's heart like wildfire, driving her hand to slowly reach for the door handle and gently turn it. With a click, the door opened a crack. Chen Lily couldn't wait to put her eyes closer, and the scene in front of her instantly stunned her. Su Yingxue was wearing a thin nightgown and lying on the bed hugging a man. Upon closer inspection, the man turned out to be the stingy guy Lin Yan who had gone on a blind date with her the day before.
Ah!
Chen Lily's scream was like a sharp alarm, instantly breaking the silence in the room. The two people on the bed were also awakened by the sudden sound. They both opened their eyes at the same time, and looked at each other sleepily with confusion on their faces.
When did you come up? Su Yingxue was panicked, her voice trembling.
Lin Yan shook his head innocently, I don't know either. Lin Yan tried hard to recall, but only vaguely remembered that he dreamed last night that he was sleeping on a hard bed and tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. Later, in a daze, he reached out and touched a soft spot, then climbed up. Later, he dreamed that he had a beautiful wife, and the feeling of sleeping with his wife in his arms was so comfortable that he didn't want to wake up. Su Yingxue pushed Lin Yan away in panic, sat up straight, and looked at Chen Lily at the door.
Lily, it's not what you think.
It was only 3 days after my best friend's blind date failed, but I slept with her blind date.
This plot is even more outrageous than a skit.
Su Yingxue raised her hand and pinched her eyebrows, looking helpless.
She was blocked on the bed, how could she explain this? Xiaoxue, you. Chen Lily widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. Xiaoxue, are you crazy? Why are you with him? In Chen Lily's heart, what qualifications does Lin Yan have to be worthy of Su Yingxue?
What's more, their relationship developed at an astonishing speed, and they even slept together.
Besides, my bestie has always been a traditional girl, she has never even had a boyfriend before, how could it be so easy?
Lin Yan frowned slightly, then sat up straight, reached out and patted Su Yingxue's shoulder with a doting smile on his face.
Baby, you performed really well last night. I'm going to go wash up first, you two can chat slowly. Love you.
After saying that, he got out of bed and walked towards the bathroom. Hearing this, Chen Lily was stunned for a moment, and Su Yingxue also stayed where she was, her mind blank.
What does he mean by this? What does it mean to perform well? Xiaoxue, you are confused.
Chen Lily finally came to her senses, looking very disappointed in her.
How could such a beautiful policewoman be ruined by such a loser like Lin Yan? I didn't.
Su Yingxue's face was full of helplessness, and her eyes revealed a kind of unspeakable grievance. Lin Yan walked into the bathroom, closed the door, and instantly opened the system interface.
As expected, the task released yesterday was successfully completed.
Congratulations to the host for completing the system task, Strategy Progress plus 10.
Win a bonus of 30,000 yuan.
D-level entry top detective revealed, you have top-level investigation ability, but you are still a human, not a god, and not all cases can be solved.
Newbie task tips, hold hands with Su Yingxue for at least 1 minute. Current strategy progress 30%. Lin Yan looked at the system reward and a satisfied smile appeared on his face.
He never expected that this mission would be accomplished so easily. Originally, he planned to rack his brains and think of all kinds of ways to hug Su Yingxue for 10 seconds, but he didn't expect that he would accomplish it after a nap. This feeling is like buying 4 football betting tickets and waking up the next day to find that all of them won. It was such a surprise and so cool. Lin Yan set his eyes on the newly acquired entry B Top Detective. Although the level was not high, it was extremely practical. ICBC card with the last number 8238, at 7:58 on September 10th. Transfer income 30,000 yuan, balance 60,732 yuan. ICBC. Looking at the growing deposit balance, Lin Yan was even a little reluctant to spend it. From 3 digits to 5 digits, and then to 7 digits and 8 digits in the future, who understands the joy of saving money? A few minutes later, Su Yingxue used some unknown method to finally send Chen Lily away. Lin Yan doesn't care about these things between her best friends. In fact, he had never had a good impression of Chen Lily, and seeing her being humiliated made him feel quite happy.
Lin Yan was brushing his teeth when Su Yingxue walked into the bathroom in her pajamas, a layer of frost covering her fair face.
When she was sleeping last night, she kept feeling like something was pressing against her.
She thought she was dreaming. Now I understand that it was the guy of this guy. Eh?
Lin Yan turned his head in surprise, with toothpaste bubbles in his mouth, and said vaguely,
Lynching is against the law. As a police officer, you cannot break the law knowingly.
Humph. Su Yingxue rolled her eyes at him, turned around and walked out of the bathroom. When Lin Yan came out after washing up, Su Yingxue had already tied on her apron and walked into the kitchen. The pink apron was printed with a cinnamon dog pattern, which swept away her previous coldness and added a bit of girlishness to her.
Su Yingxue skillfully fried eggs, cooked noodles, and heated milk.
Lin Yan was moved that a girl like her, who had both a good background and good looks, actually chose to be a police officer and had a strong ability to take care of herself. On the other hand, Chen Lily.
They are simply two extremes. It seems like you and that thing just can't get along? Lin Yan asked in confusion. Which thing?
Su Yingxue tilted her head and frowned, then she realized that he was referring to her best friend.
Chapter 14 Su Yingxue's loving breakfast is so delicious.
She stirred the noodles in the pot and said,
The formation of each person's personality is influenced by both innate and acquired factors.
Whether you can become friends with a person depends on how he or she treats you, not how he or she treats others. Besides, I've known her for a long time, and she wasn't like this at that time. Lin Yan pursed his lips. I have to say that Su Yingxue's words make a lot of sense.
It's like a good friend you've grown up with.
Even if he suddenly becomes a murderer one day, in your heart, he is still the good brother you grew up with and just broke the law. You won't deny the years of friendship between the two of you just because he broke the law.
How do you plan to deal with the Black Wolf next? Su Yingxue asked.
Lin Yan pinched his chin and fell into deep thought.
Before he could speak, Su Yingxue turned her head and looked at him firmly. This incident was caused by me.
Although the Public Security Bureau has not yet sent police to protect you, I will take care of it to the end.
So, when you make plans, you can count me in.
Hearing this, Lin Yan felt a little touched. I have to say, Su Yingxue is really good.
Good looks, good figure, good touch, good personality, and sense of responsibility. How happy it would be to marry a wife like this. Do you have any specific information about that guy called Black Wolf?
As the art of war says, know thyself and the enemy, and you will be safe in 100 battles.
Even though Lin Yan didn't take the Black Wolf too seriously now. But it is better to be safe than sorry. The more you know, the more at ease you will feel. No.
Su Yingxue brought breakfast to the table, took off her apron, turned around and looked at Lin Yan with a serious face. The former director of the provincial department died in his hands. Lin Yan frowned when he heard this. Those gold medal killers and silver medal killers on TV are mostly more famous than capable, and they are just so-so when they really fight. However, this Black Wolf even dared to assassinate the head of the police, which shows that he really has something in his hands. However, that was only Qiu Zhi's one-sided statement. Whether he really wanted to assassinate Li is questionable.
Hearing her words, Lin Yan answered with certainty, what he said is true.
His judgment came from the entry danger warning.
The system has given the entries, so there is still a home. How do you know? Intuition. Anyway, we can't take it lightly. You eat first, and I'll go wash up. Su Yingxue turned and walked into the bathroom.
Lin Yan looked at the sumptuous breakfast in front of him. He didn't expect that in just 2 days, his dream of having a wife, children and a warm bed had been half achieved.
Now all that's missing is the children. Plant one for her some other day. Well, it's a happy decision.
Lin Yan picked up the chopsticks and ate with relish. Now he is living with Su Yingxue, with the doors and windows closed.
If Hailang wants to assassinate him, he must enter the house. He now has many awesome entries and also has danger warnings. Plus Su Yingxue's wall.
Without being modest, no matter whether he is a black wolf or a white wolf, as long as he dares to enter this door, he will surely die.
So, it's safe to stay here for now.
But Lin Yan thought of another problem.
He couldn't hide in the house all the time.
3 to 5 days would be fine, or 10 days or half a month would be no problem. If time had been longer, I'm afraid his and Su Yingxue's son would have been born soon. After much thought, Lin Yan felt that he should take the initiative.
Find out that black wolf. 10 minutes later. What? You want to borrow a gun? Su Yingxue, who was eating breakfast, was shocked. He actually wanted to take up a gun and fight Black Wolf? What kind of weird idea is this?
What's more, as a policeman, it is a basic rule to keep a gun with you at all times, let alone lending it to an ordinary person like him to fight against the killer. Once exposed, not only her but also her leader will have to suffer the consequences.
What else can I do?
Lin Yan spread his hands helplessly. You police officers are incapable of protecting me.
I am unarmed. I can't live in fear all the time, can I?
Su Yingxue had just called Li Feng and the reply she got was that Wang Wenxin did not agree to send police to protect Lin Yan. Now it seems that they can only rely on themselves to find ways to deal with the crisis. But Lin Yan's idea was too risky and she was really worried. You are in the open, and he is in the dark.
Even if he has a gun, what can he do? Of course I have my own plan.
Lin Yan leaned back in his chair, his eyes full of confidence. Instead of being frightened all day, it's better to lure the snake out of its hole and solve the problem once and for all. Su Yingxue pondered for a moment, then shook her head. No, if something goes wrong, I won't be able to explain myself. In fact, she was more worried about Lin Yan's safety than not being able to explain. It feels like your lover is about to carry out a mission where his or her life is uncertain. Lin Yan leaned forward, closing the distance between them, staring closely into Su Yingxue's eyes, and asked,
if I don't take the initiative and end up getting assassinated by Black Wolf, will you feel guilty? Do you ever think that if you had lent me the gun, maybe the tragedy could have been avoided? Su Yingxue fell silent. Lin Yan was right.
If something like that really happened, she would definitely regret it. So, there is no point in mending the fence after the sheep have been lost.
After hearing his words, Su Yingxue fell into a dilemma.
Lin Yan's voice suddenly became steady, and he looked at Su Yingxue with an extremely firm look. Believe me, when it comes to firearms, being a sharpshooter is just the beginning for me. He's just a killer, not worth mentioning. Su Yingxue raised her head and looked into Lin Yan's deep eyes. There was a strong sense of self-confidence emanating from his eyes, which made people choose to believe it involuntarily. Su Yingxue slowly pushed the pistol on the table in front of Lin Yan.
No matter what, you must ensure your own safety.
Her tone sounded like an order, but also like an agreement between lovers before parting. Lin Yan took the gun, gently stroked the cold gun body with his fingers, and a sense of security arose spontaneously.
It's so comfortable. It would be great if I could carry a gun all year round.
Su Yingxue glanced at him with disgust on her face.
He looks so intoxicated just touching a gun. What on earth is this guy thinking about? Lin Yan suddenly sat up straight and asked, do you want to capture the Black Wolf alive? What's alive? Su Yingxue didn't react for a moment. Haven't you ever seen the true face of Black Wolf? Do you want to catch him alive? You want to catch him alive? Su Yingxue was both angry and amused.
At this time, he still had the mind to make a joke.
Didn't he know how worried she was about him? If you want, I'll catch him back for you. Lin Yan looked relaxed. Su Yingxue smiled helplessly.
Of course they wanted to capture Black Wolf alive.
Black Wolf had committed so many crimes.
If they could pry the mastermind behind them out of him, they could completely eradicate this dark force.
I want to, then go catch it. Okay.
Lin Yan smiled slyly, but I have a condition.
If I succeed in capturing the Black Wolf alive, you let me hold your hand for 1 minute.
Hold your head.
Su Yingxue rolled her eyes at him.
The situation was critical, but he still had these ridiculous ideas in his mind. I have to send him to the andrology hospital some other day.
Were you bitten by a teddy bear when you were a child? Chapter 15. This killer is a bit stupid. Office of the Deputy Director. Wang Wenxin, Li Feng, and Huang Wenxuan are all here. Boom boom boom. Enter. Su Yingxue pushed the door open and walked in. Xiaoxuan, is there anything wrong? Huang Wenxuan asked with a smile. Su Yingxue ignored him and walked straight to the desk, looked at Deputy Director Wang Wenxin and said, Director Wang, I have something to report to you. After saying that, Su Yingxue took out her police officer ID and placed it on the table.
The three of them looked at each other in bewilderment upon seeing this.
What does this mean? Wang Wenxin hurriedly asked, Xiaoxue, what are you doing? Su Yingxue took a deep breath. My gun is lost.
When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked.
China has a total gun ban.
Whether it is the police force or the military, losing a gun is an extremely serious matter.
Where did you lose it?
Li Feng said nervously, I'll send someone to look for it right away.
Su Yingxue shook her head and said, I lent it to Lin Yan.
When everyone heard this, they were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. The loss of the gun was shocking enough, but I didn't expect Su Yingxue to actually lend the gun to an ordinary person.
Xiaoxue, how could you lend a gun to an ordinary person? Huang Wenquan widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief.
Wang Wenxin stood up suddenly, his fat body trembling slightly with anger, his face wrinkled like a crumpled newspaper. Xiaoxue, do you know how much trouble you have caused? Wang Wenxin never expected that such a big thing would happen just a few days after he took charge of the bureau.
But Su Yingxue has a special identity. What benefits can he get if he reports truthfully and applies for punishment?
Wang Wenxin walked to the door, closed it, and said in a deep voice, At present, only a few of us know about this matter. Xiaoxue, go get the gun back immediately and pretend nothing happened.
Li Feng nodded quickly, yes, as long as nothing goes wrong, there is still room for recovery. Huang Wenquan also said, Xiaoxue, how many times have I told you that Lin Yan is not a good person?
Now that he has cheated you out of your gun, who knows what he will cheat you out of next? Su Yingxue glanced at Huang Wenquan coldly, then turned to look at Wang Wenxin. This is my own decision, and I will bear the consequences myself.
Lin Yan went to find Hailang. What?
The three of them said in unison, shock written all over their faces.
Bang!
Wang Wenxin slapped the table, causing the documents on the table to jump up.
Ridiculous. The police have been tracking down Black Wolf for so many years and haven't even seen the shadow of Black Wolf. How dare he say he wants to capture Black Wolf alive? What, does he want to show off his ability and make us police officers look like losers?
Huang Wenquan sneered, last time I was lucky enough to catch Zhou Ji, I don't know who I am anymore.
The provincial director died at the hands of Black Wolf.
He was just an ordinary man with good marksmanship.
If he met Black Wolf, he probably wouldn't even know how he died.
Li Feng had a serious expression and said hurriedly, Xiaoxue, it's okay that Lin Yan doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is, but why are you fooling around with him?
If something goes wrong, who will be able to take responsibility? Hurry up and call him to find out where he is and get the gun back immediately. Lin Yuan Community.
There is an old street at the entrance of the community, lined with shops, but most of them are small stalls and shops.
There is a lot of traffic, mostly electric vehicles. There is a constant stream of people delivering takeout and goods.
He had only taken a few steps when a tricycle loaded with cardboard boxes followed him into the community. Lin Yan glanced back and saw that the person riding the bike was a shirtless middle-aged man with dark skin and messy hair.
Lin Yan quickened his pace and walked towards the stairs of Building 3.
After entering the stairs, he deliberately stopped and looked back, and the middle-aged man really followed him carrying the cardboard box. Lin Yan slowed down and started climbing the stairs, with the man following closely. Lin Yan stopped at the door of room 302, holding the key in one hand and quietly reaching for the pistol in his pocket with the other hand. As long as the system danger alarm sounded, he would decisively shoot. The man carried the large cardboard box and slowly went upstairs. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. The air in the entire stairwell seemed to freeze in an instant, and it was so oppressive that it made people breathless.
Young man, please lend me this. Oh. Lin Yan responded, quickly inserted the key, opened the iron door and entered the house. Call.
Lin Yan let out a long sigh, shook his head and smiled bitterly. It turned out that he was overthinking.
This is an old 3-bedroom house with outdated decoration. There are 3 people living there in total.
Lin Yan rarely sees the other 2 and always seems to come back in the middle of the night. Lin Yan walked to the innermost room, took out the key and opened the door. As soon as the door was opened, a black gun barrel appeared in front of him, along with the face of a middle-aged man.
You're finally back.
Lin Yan reacted instantly and realized that the person in front of him should be the legendary Black Wolf. He has dark skin and looks honest and simple, like an ordinary person who works away from home all year round, which is very different from the image of the legendary killer. Of course, it is understandable that top hunters often appear as prey. Perhaps it was because of his extremely deceptive appearance that he was able to succeed so often and escape police pursuit many times. But at this moment, Lin Yan was full of doubts.
Why didn't the system sound an alarm? It shouldn't be like this.
Black Wolf said, "Someone warned me that you were difficult to deal with and told me not to get close to you, or I might fall into your hands."
So? Lin Yan's mouth curled up. "You want to try it?" Black Wolf said calmly, "I have seen it before, but..."
Before he could finish his words, he felt a huge force hitting his wrist and the gun in his hand fell instantly. Then, he was hit by a fierce knee in the abdomen, and flew backwards uncontrollably. The Black Wolf curled up his body with a look of extreme pain. With just one move from his opponent, he completely lost his fighting power.
This strength was simply terrifying. Lin Yan sneered, "With this strength, you still dare to show off in front of me?" He now finally understood why he left a mark after every kill.
It turns out he is an old middle school student.
Like to show off. Alas, pretending to be cool will get you struck by lightning.
Lin Yan pulled a data cable from the power strip, walked forward, stepped on the Black Wolf's back, and tied its hands behind its back.
Ah, Black Wolf screamed.
A generation of killers came to an end.
Black Wolf looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. He never expected that the opponent's skills would be so fast. So fast that he didn't even have time to pull the trigger. It's so scary and unbelievable. Who are you? There was fear in Hailang's voice. As a professional killer, this was the first time he had such a feeling. I'm your father.
Lin Yan stood up and clapped his hands.
If you don't act so pretentiously, maybe you can live a few more years, seriously. In your next life, remember not to be a middle school student again.
After saying that, he picked up the gun on the ground and called Su Yingxue.
Chapter 16. Lin Yan successfully lived with the policewoman. In the office,
Wang Wenxin and others were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Xiaoxue, you've gotten into big trouble this time." Li Feng's face was full of a look of disappointment.
Wang Wenxin said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and send someone to catch Lin Yan. We must bring the man and the gun back as soon as possible." Just then, Su Yingxue's cell phone suddenly rang.
She saw it was Lin Yan calling.
"Hey, how are you?" "It's okay. I caught him. He's in room 302, building 3, Linyuan community. He's alive. Send someone to take him away immediately." "What?" Su Yingxue was shocked. Wang Wenxin and Li Feng looked at each other and asked quickly, "What happened?" Huang Wenxuan came over and asked, "Could it be that Lin Yan was beaten to death?"
Su Yingxue put down the phone, still in shock, and looked at Wang Wenxin and said, "Director Wang," he said.
"Black Wolf was caught, and he's still alive." Hearing this, Li Feng slapped his thigh and said, "Oh my. I knew something bad was going to happen. If he's caught, he's dead." "Eh? No, what did you say?" "It was Black Wolf who was caught?" Su Yingxue nodded, "That's what he said. It's in Linyuan community, building 3, room 302.
Hearing this, the three of them looked at each other. There was shock in each of their eyes.
Did they really catch the Black Wolf? No, you can just catch the top killer as you say? Don't policemen have any dignity? Linyuan community. Ula ula ula.
There were 2 SWAT cars following behind several police cars.
Bang, bang, bang.
The brakes were applied and the doors were opened, and armed police began to cordon off the scene. The bustling streets were instantly filled with a tense atmosphere.
The pedestrians looked confused and stopped to eat the big melon. Oh my god, what is going on in Linyuan community? This is the most serious battle to catch a murderer, right? Fuck, there aren't any terrorists in Linyuan community, are there? Hey, don't tell me, this situation is possible.
Su Yingxue and Li Feng led the special police team and rushed to the 3rd floor where Lin Yan was. In front of the room, the door was ajar.
Su Yingxue and Li Feng looked at each other, raised their hands and opened the door tacitly.
The light in the house was dim, and everyone was holding weapons and searching forward carefully.
Although Lin Yan called, who can be sure that he didn't set the trap under the coercion of Hailang?
There are 3 rooms, 2 of which have closed doors, while the door opposite is open, and the sound of keyboard typing can be faintly heard.
Everyone slowed down their breathing and approached on tiptoe.
When approaching the door, Su Yingxue rushed into the house with guns raised in both hands.
However, what greeted her were 2 blank eyes and a confused expression.
At this time, Lin Yan was sitting in front of the tattered computer desk in the corner of the room by the window, playing LOL. A man under the table had his hands tied behind his back, a smelly sock stuffed in his mouth, and was stepped on by feet. On the bed was a pistol with a silencer.
Su Yingxue was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Playing games by stepping on the black wolf? Oh my god. Who could do such a thing?
Li Feng and others also rushed in.
In an instant,
the small room was packed with people.
Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. You tell me this thing is a black wolf?
If it weren't for the gun on the bed, they would not believe that this guy was a killer famous in Lingnan even if they were shot to death.
What about the killer's style? Oh, I was stepped on. A few minutes later, Hailang was taken away, leaving only Su Yingxue and Lin Yan in the room. Su Yingxue looked around.
The wall paint was peeling, the furniture was worn out, and the lighting and ventilation were very poor.
She couldn't help but ask, "You live here?" "Yes."
Lin Yan finished the game and stood up to respond.
"How do you usually solve the problem of eating?"
Lin Yan shrugged, "We eat outside. When we're hungry, we eat a bowl of noodles or a box lunch.
When we're busy, we don't eat. We won't starve to death."
Su Yingxue felt an inexplicable pang in her heart.
This further strengthened her determination to strive for Lin Yan's regularization qualification.
Lin Yan walked to the closet, opened it and said, "All my belongings are here, take a look and see what you should take."
"What? Where are you taking it?" Su Yingxue looked confused. "Your house."
Lin Yan said seriously, "You guys are making such a big noise, I can't live here anymore, I have to move to your house."
"Move to my house? And stay there permanently?" Su Yingxue was dumbfounded.
Lin Yan nodded and took out his phone to show the WeChat chat history. "Look, I told the landlord that I had checked out."
Su Yingxue was completely confused.
Lin Yan sighed, "I asked you to help you capture the black wolf alive and let me hold your hand for a minute, but you disagreed. Then I'll use my merits to pay the rent."
Su Yingxue sighed helplessly.
Compared to holding hands, she could accept paying the rent more. But when I thought about living with this man, and he was my best friend's blind date, I felt uncomfortable.
In the end, Su Yingxue couldn't refuse. Is it because Lin Yan's living environment is too poor, or is it the condition for capturing the black wolf alive, or is it some other reason that even he can't explain? In short, I was never able to say no.
Chapter 17. Lin Yan's name resounded throughout the conference hall.
Provincial Department Conference Room.
Those attending the meeting were all members of the provincial and departmental leadership team. Huang Weiyong looked around and said, "Regarding Comrade Zhang Donghai's arbitrary decision in disregard for the safety of the hostages, please express your opinions."
Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. But no one wanted to speak.
The incident has not yet been characterized.
Expressing opinions means stating one's position and attitude.
Everyone here is an old hand and of course knows the interests involved. Besides, they have no vested interests in this matter with Zhang Donghai, so who would be willing to be the first to take the initiative and take unnecessary risks?
Everyone is waiting for the weather vane. If no one says. Huang Weiyong's words were interrupted by the beautiful woman in police uniform sitting in the first seat on the left. "I think that Comrade Zhang Donghai's behavior was very risky and he made mistakes."
As soon as the words came out, everyone looked at her. The beautiful woman who was speaking was Zhang Xiaomei, Deputy Director of the Provincial Public Security Department and also Su Yingxue's mother.
A smile appeared on Huang Weiyong's face.
The others seemed to have received a promise and began to discuss.
There must have been a serious mistake. Fortunately, the hostages are safe, otherwise who can take this responsibility? That's right. First of all, this matter is not in accordance with the procedures. Secondly, there is no risk assessment at all.
He made the decision on impulse. He is really bold to let an ordinary person carry out the mission. In my opinion, they must be severely punished and set an example for all units at all levels across the country.
Huang Weiyong looked at Zhang Xiaomei. "Deputy Director Zhang, tell me what you think."
Zhang Xiaomei put down her pen and said in a gentle tone, "Comrade Zhang Donghai is certainly wrong, but there is one thing we cannot deny or ignore."
Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. "Why do I feel like there is a contradiction between the two sentences?" she said.
The first sentence is critical, while the second sentence seems to be an attempt to excuse Zhang Donghai.
Even Huang Weiyong couldn't help but frown.
Zhang Xiaomei continued, "You are all veterans of the criminal investigation system and have been police officers for your entire lives. Let's put ourselves in his shoes and think about what we would have faced if we were in Zhang Donghai's shoes. That's Zhou Ji, the fierce bandit who holds more than 20 hostages."
Her words immediately caused everyone to think.
Xiao Ji and his colleagues are no strangers, as they have all served as grassroots leaders. Naturally, we know that in this situation, no matter what choice Zhang Dong makes, it may be wrong.
Going forward is wrong, and retreating is also wrong.
Under such extreme conditions, Zhang Donghai actually had no choice at all.
They once again turned their attention to Huang Weiyong. Because the provincial department head has not yet expressed his position.
Huang Weiyong leaned on the conference table with a sullen face, folded his hands, and rolled his thumbs back and forth. Go on.
Zhang Xiaomei nodded slightly. I personally think that Comrade Zhang Donghai should not bear excessive responsibility.
Otherwise, if we encounter a similar situation again in the future, no one will dare to put saving lives first regardless of everything.
Office Director Fu Yuan retorted, I object. Zhang Donghai just got lucky and made the right bet. As the people's backers, how can we use human lives as chips and put them on the gambling table?
His words immediately aroused a wave of agreement.
Director Fu is right. Zhang Donghai must take responsibility. We must not encourage this kind of behavior.
When their voices fell, Zhang Xiaomei continued to speak slowly. After this incident happened, I asked my daughter who works at the Binhai City Criminal Police Team about the details.
The definitive answer we got was that the young man named Lin Yan did have extraordinary abilities. He first subdued 2 knife-wielding robbers with his bare hands, then took away police officer Huang Wenchuan's service gun in front of Zhang Donghai, and in less than 2 seconds, he disassembled a Type 05 police pistol into parts. The current recorded record for pistol disassembly is 5 seconds. I think everyone knows what these 2 seconds mean.
You can imagine how shocked Comrade Zhang Donghai would be when he saw this ability with his own eyes. If they didn't recognize his ability, why would they take such a big risk and resolutely let an ordinary person who was not a police officer to carry out such an important mission? Think about it, if he hadn't made this decision under pressure and handed over the decision-making power to our provincial department, would we really be able to come up with an effective plan to ensure the safety of the hostages' lives? As soon as she finished speaking, the entire conference room fell silent. Faced with objective facts, no one can find any reason to refute.
Zhang Xiaomei paused and continued.
So, I think Comrade Zhang Donghai has both merits and faults. Although my merits and demerits cannot offset each other, I am not dismissed from my position. By this point, things were already very clear.
Zhang Xiaomei wants to protect Zhang Donghai.
Who supports and who opposes will depend on the next show of hands.
Huang Weiyong frowned and was silent for a few seconds. He looked around at everyone again and asked in a deep voice. Any other comments? No one responded. He nodded, okay, let's vote by raising our hands. Please raise your hands if you agree with Comrade Zhang Xiaomei.
After saying this, he was the first to raise it amidst everyone's surprised gazes.
Since even he raised the issue, how could others have different opinions?
At once, everyone raised their right hands. Okay, the meeting passed a decision to reinstate Comrade Zhang Donghai and give him a serious warning.
Director Huang, I have one more thing, Zhang Xiaomei added. Huang Weiyong smiled and said, please go ahead.
Zhang Xiaomei took out a set of materials she had prepared in advance and said. The young man named Lin Yan wanted to join the police force, uphold justice, and protect the lives and property of the people.
He has outstanding abilities and has demonstrated bravery, tenacity, and a fearless spirit of sacrifice. He fully meets our requirements for police officers and is exactly the talent we desperately need. I also checked his background, it was clean. So, I propose to approve the special recruitment of Lin Yan as a police officer. I object.
Fu Yuan raised his hand and said, he may have certain abilities, but we must seriously examine the special recruitment.
For example, physical conditions. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Huang Weiyong.
The latter lowered his head and coughed twice without saying anything, obviously disagreeing.
Director Fu is right. We can't be careless in special recruitment. Criminal investigation is not just about marksmanship. Just being a good marksman is not enough.
This matter really needs to be considered carefully.
Huang Weiyong raised his hand to suppress the noise and said, everyone, be quiet.
He looked at Zhang Xiaomei and said with a smile, Deputy Director Zhang, since everyone thinks he can take a break, let's first let him gain some experience as an auxiliary police officer and see how he performs. As soon as he finished speaking, the secretary came running over and said anxiously, Director Huang, something big has happened.
Huang Weiyong frowned. What's the matter? The secretary swallowed and said, hey. Hey Lang was caught. What did you say?
Huang Weiyong stood up from his chair abruptly, his face full of shock. The secretary said, Binhai just called to report that Black Wolf has been captured alive and sent to the municipal bureau. When everyone heard this, they were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it.
Who here doesn't know Black Wolf?
He was captured alive. The shocking degree of this news was no less than the last time Qiuji was captured by Lin Yan.
Who caught him? Huang Weiyang asked.
The secretary replied, Binhai said that a man named Lin Yan arrested him.
What? Everyone was shocked again. It was Lin Yan again.
Zhang Xiaomei said with a smile, I think it is not only an honor for a talent like him to join the police force, but also a blessing for the people. We need such talents.
Chapter 18, Still Crazy? I'm here to take you in.
The plot of Seven Little Fishes is being edited recently, so if you don't like it, you can just skip it. It is expected to be completely revised within 3 to 5 days.
Sorry, dear readers.
Although Su Yingxue agreed to let him move there. But he said he would wait a few days and discuss it with his parents. So, we have to wait a few days. After washing up, Lin Yan lay down on the bed, opening the game while thinking about everything that had happened in the past few days. Excitement and anticipation repeatedly fill my mind. His life began to change. Even something as small as playing games can be a different experience. In the past, I would squeeze out time to play in my busy schedule, but I still had a tension in my mind.
You have to work hard, go to work, make money, buy a house, buy a car, and get married.
But now, cars and houses are all bullshit.
He wants to enjoy life. Just have fun. The anchor you follow, Qi Xiaoyu, is now on air. Lin Yan clicked in immediately. Qi Xiaoyu is a female anchor of PUBG.
He has more than 5 million fans, and his live broadcast room has more than 50,000 people online all year round. The style is funny and silly, with a baby lowly voice and hot Mandarin, and she sounds a bit unintelligent.
Especially when the defense is broken, the sound of a kettle screaming will be heard. However, her appearance is very different from her voice.
She is typically white, young and thin, with an oval face, small black waves and a fantastic figure.
How to describe it?
Whenever she bent down to pick something up, she would be reminded by the supervisor.
It's just so wow.
It's just that her gaming skills are really poor.
The style of a bad mouth. Lin Yan used to watch her live broadcast occasionally to relax. Sure enough, as soon as I entered, I heard the 7 little fishes crying. Tonic medicine, big brother, I'm begging for mercy. Following a few gunshots, the screen of Qi Xiaoyu went black.
The barrage went viral.
Ha, brothers, what are you waiting for? Laugh now.
The child is still young, please give her some space.
I just arrived. Is this the charity live broadcast room? Sniper Yubo onto the car ++++++.
Where there are snipers, there are naturally flower protectors.
Whoever violates my fish gate will die. Wakakaka. After the reopening, the 7 little fishes started clamoring again. Right at this moment,
the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind.
High-quality strategy targets detected. Qi Xiaoyu. 20 years old. 163 centimeters. 45 kilograms. Visual inspection D. Feel, SSS+. Background, top female anchor, owner of QY team, and runaway college student from music college. Mission difficulty. Host can choose an S-level entry.
Looking at the system interface, Lin Yan was confused. He originally thought that the system would match a new target only after Su Yingxue's strategy was completed.
I didn't expect it to come now.
This was completely beyond his expectations.
Strategy to capture the 7 little fishes. Lin Yan looked at the task content and a sly smile appeared on his face.
This task was very much to his liking. He even had a picture in his mind of him conquering Qi Xiaoyu and her kneeling in front of him in a maid outfit, begging for mercy.
What a pity, I just thought so.
A beautiful lady in police uniform came over with a cold face and kicked Qi Xiaoyu away.
G.A.
Lin Yan quickly shook his head.
No one can disturb him from doing his mission, that's an S-level item. In that case, don't blame me for being rude.
Compared with before, the difficulty of selecting entries this time is much easier. Qi Xiaoyu is an esports game anchor, and the corresponding entry abilities must be related to esports.
This is the right remedy for the disease.
With a goal in mind, Lin Yan began to search through the vast database of entries. A live broadcast of the holy body, it has its own entertainment attributes, and it is full of jokes and activities.
S-game European Emperor, one person sucks the luck of the entire server dry, the boss will definitely drop good equipment, and each enhancement will definitely be +1. D multi-talented, can sing, dance, jump and make noise, an all-round talent contestant. SE Sports Ancient Holy Body, the nightmare of all esports game players.
Faker will kneel down before him, and technology will also have to call him daddy. It can match any player with 100% certainty.
Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Isn't this a cheat tailor-made for yourself? The decision is yours, SE Sports Ancient Holy Body. The entry has been successfully reviewed and is being issued. Immediately following,
Lin Yan felt that his fingers seemed to have become more flexible. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but he felt that his reaction was also faster. Newbie task tips: let Chi Xiaoyu actively add you as a game friend to get 10% of the strategy progress.
When conquering Su Yingxue, the system also gave novice task hints. But after the second mission was completed, it was gone.
Lin Yan suspected that for each target, the system would give a novice task to help him get into the rhythm as quickly as possible. Having tasted the sweetness of the entry before, Lin Yan certainly knew what an S-level esports ancient holy body meant. I have been a rookie for so many years and have endured so much humiliation. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Today, he can finally avenge his previous shame. Lin Yan jumped out of bed, walked to the shabby desk, and turned on the third-hand computer with a 1060 graphics card. That's right, even though I live in a small single room that costs 400 yuan a month. But Lin Yan must also have his own desktop computer. No matter how poor you are, you cannot be short of equipment. No matter how hard you are, you cannot suffer from games. After all, this is one of the few hobbies I have.
What's wrong with spending some money? Turn on the computer and open Sedum. Waiting for update. Depend on.
Since he hadn't played for a long time and the update data was too large, he could only watch the live broadcast and wait. This time, there is a professional player named Duan Yi in the team of Chi Xiaoyu. The technology is really amazing. Pull the gun line, get stuck in the poison circle, jump and lock the head. Time and again, he used his extreme skills to pull his teammates back from the brink of death. The barrage was boiling.
Ishin is awesome. 6,666. Wow.
It's confirmed, he is cheating.
Wing God violent scream. It's over, this fan was completely defeated. It's so brutal.
There were at least 10 teams of fans, but now there are less than 10 people.
Came to the final round.
Broken Wing has killed 25 people. The gangster Chi Xiaoyu also picked up 2 kills.
7 little fishes, Brother Meng, what's wrong with you guys? Why are you hiding? Come out and fight to the death. La. The last remaining team of water friends could not bear the humiliation. Day. Shoot at the 7 little fishes.
Obviously, the 7 little fish were just baits, and Broken Wing immediately locked onto the position of the water friends. Continuously pinched the thunder.
Bang.
The fallen Chi Xiaoyu continued to provoke the viewers in the live broadcast room.
Demi. Where are the people? If no one comes, we'll lose this round. Day.
A few gunshots were heard, and a line of large words popped up on the screen.
Good luck, eat chicken tonight. Wow, brothers, you are awesome. We, human, are invincible. The 7 little fishes laughed in a cute and arrogant way. At the same time, Lin Yan finally finished the update and logged into his account. ID, LY8888.
Lin Yinxue took out a stand and placed his phone on it, with the live broadcast on one side and the computer game screen on the other.
He sneered, still crazy? I'm here to collect you. Chapter 19, Beating Up Professional Players. The other side.
Su Yingxue returned home, washed up, and sat in the study to start writing materials.
Although Lin Yan has made great contributions, his identity is an ordinary person.
Under normal circumstances, the most that would be awarded is a certificate of honor plus a bonus. Since Lin Yan wants to be an auxiliary police officer, why not take this opportunity and work hard to get directly recruited as a regular police officer?
It is feasible from a procedural perspective.
However, someone has to take the lead in this matter, otherwise, no one will go to the trouble of taking care of a stranger. Su Yingxue felt that Lin Yan had given so much for her.
Then you should respond as well.
If you can help him get a formal job, he won't have to deliver food anymore.
Moreover, with Lin Yan's ability, he might be able to shine in the police force, and maybe even grow into a person that even she could not match. Thinking of this, Su Yingxue's lips curled up slightly.
This was the first time she asked her mother for help.
Buzz. The phone on the table vibrated twice. Su Yingxue quickly picked it up and checked it.
It turned out to be sent by my best friend Chen Lily.
Chen Lily, Xiaoxue, you have no contact with that Lin Yan, right? I don't know why, but whenever I think of Lin Yan and Su Yingxue,
she just felt uncomfortable all over. Chen Lily felt that she should often warn her best friend to avoid her falling into trouble. Su Yingxue was silent for a moment, then replied, I had dinner with him.
Chen Lily, shocked.jpg. He actually invited you to dinner? What do you eat? Su Yingxue, food stall.
Chen Lily, look at me, look at what I'm saying, this guy is so stingy. He invited a girl to dinner and he actually went to a food stall. Spending dozens of dollars on a meal and wanting to woo a girl is ridiculous. Xiaoxue, don't associate with people like this, it will lower your status.
Su Yingxue, he didn't pay, I paid.
She just wanted to state the objective facts and explain that Lin Yan didn't want to spend dozens of dollars to pursue a girl.
Because he doesn't want to spend a penny.
Seeing these words, Chen Lily was completely broken.
Xiaoxue, are you crazy? You're actually sticking with me.
She thought the world had gone crazy. Su Yingxue is such a beautiful lady, but she still needs to pay for a poor boy.
If people get this out, people laugh their heads off? She must be stopped. Chen Lily suddenly thought of someone. Huang Wenquan. In order to pursue Su Yingxue, he added Chen Lily's WeChat.
I would often give her small gifts to win her over, hoping that she would say something good about her in front of her besties. Chen Lily felt that she could no longer stop it by herself. She had to find help, so she sent a message to Huang Wenquan.
Officer Huang, do you know who Xiaoxue went on a date with today? Huang Wenquan got nervous when he saw the message and asked quickly, who?
Chen Lily, that poor bastard Lin Yan. When Huang Wenquan saw the words Lin Yan, his heart skipped a beat. The thing I was most worried about finally happened. Lin Yan's computer has extremely poor graphics card performance and can barely be used at the lowest special effects. The screen display quality is also poor, and frames are frequently dropped, which can be said to be a complete lack of user experience. Now that he has tens of thousands of dollars in his card, Lin Yan feels it is time to buy himself a computer with better configuration. The screen flashed. He entered the game square. He moved the mouse around and soon saw the 7 little fish being chased and beaten by a group of netizens.
Shi Xiaoyu, Ishan, someone just tipped me off that they are going to gather together to fight us.
Broken wing, if an enemy comes, we will fight him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth.
Xiaoyu, don't run around later, follow me closely.
Fuck, Ishan's voice when talking to Yubao suddenly became so gentle.
Could it be that Ishan likes small fish?
I think they are a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman, and they both play esports.
You really are a fucking idiot. Supporting everything will only hurt you.
Lin Yan was playing in a single-player 4-person row mode. He was peeking at the screen and did not parachute immediately. Because his target is the 7 little fishes.
Being too far away would undoubtedly be a waste of time.
At this time, Duan Yi's voice sounded in the live broadcast room, let's go to Peace City.
Qi Xiaoyu, There are so many people in Peace City, do you really want to go?
Peace City is originally a place with a lot of island people, plus dozens of water friends. If they really jump to Peace City, it can only be described in one sentence. The entire northwest of Shanxi was in chaos.
Broken wing, since they want to outnumber us, let's give them a chance.
The map of Peace City is small, with only 2 rows of houses.
Once more people come, it becomes difficult to form order.
More importantly, there are other real players here besides the water friends. How to identify whether the other party is a water friend has become a fatal problem. In competitive games, success lies in millisecond-level reactions. In a duel between masters, any hesitation can be a fatal flaw. Therefore, Duan Yi's strategy is to fight chaos with chaos.
Really?
The sky above Peace City was filled with people in parachutes.
Lin Yan naturally jumped to Peace City. With the ancient holy body of esports at your disposal, what is there to fear?
After landing, he quickly rushed into the building. Lin Yan's eyes and hand speed seemed to be on fire, shwa shwa shwa. Pick up the useful ones and throw away the useless ones. The speed is so fast that there is no limit. In the past, he watched the live broadcasts of those masters, and he was envious of the speed at which they searched for supplies.
I even questioned, my eyes haven't even reacted yet, and you finished searching?
But now, his speed is faster and more accurate than those people.
At this time, Lin Yan had already replaced the bullets in the shotgun. Da-day-day. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Gunshots rang out all around, one after another.
The casualty information in the upper left corner keeps scrolling. Squeak. The door was opened. The clear sound of footsteps came into Lin Yan's ears from the speakers. At this moment, he seemed to have detailed information about the entire building in his mind. Every time the enemy took a step, he could clearly sense where the enemy was in the house by the sound of his footsteps. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and the man had already come to his next room.
There is only one door between them.
Lin Yan pressed the sprint button to accelerate.
The whole person rushed through the door without any warning.
The player was bending over to pick up supplies. When he heard footsteps, he turned around and saw a black shadow and the barrel of a shotgun.
Bang bang. Damn, the troll jumped the gun. JKD 3323 was knocked down by LY 8888.
Lin Yan was also surprised by his own actions. In the past, even if the other party was next door, he still needed to use his eyes to find the correct location. Now, he only needs to listen to the sound to accurately determine where the other party is. Of course, the most exaggerated thing is the shooting skills.
Knowing where to hit and being able to hit are two different things. Lin Yan is so happy. It feels so good.
After playing games for so many years, he has never felt this way.
This kind of operation only appeared in dreams before. After waking up, the dish is still the same.
No, the previous mission to deal with Su Yingxue was also quite exciting.
As for now, it's his turn to be awesome.
Lin Yan was not in a hurry to fire again.
Not being a human being is a basic quality of a master.
Only by keeping the bait can the scene of Calabash Brothers saving his grandfather be staged. As he expected, after a while, there were dense footsteps around him. The 4 members of the Broken Wing team fought and retreated, and relied on their superb skills to withstand the sniping of the netizens. But this time, his limelight was stolen by another person. The viewers in the live broadcast room quickly discovered through the game footage of Chi Xiaoyu that the one who killed the most people was not Duan Yi.
But it is a person named LY8888. LY8888 killed Insk. LY8888 killed Crouching Tiger 22. LY8888 killed Medic Pro. LY8888 killed Survival Expert 009. The barrage instantly exploded. Damn, this guy is fucking technologically advanced, right? Damn it, with this killing speed, if it's not G, I'll twist his head off. How dare he? Ishan is on the blue hole whitelist, so opening G in front of him is like courting death, isn't it? Reported. I was killed by him, and he was a lone wolf. ISNT this G? Chi Xiaoyu also noticed something unusual. She frowned and said, Ingshan, it seems we have encountered technology. Broken Wing, let's see the situation first. The opponent's killing speed is too fast. From his cognitive point of view, it is most likely G. If that were the case, no matter how skilled he was, there would be nothing he could do to save the situation. Technology is to science and technology what martial arts is to cultivation. Cannot be crossed. A few minutes later. No other players could be seen within a radius of 100 meters from where Lin Yan landed. All obstacles have been cleared. He is now going to look for the 7 little fishes. The task given by the system is to let the 7 little fish actively add themselves as friends. Lin Yan could think of 2 solutions. One is to show off your skills and be her guardian angel. The second is to be her opponent and snipe her until she collapses and begs for mercy. With Lin Yan's personality, how could he be a bootlicker? What's more, there is Broken Wing in the team of 7 little fishes. He wouldn't be an idiot and go and participate in any heroic competition. He likes to conquer with strength. Through the live broadcast room, Lin Yan can learn about the every move of the 7 little fish team. They are still fully staffed and have retreated to the large warehouse behind P City. Lin Yan could either wait or choose to cross the open space in the middle and confront the enemy head-on. With Broken Wing's marksmanship, running over on foot would be tantamount to seeking death. So, Lin Yan found a car. Duan Yi, who was standing by the window observing the situation, heard the sound of the engine, and then a jeep rushed towards Okura. Someone is coming. Chapter 20. A genius emerges from nowhere.
The jeep was very smart.
It blocked Okura's shooting angle, preventing them from firing.
Duan-e had a bad feeling in his heart.
Immediately ran towards the first floor.
He just saw from his field of vision that there was only one person in the car.
4v1. He chose to fight hard. Follow me, Xiaoyu is covering you from behind.
The four of them rushed out of the warehouse one after another. As soon as I opened the door, the jeep came closer.
Just as Duan-e was about to aim and shoot, the jeep unexpectedly did an extreme drift. The person in the driver's seat disappeared in an instant. The vehicle is still moving by inertia. The muzzle of the broken wing gun is facing left. Unexpectedly,
the other party actually revealed himself on the right. Broken Wing was about to draw his gun.
Snap, snap, snap.
The other side's gun has already fired.
And no bullet is wasted. His health bar was emptied in an instant. Fall to the ground.
Since even he is not his opponent, the others are naturally food on the chopping board.
In just a dozen seconds, everything was gone. 7 little fishes. Aha, big brother, what are you doing? I didn't even see anyone. Woo woo woo. Duan-e immediately clicked to watch the death replay. LY8888. Is it him? Broken Wing was shocked. If it was this person, then he would be even more certain that he had met G. As the footage replayed, Duan-e's expression gradually changed from disdain to shock, and then from shock to disbelief. His self-esteem suffered a great blow. He has always felt that his talent is already at the top of esports. There are some that are equal, but none that surpass. But LY8888 overturned his cognition. Every movement and every shot of the opponent was extremely reasonable.
His movements and marksmanship were flawless.
The opponent even strategically guides the opponent to make mistakes.
As a top professional player, no one knows better than Duan-e how terrible it is to have no mistakes at all in actual operations. G can do everything, but it can't handle details like LY8888. At this moment, Duan-e, as a professional player, has already come to the conclusion in his mind, LY8888 is not a cheat.
However, the comments don't think so. Damn, he is so arrogant even when driving a G-Force, report him. Don't be discouraged, it's normal to encounter G-Dogs, start over. No matter how hard you try, G can't guarantee a match every time. Yubo is so miserable. He finally found the thigh strap, but was sniped by G-Dog. Chi Xiaoyu, Yi Shun, let's restart. It's just a G, it's not your skill problem. Come on, come on.
Broken Wing was silent. It seemed that he was the only one present who knew the truth.
As long as he doesn't admit it, everyone will think he is a G. Do I really have to admit in front of so many people that I am not as good as an ordinary player? He hesitated. He has always been at the top of the esports circle and enjoyed the attention of the public. I am also used to being worshipped by fans. Now there is a good way to go down. Do I really have to admit in public that I am not as skilled as others? Duan-e hesitated for a moment and said, there are indeed a lot of GS recently. If it doesn't work, we can switch to Kakao servers. Kakao is a Korean server, and GS control is very strict. Relatively green, it is also the first choice of many technical anchors. However, as soon as he said this, it seemed that he directly identified LY8888 as G. Hearing his words, Lin Yan sneered disdainfully. Haha, I can't beat him, so I am G? Then you can ask Bluehole to ban me. On this day, a big event happened in the esports circle. A big brother blatantly used G to snipe the top esports anchor Chi Xiaoyu and the esports star professional player Duan-e. This incident not only caused a sensation in the gaming circle, it even became a hot topic and alarmed the PUBG officials. After all, such arrogant G opening blatantly challenges the game balance. If the game officials do not take it seriously, players will definitely not agree, and player loss is inevitable. The official statement is that the data of the account will be thoroughly investigated immediately and the test results will be announced later. 7 little fishes are broadcast. Lin Yan also quit the game. The difficulty of the mission to capture the 7 little fishes is 6 stars. More difficult than Su Yingxue's task. He never thought that he would be able to complete the task immediately. Based on his understanding of Chi Xiaoyu, she would have a fierce stress response if she saw the ID LY8888.
Only then will she be really scared and take the initiative to add a friend and beg for mercy. Although this method is a bit cruel. But this is a task assigned by the system, and Lin Yan has no choice. At this time, Xiao Wang Ziming sent a message. Did you watch the live broadcast of Qi Xiaoyu at that time? Lin Yan, I saw it. Wang Ziming, this is outrageous. Ishan was actually sniped by Ji. That big brother really treats the whitelist account as a nobody. Just wait for your account to be blocked. Lin Yan, how do you know it's Ji? What if he really has the skills? Wang Ziming, are you bragging? Who in PUBG dares to say that they can beat Ishan so hard that he can't fight back? Lin Yan ignored it. There's no point in arguing about this kind of thing. Wang Ziming, the girl is calling me to play games again. Let's go and play a few games before going to bed? If it were before, Lin Yan would definitely refuse without hesitation. But it's different now. He has the ancient holy body of esports, so how can he let Wang Ziming act like a cool guy in front of him? Lin Yan, okay, I'll go to the bathroom first. The other side. Su Yingxue tossed and turned in bed. She usually goes to bed at 10 o'clock, but now it's almost 11 o'clock, but she is still open-eyed. She thought that as soon as she closed her eyes, Lin Yan's figure would appear in her mind. I want to send a message. But I can't find a suitable reason. Buzz, the phone beside her pillow suddenly vibrated twice. Su Yingxue's heart suddenly tightened and she quickly grabbed the phone to check. Huang Wenxuan, Xiaoxue, it's the weekend tomorrow, let's have dinner together. I know there's a new hot pot restaurant that tastes great. The expectation in Su Yingxue's eyes was instantly dashed, and she threw the phone aside in disappointment. Huang Wenxuan became more and more attentive, sending flowers, asking about Su Yingxue's well-being, and inviting her out frequently, but Su Yingxue showed no interest in him at all. Just now, she even had a ridiculous idea. She hoped that the auxiliary police matter could be settled quickly so that she would have a reason to contact Lin Yan. Even she herself was shocked by this outrageous idea. Although many people pursued her, she had never been in a relationship. I have never liked anyone, and I really don't understand why I would have such thoughts. After hesitating for a long time, Su Yingxue finally couldn't help but sent a message to Lin Yan. I have submitted your materials, and there should be results soon. Chapter 21-A. Are you worthy enough to add me as your friend? After going to the toilet, Lin Yan opened the game PUBG. Private Desire invites you to join the team. As soon as I logged in, Prince Ming sent me an invitation to form a team. Selfish Desire, come quickly, there are girls. Enter the room. Sure enough, there were two girls chatting, and it seemed like they knew each other. The room was full. Among the four people, one was Diamond 3 and the other was Diamond 4. Wang Ziming is a super ace. Lin Yan is at the lowest rank, Diamond 5. One of the girls, Chu Xing, said with some disdain, this is the expert you called? Wang Ziming explained on the microphone, my buddy doesn't play it often, but he's actually pretty good at it. Another girl named Momo replied, I've lost all day, I don't want to lose any more points. Woohoo! Lin Yan was disliked. Can he bear it? He turned on the microphone and responded directly, of course, if you lie down, your pants will definitely fall off if you pull them up. The two girls were stunned for a moment and didn't react. Wang Ziming immediately changed the subject, get ready, let's start first. The scene flashed and entered the square to wait. The girl named Momo suddenly came to her senses. Momo, why are you cursing? Lin Yan, where did I curse? Momo, isn't this called cursing? Lin Yan, if you want to take it personally, I can't help you. Momo, humph. Wang Ziming saw that the situation was not good, so he immediately tried to smooth things over. Okay, Momo, I promise to help you get higher scores today. The plane was full. Wang Ziming began to command, Team 5 of P City, Team 3 of N Port, I have to fight alone against 3 of them, so we can only fight quietly. Let's go to Y City. The more Lin Yan listened, the more he felt something was wrong. How come you are the only one to have 3 people? You mean I'm a burden? When I played games with him before, he always acted like me. But things are different now. Lin Yan has the S-level entry esports ancient sacred body, can he still pretend to have it? Look at you. Wang Ziming glanced at the plane's route and said, as usual, when you meet someone later, Lin Yan, don't rush forward. Be ready to block the smoke and provide cover at any time. If a teammate falls, help him up. However, before he could finish his words, he discovered that Lin Yan had already parachuted.
Aren't you coming with us? Lin Yan, I won't be a burden to you. Xu Xing, see? Even though she's a vegetable, she still has some backbone, ha. Momo, don't be angry, little brother. We are just talking. It's nothing to get mixed points. He.
Wang Ziming, 3 teams of people have jumped out of Port N, find a car and leave quickly. If you die as soon as you land, I won't be able to take you with me.
Lin Yan didn't say anything. Land and pick up the gun.
Just as Wang Ziming said, more than a dozen people fell in Port N at the same time and scattered in all directions around him. Lin Yan didn't even pick up the bulletproof vest, he picked up an AK and started to kill with machine aim.
Snap, snap, snap. One down. Snap, snap, snap. Another one fell.
In his hands, the AK was used as a sniper rifle, and it could even fire continuously. It was as if the bullets had eyes, and every shot was aimed at the head. The kill information began to flash on the screen. Specialized in treating low blood pressure. Specialized in treating low blood pressure. Wang Ziming was concentrating on searching for supplies when he heard a scream through the headphones.
Momo, oh my god, is this little brother on drugs? So fierce?
Then, the girl named Xu Xing also said incredulously, he really went to Port N. It seems, they also wiped out all 3 teams. After hearing this, Wang Ziming turned his attention to the kill information.
Lin Yan's name is written all over it.
He was stunned for a moment. There are many scientists in the battlegrounds of PUBG, but the official determination and strength to crack down on and ban accounts are also unique. After reporting, if it is confirmed that cheating is taking place,
the account may even be blocked and disconnected immediately.
Wang Ziming suddenly understood why he didn't come when he asked him to play games these days.
Why did you come as soon as I called you today?
It turns out that he used high technology to save face in front of girls.
Fuck, you don't want your number anymore? If you open it so blatantly, you will be banned if you are caught. Lin Yan, who told you I opened it? Xu Xing, still stubborn, this is not considered open, what do I need to do to be open? Momo, brother, there's no need for that. We didn't say anything. Why are you being so annoying? Ha ha ha. Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if the account is blocked later? Lin Yan, then you can report me. Wang Ziming? Are you still so arrogant even though you cheat?
20 minutes later, Lin Yan advanced to the finals with 40+ kills.
Wang Ziming and the other 2 girls were wiped out early and had to watch Lin Yan's operations from their teammates' perspective.
At this time, the 3 of them had the same idea. Actions like Lin Yan's cannot fail to be reported.
It has even been reported by many people.
However, what puzzled them was that more than 20 minutes passed, and Lin Yan's account still hadn't been blocked.
In fact, Wang Ziming was expecting Lin Yan to go offline.
It seems that only if his account is blocked can his guess be proven to be correct. Only in this way can you maintain your position in the girl's heart. It's just like the saying goes, I'm afraid my brothers will suffer, but I'm also afraid my brothers will drive a Land Rover. It was hard for him to accept that his childhood friend, who had always been less capable than him, suddenly became someone he needed to look up to one day.
Even though it's just a game. But I can't help feeling sad. Good luck, eat chicken tonight.
As the game ends, the screen lights up.
Lin Yan said calmly, no one reported it? Momo didn't say anything because she had already secretly reported it. As a result, Lin Yan's account was not blocked. Wang Ziming smiled and said, it doesn't matter if anyone reports it or not, as long as it is not blocked. Come again, come again. Xu Xing, yes, one more. Okay, come on.
Lin Yan agreed readily.
Half an hour later.
The screen displays again.
Good luck, eat chicken tonight. Lin Yan once again won the game with a terrifying 40+ kills. Looking for people to kill everywhere. Lin Yan, have the official testing personnel gone off duty? Why haven't you blocked me yet? This time. Wang Ziming and the other 2 girls were collectively silent. Because Wang Ziming couldn't help but report it.
In the end, Lin Yan was still not blocked.
Let's go, sleep.
After saying that, Lin Yan returned to the game room.
Bite. Player Momo applies to add you as a friend. The player just woke up and applied to add you as a friend. Are you worthy of occupying my friend position? Lin Yan refused without thinking.
Xu Xing, brother, add me as a friend so we can play together later. Momo, yes, help us to improve our scores in the future. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan directly threw out a sentence. Are you worthy? 2A. Nothing at all. Directly offline. Chapter 22. You want me to wear a uniform and accompany you to the computer city? The next day. Su Yingxue woke up early. The first thing she did when she opened her eyes was to reach for the cell phone on the bedside table. Turn on the screen and see a WeChat message. She was delighted and quickly unlocked the door and clicked in. The message was indeed sent by Lin Yan, but it only contained one word, yeah. She felt a little disappointed and lost. Suddenly, I remembered what Lin Yan said, I am doing this for myself. Maybe. I'm just overthinking it. Su Yingxue got up and walked into the bathroom wearing a beige silk nightgown. Looking at her face in the mirror, which was a little haggard because of AOE, she tried to force a smile. Don't think about it, men will only affect the speed of your handling of the case. Noon. Lin Yan woke up. It feels so good to sleep until you wake up naturally. No need to worry about money. This was the life he wanted to live. I picked up my phone and took a look. Wang Ziming sent a message. Fuck, PUBG issued an announcement saying that it did not detect any signs of cheating by LY8888. The entire esports community is blown up. I heard that many clubs are planning to snatch players. Damn, playing games to this level is the pinnacle, it's simply too awesome. Lin Yan smiled faintly. The result was within his expectations. As for the club poaching him, he was still a little surprised. Unexpectedly, just by playing a few games, I became a hot commodity in the eyes of those esports clubs. It's really hard to understand. However, this didn't matter to him at all. Right now. In Lin Yan's eyes, only the strategy mission comes first, and the rest is bullshit. Lie in bed for half an hour. Get up, wash up and order takeout. After eating, Lin Yan came to the computer. Looking at the case without a lid, he frowned. At least I have the ancient holy body of esports. How can you not have a computer worthy of the technology? Lin Yan made up his mind and prepared to go to the computer city to buy a computer. As we all know, Computer City specifically targets newbies. To be on the safe side, Lin Yan sent a message to Su Yingxue. Help me. The other side. Su Yingxue, who had just walked out of the cafeteria after eating, stopped after seeing the news. Her originally gloomy beautiful face slowly began to relax. Her white fingers typed a word on the screen, say. Lin Yan, are you free this afternoon? Su Yingxue, let's talk about it. Lin Yan, accompany me to the computer city. By the way, you'd better put on your police uniform. Why wear a police uniform? Su Yingxue looked at the message and frowned slightly. What kind of abstraction is this person trying to make? Xiao Xue. Huang Wenxuan also walked out of the cafeteria. Su Yingxue turned around and saw that it was him. Her brows, which had been relaxed, frowned again. What's up? Huang Wenxuan smiled and said, there is a case that needs to be visited. Can you come with me this afternoon? If she didn't accept the invitation, she could use work as an excuse. He felt that with Su Yingxue's personality, she would definitely not refuse. I have something to do, please find someone else. Su Yingxue said, then turned and left. The smile on Huang Wenxuan's face turned gloomy in an instant. Ever since Lin Yan appeared, Su Yingxue's attitude towards him became increasingly cold. There was a vicious flash in Huang Wenxuan's eyes. He must not be allowed into the police force. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Yan was standing at the entrance of the computer city, with a cardboard box filled with old computers next to him. When you buy a new one, of course you have to replace the old one. Make the best use of everything. At this time, a car selling chopped pepper fish had slowly stopped on the side of the road. The car door opened and a scene walked down from above. That's right, beauties are always an indispensable scenery on city streets. Su Yingxue was wearing a neat police uniform and had her hair tied in a neat high ponytail. Her slender figure holds the uniform perfectly, adding a bit of heroic spirit compared to her previous gentle temperament. You don't want me to accompany you to buy a computer, do you? Su Yingxue came over and looked at the old computer in the cardboard box. A look of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. She originally thought that something important happened to Lin Yan, so she took half a day off. Unexpectedly. That's it? The point is, I know nothing about computers, so what's the point of coming here?
You'll know soon.
Lin Yan picked up the cardboard box and turned to walk into the computer city.
Su Yingxue had no choice but to follow since she was already here. The two entered the computer city and immediately attracted attention.
In the eyes of the merchants, this pair seemed to be here to point out the scene. It's mainly about Lin Yan's outfit and the cardboard box he is holding in his hands.
The feeling of stealing is too strong.
Lin Yan looked around. Then he walked straight to a store called Lu Hong Digital. The boss is a woman in her early 30s. She looked Lin Yan up and down, and her eyes quickly fell on Su Yingxue, who was wearing a police uniform and standing beside her. The woman began to murmur in her heart.
Did I do something wrong?
People in their line of work not only sell new computers and various spare parts, but also buy and sell second-hand ones. No one cares about the channels and sources of second-hand computers. It is inevitable that you will easily get involved with things that come from shady sources.
Is there anything I can help you with? The female boss asked tentatively. If it was someone else, she would probably say, "Hey handsome guy, do you want to buy a computer or build one yourself? We have everything here, and the price is the lowest in the computer mall."
Lin Yan put down the cardboard box, his expression serious, and asked in a deep voice, "Have you received any suspicious items recently?"
The female boss' heart skipped a beat.
She definitely received the items, but she didn't know whether they came from a clean source or not. Now that the police are here, it means that it is very likely that you have received dirty things. When she heard that it involved a crime, the female boss began to feel uneasy.
No.
Lin Yan frowned. "Bring us your purchase order."
Hearing this, the female boss became more certain of her guess and nodded quickly, right away.
Then he opened the drawer and started searching.
Su Yingxue frowned. She still didn't understand what Lin Yan was going to do. Soon, the female boss took out an account book and said, "Officer, my family's incoming and outgoing goods in the past few months are all on it. You can take a look. I can guarantee that there is absolutely no problem. Let me take a look first." Lin Yan picked up the account book and began to look through it. 14900 CPU purchase price. The purchase price of 5080 graphics card. Chapter 23. No, you can treat me to a meal for $20?
More than 10 minutes later. Lin Yan closed the account book and his expression became more serious.
Are your usual prices reasonable? Is there any consumer fraud? The female boss frowned slightly when she heard this. I thought, what does this have to do with investigating the case? However, she did not dare to hide it and answered truthfully, "To be honest, it depends on the person. If it is a computer expert or a colleague, our price is generally not high. As long as there is money to be made, we will sell it. As for the newbies who know nothing about this, then we will definitely sell them at a higher price. But officer, this is a normal business transaction. It's a voluntary act. Everyone does business this way. We are not breaking the law." Lin Yan nodded. "Okay then."
Then he took out a piece of paper from his pocket.
There is a computer configuration written on it. CPU, Intel 14900. Graphics card, 5080.
Then he picked up the pen on the counter and added the purchase price after each accessory. Then I picked up the calculator and started typing.
The result is equal to 19,500. Seeing this, Su Yingxue finally understood.
It turned out that Lin Yan looked through the seller's purchase and shipment records under the guise of investigating a case. Then he took out the configuration list he had prepared in advance and calculated the purchase price for the entire set.
Then bargained with the seller. After understanding the whole story, Su Yingxue felt both angry and amused. After all, I am a people's policeman, but I was used as a tool. Lin Yan handed the configuration list to the female boss and asked, "How much does this configuration cost?"
The female boss was stunned for a moment.
"What's going on? I thought, aren't you here to investigate a case? Why did you start asking for prices?"
She took the configuration sheet suspiciously, took a look at it, and then her eyes widened.
She finally realized that she had been fooled.
This guy has actually calculated her cost based on the purchase price. After playing with eagles all my life, I was pecked by a chicken. If Su Yingxue hadn't been standing next to her, she would have definitely cursed it out loud. I was almost scared to death by this kid just now.
21,000. The female boss replied unhappily.
If this configuration is sold to a newbie who doesn't know much about it, the price will be at least 2,000 to 3,000 more.
What should I do now that the other party already knows the purchase price? Don't sell it to him? When you open a business, there is no reason to chase customers away. Selling it to him, I feel a little bad. I simply quoted a price that was not low.
Lin Yan frowned when he heard this. He learned this configuration from Douyin.
The price online is about the same.
However, if you buy online, it will take at least several days to arrive, and he is unwilling to wait.
Will you sell it for 20,000? The female boss shook her head. I only earn 500 from you for 20,000. Now I can earn that much just from graphics cards. I won't sell it.
Lin Yan nodded. Okay, add another 200, and you'll earn 700.
That should be fine, right? 700 is a lot to earn from a computer. The female boss hesitated for a moment and said, okay.
Business is bad these days, so every penny you can earn is a penny earned. What's more, if there are always police standing in front of your store, it will inevitably affect your business. Lin Yan picked up the carton and put it on the counter.
I have an old computer here.
According to the second-hand purchase price you wrote above, it is worth exactly 200.
So, I'll just give you 20,000 later, right? Su Yingxue was stunned. Is this okay?
If someone said that Lin Yan was generous, she would be the first to object. Lin Yan didn't even want to pay for a girl's meal.
Do you want to say he is stingy? But he didn't even blink an eye when it came to the 20,000 yuan computer. Just buy it. Are girls so unimportant in his eyes?
The female boss looked at the things in the box with a look of disdain. I think 200 is too much.
Half an hour later, Lin Yan and Su Yingxue walked out of the computer city holding the new computer.
This was the most money he had spent on himself in more than 20 years.
A computer worth 20,000 yuan. I never dared to think about breaking his brain before.
I want to buy a car, a house, get married, and have children. Even if he earns over 10,000 yuan a month, he would never be willing to spend 20,000 yuan to buy a computer. When Lin Yan arrived in front of Su Yingxue's chopped pepper fish head, he said, "Open your car door."
Do you still want me to take you home?
Su Yingxue felt that it was good enough that she didn't blame him for delaying her work, but he actually had the audacity to make such a request. Lin Yan said seriously, "It's not for free, I will treat you to a meal later. You helped me save a lot of money today, so I have to treat you a meal."
The kind where you treat and I pay? Su Yingxue asked back.
Lin Yan, it's my treat, I'll pay. If you don't believe me, I'll transfer the money to you later, and then we can go eat.
Su Yingxue was a little surprised. Why am I so unconvinced?
The words "take the initiative to treat us" actually came from this stingy man's mouth.
Okay, then transfer it to me first. No problem, open the car door first and I'll put the computer in. After putting the computer away, Lin Yan took out his mobile phone, opened WeChat, and started transferring money. Immediately afterwards, Su Yingxue received a transfer reminder. 20, transfer to you. Su Yingxue was stunned. Is this really something a human can do? $20, you're treating me to dinner? Lin Yan nodded, yes, 1 bowl of noodles per person, just right.
It was actually the meal money for 2 people. Su Yu's 3 views were shattered.
Payment received. Su Yingxue knew that if she refused, Lin Yan would definitely take back the 20 yuan without hesitation.
She didn't want to let this stingy guy take advantage of her at all. The two came to a roadside noodle shop.
Each person ordered a bowl of noodles. Su Yingxue asked, "What have you been doing these days? Are you still delivering food?"
She didn't know why she asked this. It might be a psychological problem. She wanted to know what he had been doing these days. Or, why not send yourself a message? Lin Yan said, "Nothing, just playing games at home."
Hearing this news, a trace of disappointment flashed across Su Yingxue's face. We should be able to get news soon. There will definitely be no problem with the auxiliary police. It's just that the salary is very low.
Today, Lin Yan spent 20,000 yuan to buy a computer. She was afraid that she would mistakenly think that auxiliary police officers had high salaries and start spending lavishly.
I know. Lin Yan wasn't going there for the salary. Su Yingxue continued, no matter what, with your ability, you will definitely be reused. Even if I'm not specially recruited this time, there will be opportunities in the future.
A sudden voice interrupted their conversation.
Xiaoxue. Chapter 24, the popular female anchor is actually a bootlicker?
Su Yingxue frowned and looked up, and found Huang Wenquan standing on the sidewalk outside the store. With him was another female police officer from the police force. Lin Yan turned his head, squinted his eyes, and recognized that this man was the policeman whose gun he had taken away that day. When Huang Wenquan saw Lin Yan, he felt like he was hit by a heavy hammer. He invited Su Yingxue again and again, but she always said she was busy. Now I actually have time to eat noodles on the roadside with a poor boy. Is there anything wrong? Su Yingxue asked. The main reason why she disliked Huang Wenquan was that he was not popular. The two have known each other since they were very young. He is a vindictive and narrow-minded person. Whatever he wants, he must get it. When I was young, I would cry, make a fuss, and then hang myself. When I grow up, I start to do whatever it takes. After graduating from the police academy, Su Yingxue was assigned to Binhai, and Huang Wenquan immediately used his connections to follow her. Not to mention confessing his feelings, he would not let go of anyone who showed courtesy to Su Yingxue. Later, the entire Public Security Bureau was spreading the word that Su Yingxue was the Huang family's designated daughter-in-law. If Su Yingxue didn't have an equally strong background, she even suspected that Huang Wenquan would use more despicable means. Originally, Lin Yan's special recruitment was going to go smoothly, but it became complicated because of his trickery behind the scenes. Of course, Su Yingxue disliked him even more. Huang Wenquan's face was extremely ugly, but he couldn't get angry. He glared at Lin Yan and said coldly, "It's okay, I just happened to pass by." After saying that, he turned and left. After taking a few steps, he looked at the female police officer next to him and said, "Wait for me in front." Then he took out his phone and dialed. "Hey, Dad. We must not let that kid named Lin Yan join the police force." "Huang Weiyong, it's too late, the meeting has already passed." Huang Wenquan asked excitedly, "What? Dad, didn't you promise me? Why did you give him a pass?" "Huang Weiyong, it was Zhang Xiaomei who strongly recommended it. He strongly supports his son's pursuit of Su Yingxue. In addition to Su Yingxue's own excellence and beauty, it is also because of her family background. Su Yingxue's father is now the head of the military region. If this marriage can be accomplished, the Huang family's position in Lingnan province will be more secure." However, Zhang Xiaomei strongly recommended this young man named Lin Yan in 2 consecutive meetings. If he insists on opposing it, it means that the two families are likely to have a feud. Huang Weiyong will certainly not lose the big picture for the sake of small gains. Hearing this, Huang Wenquan murmured to himself, "She strongly recommended it, which means." Huang Weiyong said, "The next thing will depend on you alone." "On my own?" Huang Wenquan was filled with evil. Lin Yuan community. The chopped pepperfish had slowly stopped. Lin Yan got out of the car, took out his computer, and waved to Su Yingxue, "Thank you." Su Yingxue rolled her eyes, stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Back home. Lin Yan couldn't wait to set up the computer, plug in the power supply, and turn it on. Download Steam, download PUBG, League of Legends. Lin Yan downloaded everything that could be downloaded. Half an hour later, he boarded the game. A series of game friend requests. I haven't received so many friend requests in my entire life combined. Just ignore it. He was very sure that there was no ID of Qi Xiaoyu here, because he did not receive any system prompts. Lin Yan started the game directly. This configuration is paired with a 4K screen, and the special effects are maximized. When it comes to upgrading our rifles to cannons, who agrees and who disagrees? As of now, whoever gets LY gets the world. This sentence is spread in the PUBG professional esports circle. Now, any club in China with a little bit of strength is trying to poach LY 8888. There were even rumors that a team directly offered LY 8888 a signing fee. However, what troubles them is that they have not found any relevant information about this ID so far. In other words, they couldn't find anyone to talk to. The news of LY 8888's launch spread. Even 7 Little Fishes started broadcasting early, which is rare. Because she also has a team. Although she is a member of the Little Karami team, she also wants to try her luck. What if the great god's eyes were shot out by a musket, and he chose me? Lin Yan finished the game. It feels great. The 20,000 yuan was well worth it. The 7 Little Fishes you follow is now on air. He has set 7 Little Fishes as a special focus. As soon as she starts broadcasting, Lin Yan will receive a reminder. What he didn't expect was that as soon as he entered the live broadcast room, he saw Chi Xiaoyu adding his game friends.
What the hell? What kind of operation is this?
He is already prepared to torture Chi Xiaoyu until he cries today. Unexpectedly, this girl surrendered before I even drew my gun.
Yu Bao, stop it. You can't touch the great god. It's over, it's over, it's over.
Even Yu Bao has fallen. PUBG is about to enter its darkest hour.
Yesterday you said that 8 God is GS, keep calling him that?
A bunch of bad chess players, they are rubbish themselves but they say others are G.
I have already seen that 8 God is not G.
Seeing the comments, Lin Yan was reminded of a famous saying, once I have entered Shanhaiguan, there will be great scholars who will debate for me. Yesterday the comments were all curses. Now the barrage is full of complaints for him. It turns out that people cannot be without strength.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission. Win a bonus of 30,000 yuan.
Lin Yan's face lit up with joy.
As expected, the more difficult the tasks, the higher the bonuses.
Newbie task tips: complete an offline meeting with Chi Xiaoyu. To complete the strategy, establishing connections is the first step. Lin Yan quickly agreed to Chi Xiaoyu's application.
The other side. Chi Xiaoyu covered her mouth with her hands, her pretty face full of disbelief and ecstasy.
Because currently, she is the only one in the entire network who has successfully added 8 gods as a friend. Chi Xiaoyu, 8 God, you are not watching my live broadcast, are you? Come on, come on. Lin Yan ignored her. He was now thinking about how to trick Chi Xiaoyu into meeting him offline.
After surfing the internet for so many years, to be honest, he has never met an online friend.
I'm kind of looking forward to it.
Mainly, he wanted to see how the 7 little fishes were different in real life and in front of the camera.
Isn't it really big?
After not getting a response, Chi Xiaoyu sent a private message to LY8888.
8 God, please stop being so arrogant and give me a WeChat friend status, okay? Please.
When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out.
When did Chi Xiaoyu take the initiative to add someone as a friend?
Whether it is a professional master or a well-known game anchor.
MD, I'm so jealous. My fish, can love really disappear? Damn it, Josie, Yu Bao actually started to act like a bootlicker. Alas.
I never expected that someone could play games to such an extent that I would be jealous.
Chapter 25. Her voice is so nice when she calls me Baba.
Lin Yan was just worrying about what to do, but unexpectedly, Chi Xiaoyu took the initiative to send him a private message asking to add him as a friend.
What reason did he have to refuse? Must add. LY8888, just call me boss and I'll add you.
When Chi Xiaoyu saw this reply, he was dumbfounded. This happened in front of tens of thousands of people.
Can I call? But she didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The expedient solution is to agree to it first.
8 God, you add first, I owe it first.
LY8888, okay. Send it to me.
Chi Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy, and he immediately closed the live game broadcast.
QXY 2004. I sent my WeChat ID.
A moment later, she indeed received the message to add a friend.
Lin Yan applies to add you as a friend. Add it decisively.
7 little fishes, 8 gods, Trojan horse.
Love.jpg.
Lin Yan, pay off your debt first.
Ha!
The 7 little fishes blinked their big, watery eyes.
Do you really want to scream? Isn't this too shameful? Lin Yan, stop calling me or not. If you don't, I'll delete it.
Chi Xiaoyu, no, wait for me to prepare myself mentally. 55,555. As a young person born in the 2000s, wanting to be the boss of others has become the norm. Even she herself often makes jokes like this.
The Baba who wants to be a roommate, the Baba who wants to be a fan.
It is really the law of karma, no one can escape it. Unexpectedly, this kind of thing happened to her.
Especially when the other person is a boy. So embarrassing. A strong sense of shame arose spontaneously, and Chi Xiaoyu's cheeks instantly turned red.
If it were anyone else, she would have refused decisively.
But he is the 8th God. If you miss it, will you really not regret it?
2 years ago, Chi Xiaoyu founded his own PUBG club. Relying on her influence as a top female anchor, the club attracted a lot of attention in its early days.
However, reality is always cruel.
In terms of financial resources, her club cannot compete with other clubs with strong capital support. In terms of professionalism, she also finds it difficult to compete with those clubs with professional coaches and mature teams. Therefore, truly talented contestants often do not consider joining this kind of internet celebrity team.
Firstly, it is difficult to achieve results, and secondly, it may affect their career development.
Those players who are willing to join the Seven Little Fishes Club are almost all leftovers eliminated by other clubs. Such a team naturally finds it difficult to achieve good results in the competition.
Without achievements, sponsorship and investment will be difficult to obtain.
Many people advised her to give up and focus on live streaming. After all, she already had no worries about food and clothing. But everyone has a dream, and the Seven Little Fishes are no exception. Although her own technical level is limited and she cannot become a professional player, she still hopes that her team can stand on the highest podium. This is her persistent pursuit of her esports dream. Last night, she encountered LY8888 sniping. Although everyone says he is G. But the Seven Little Fishes somehow thought that the other party was not. However, as a public figure, she couldn't choose a side based on her feelings before the announcement came out.
Otherwise, there is a high probability that you will be led by black fans. However, the official announcement was released today, confirming that LY8888 did not cheat. This news made Chi Xiaoyu feel a strong sense of fate. It seems as if fate has already made arrangements. And this person named LY8888 was the one sent by God to help her realize her dream. Therefore, when she learned that the other party was online, she started broadcasting immediately and added the other party as a game friend and WeChat friend without hesitation. Although many clubs were vying for it, the Seven Little Fishes decided to give it a try. A certain big shot once said, "Everyone must have a dream, what if they succeed?" Chi Xiaoyu turned off the live broadcast, picked up the phone, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Ba ba." After shouting, Chi Xiaoyu's face turned red all the way to his ears. "Ah, this is so embarrassing." She threw the phone away. She has never been in love. When she screamed just now, she even thought of some disgusting scenes. At this moment, she felt dirty. Lin Yan clicked on the voice message. Baba, the sweet and soft girl's voice came into his ears. He got goosebumps all over his body, and his primitive male impulses were aroused. He couldn't help but imagine if Chi Xiaoyu stood in front of him in a maid outfit. TSK, this little thing is so tempting. Lin Yan typed and asked, "Add me as a friend, what do you want to do?" He had some ideas in his mind, but he couldn't reveal them in a hurry. Chi Xiaoyu was so proactive, he must have a purpose, he had to know how to retreat in order to advance. Chi Xiaoyu replied, "Can I ask you a question?" Lin Yan replied, "Speak." Chi Xiaoyu asked, "Are you a professional player?" Based on his skills and talent, even if he is not a professional player, he will definitely be on the list. LY8888 is most likely his smuff. But the strange thing is, among the current professional players, there is no one who can match him. Lin Yan, no. Seeing this reply, Chi Xiaoyu was ecstatic and quickly asked, "Do you have any thoughts on playing professional games?" She was not in a hurry to tell him her purpose, as she wanted to find out what the other party was thinking first and then make targeted moves, which would increase her chances of success. Lin Yan replied with two more words, "No." The system's background introduction about Chi Xiaoyu states that she is the owner of an esports club. And today Wang Ziming told him that many clubs are competing for players. Combined with the question she just asked, Lin Yan easily guessed that Chi Xiaoyu took the initiative to add him as a friend in order to pull him into her team. Therefore, the more indifferent he had to act, the more conditions he could put forward to Chi Xiaoyu later. Just like the strategy of conquering Su Yingxue, it will make your plan proceed more smoothly. No idea of becoming a professional? The Seven Little Fishes suddenly felt like a deflated ball, and their previous joy was instantly washed away by these two words. She thought for a moment and replied, "With your skills, if you were a professional, you'd probably win the championship. Imagine standing on the podium of the global finals, the center of attention, and how many girls will scream for you." She began to persuade impatiently, hoping that Lin Yan would change his mind. Lin Yan still replied coldly, "Not interested." "Ah." Chi Xiaoyu sighed when he saw the reply, feeling like he had fallen from heaven to hell. She forced a smile and replied, "How about we play a game together?" Lin Yan, "Okay." A few minutes later, Chi Xiaoyu resumed the live broadcast, and his iconic cute voice sounded again. "Brothers, the fish god is back. If I don't eat chicken today, I will wear black stockings to work tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Fuck. So confident? Hey, could she have brought the 8 gods into the team? What are you waiting for? Come on up.
Plus people with low KD values, please don't come, please be self-aware.
Chapter 26 1v40, the first person in the whole network.
Sure enough, after a while, a person came into the Chi Xiaoyu game room.
It was LY8888. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Fuck, it's really 8 gods. 6,666. How can we fight this? Fight the duck. Hurry up and invite the professional players. Jade Emperor version.
Brothers, for the sake of black stockings, don't let her eat chicken. The number of people in the live broadcast room increased rapidly, exceeding 100,000 in just a few minutes.
Chi Xiaoyu asked, 8 God, there are 2 positions left, what kind of teammates should we form? Will you report it, will you provide cover, or will you hide? Lin Yan, why bring so many people? I'm too lazy to help if they fall. This tone is so domineering. If you have the power, can you really do whatever you want?
If I were half as good as him, I would have to tell you all of you here are losers.
This guy is really pretending to be smooth, he has to be an 8th god. The game starts, 2 people in 4 rows, desert map. This time, the fans came prepared.
All the matched people entered the YY voice channel, and there was a dedicated person to give commands. The conductor shouted, everyone shut up and listen to me. Everyone has seen H&S operation video and knows that he is much more powerful than Duani. So, we can't send them one team at a time.
After everyone lands, search for equipment as quickly as possible, then gather together to attack. Only in this way can we have a chance of winning. Are you afraid of anything? Can't we, with so many people, be 2 people? What a joke. Omega Sigma. Brother, have you ever been dominated by professional players? It's quite interesting. More than 40 people surrounded the team.
This scene seems to have never appeared in the history of PUBG.
I'm really looking forward to it. Don't be careless.
Yesterday I saw with my own eyes how the 8 gods controlled the broken wings.
It was really terrifying. Stop bragging, okay? You won't know until you hit me. The news of 1v40 plus spread quickly on the internet and became a hot topic in the blink of an eye.
Seeing this, other anchors switched their live broadcasts to Chi Xiaoyu's live broadcast room and watched together with their fans.
Even the major clubs suspended training to watch.
The number of people in Chi Xiaoyu's live broadcast room soared and soon broke through the 1 million mark. In the field of game live streaming, this is a pretty astonishing number. Chen Lily came home from get off work and sat on the sofa, bored and browsing Weibo. Ever since her blind date with Lin Yan, she felt that her popularity with the opposite sex had plummeted.
In the past 2 days, no one even said hello to her.
Suddenly, she saw a trending search, #PUBG has a genius, TKI Club offers a 100 million yuan signing fee.
Chen Lily doesn't play games and isn't interested in them.
But when she saw the word billion, she subconsciously clicked on it.
Isn't this too outrageous? After reading the content, Chen Lily couldn't help but exclaim.
She used to think that playing games was a waste of time, but she didn't expect that she could make so much money from playing games. This completely overturned her perception.
It seems that Xiao Shuai also plays this game.
So, she picked up her phone and sent a message to her bestie, attached a screenshot of the trending search, and asked,
Xiao Shuai, can you really earn so much by playing games?
Su Yingxue, who had just finished cooking, took off her apron, picked up her phone, saw the message from Chen Lily, and frowned slightly. Because she has been fascinated by guns since she was a child, she came into contact with the shooting game PUBG and would play a few games on weekends or in her spare time. Although she is a good shooter in real life, she is still a rookie in the game. When she saw LY8888, the word Lin Yan immediately popped into her mind. Then he shook his head in self-mockery, feeling as if he was possessed by a ghost, as he could associate everything with him. Then, Chen Lily sent another live broadcast link and urged, Xiaoxue, that person is broadcasting live, go and have a look. Su Yingxue was preparing to eat and just needed a video to go with her meal. Without thinking too much, I opened the live broadcast room. I picked up a fully equipped M4 and a level 3 helmet as soon as I landed.
Brothers, how can we lose this game? Wow, ha ha ha.
Chi Xiaoyu shouted excitedly during the live broadcast.
It's so tight that it can't be squeezed.
Su Yingxue frowned when she heard the voice. The host's voice is too artificial, she doesn't like it.
However, she mainly wanted to see what kind of technology could be worth 100 million. I resisted the urge to turn off the live broadcast.
Su Yingxue had just picked up the bowl and picked up a piece of food with chopsticks, but before she brought it to her mouth, she was frozen by a familiar voice.
It's useless to give you a level 8 helmet. Throw away all your stuff and carry the bullets for me. She looked at the game screen in astonishment. Why do they look so alike? LY8888's voice is almost exactly the same as Lin Yan's.
If Su Yingxue hadn't been watching the live broadcast, she would have thought it was Lin Yan who was speaking.
LY. If she hadn't heard the sound, Su Yingxue would have thought she was overthinking. But now that ID and voice are linked, everything seems possible. Could it be that LY8888 is Lin Yan? Su Yingxue still found it unbelievable.
She knew that Lin Yan lived in Linyuan community. That's an old, rundown house in the city center, and the people living there are either elderly people or tenants who want cheap rent. If he could really get hundreds of millions in signing fees, why would he still live in that kind of place, and why would he come here to be an auxiliary police officer? Putting these things together seems both absurd and irrational. Originally, because she didn't like the host's voice, Su Yingxue almost turned off the live broadcast, but now, she held the phone close to her eyes.
Want to hear more clearly?
Many fans of the live broadcast room are running between the Water Friends and Qi Xiaoyu's live broadcast room, and they are most clear about the current situation.
The fans over there have already started to gather. No matter how powerful the 8 gods are, they will fall.
Yes, Ishin was able to win because those Water Friends were not united and they fought against each other, so he had a chance.
The 8 gods 1T make it through the second circle, I guarantee it. Fart God, you brag too much, you won Tino until you beat him.
Lin Yan searched the nearby houses thoroughly but didn't encounter a single player. He immediately realized that those fans who sniped him and Qi Xiaoyu were most likely acting in a planned manner this time.
Maybe they have already started to gather. Lin Yan opened the map and looked at the poison circle. He was not in the circle, but not far away. I looked at the time again and there were still 2 minutes before the circle closed. He began to think of a solution.
They are just a group of ragtag troops that were put together at random.
They have not received any professional training, so they cannot gather quickly, nor can they accurately execute the orders given by the commander.
Therefore, to fully gather together, we have to wait until the second shrinking of the circle.
If I were the commander, where would I choose to ambush or assault?
In addition to the large number of fans, they can also peek at the screen and understand his and the 7 little fishes' every move. Combining these 2 points, Lin Yan put himself in the role of commander, thinking about how he would arrange and choose the route if he were leading a sniper team, whether it would be an ambush or a sneak attack.
The map showed that the location of the second poison circle was above him.
The fastest way to get into the circle is to drive on the highway, or you can climb the mountain behind the housing area. However, the mountain road is rugged and the driving speed is slow, so there is a high probability of being ambushed and killed. Lin Yan looked at the left side of the map again.
The left side was farthest from the poison circle.
It takes a long detour to go there, and you have to run while carrying poison. Normal players would not choose this route.
Lin Yan instantly had an idea in his mind. Chapter 27, The Brave Wins. Taking the enemy by surprise and attacking them when they are unprepared is the experience summed up by our ancestors. If you follow the planned route, you are likely to run into the main force of Water Friends. The desert map is vast. Once you are ambushed and your tires burst, no matter how skilled you are, you will become a sitting duck. Lin Yan shouted, "Go!"
Qi Xiaoyu looked puzzled. Where to go from here? She has been sniped by netizens for many years, and this is the first time she has encountered a situation like today.
Lin Yan didn't answer.
He turned over and jumped out of the window, running towards a car on the side of the road.
Qi Xiaoyu hurriedly followed.
Although Qi Xiaoyu's skills are not as good as those of technical anchors and professional players, they are still pretty good compared to ordinary players.
After Lin Yan got in the car, he quickly switched to the back seat. "You drive."
The 7 little fishes obediently got in the driver's seat, opened the map and asked,
"Which way are we going?" Lin Yan, "Left, keep going." "Left?"
Qi Xiaoyu looked at the approaching poison circle, turned off the live broadcast sound, and looked incredulous.
"We're running with the poison? And we're going to go around in such a big circle?" Lin Yan said bluntly, "Yes. They are likely to set an ambush halfway. If we take those 2 roads, we will most likely be blocked."
There were only 2 of us, facing dozens of people and dozens of guns, and there was no way we could break out. Only by doing the opposite and constantly changing routes can we disperse their formation and then find opportunities to counterattack. Qi Xiaoyu questioned, but they can watch the live broadcast. If we change the route, they will change it too, but they still can't escape. Lin Yan explained, it's true that they have a lot of people, but they are just a mob, and it's not as smooth to deploy troops as in actual combat. Besides, we will encounter other players on the way, and some of them will definitely cause trouble and disrupt the commander's plan. Qi Xiaoyu suddenly realized and exclaimed, 8 God is 8 God, he has great skills and a bright mind.
Even though it's just flattery, the praise is genuine. Hand speed and reaction depend on talent, but talent does not mean strategy. It is not easy to come up with this strategy. To sum it up with a popular internet meme, predict your prediction. Then, based on your predictions, you can develop reasonable tactics in a very short time. Even in the real battlefield in the past, he would definitely be a rare strategic talent. On the water friend's side, more than 30 people have gathered in the room area that Qi Xiaoyu and Lin Yan must pass through to enter the circle. Every window was crowded with people, with sniper rifles, assault rifles, RPGs, and other weapons ready for battle. The fans are eager to try and their blood is boiling. Rather than sniping the 7 little fish, it would be more accurate to say that they wanted to snipe the esports genius that suddenly emerged like LY8888. If anyone could kill him in front of so many people, he could really brag about it for the rest of his life. Just then, someone in the channel yelled, "Shit, they're running towards the poison." Everyone hurriedly looked at the live broadcast screen, only to see Qi Xiaoyu driving towards the poison circle, which meant that their ambush had failed. The commander immediately gave the order, everyone, head towards 11 o'clock immediately.
At the command, dozens of people came out of the housing area and drove in the direction of 11 o'clock to chase. Seeing this scene, many clubs made a decision.
We should strive for LY8888 at all costs.
To ordinary players, PUBG is just a shooting game. But for professional players, it depends not only on talent, reaction, and hand speed, but also on the tacit cooperation and adaptability of teammates.
If someone is good at strategy, the team will be even more powerful.
The ability that LY8888 is showing at this moment is exactly what the club dreams of. With him, the team has a soul, which can inspire the potential of other team members and greatly enhance the team's strength. Moreover, the greater the traffic of LY8888, the higher the commercial value, the more fans and audiences it attracts, and the club's success is not limited to the game.
3 minutes later, Lin Yan and Qi Xiaoyu entered the circle carrying poison, and they could see their friends chasing them in the distance. Qi Xiaoyu asked nervously, "They are catching up with us soon, what should we do?"
Lin Yan frowned and thought for a while, then said, "Stop the car at the rock in front."
Qi Xiaoyu braked and the tires started smoking.
Lin Yan quickly got out of the car, took out his 98K, and aimed at a moving car on the opposite hill.
Snap!
The iconic sound of a bolt-action sniper rifle. This was the first shot he fired today. The estimated distance was at least 800 meters, and one could even see the trajectory and fall of the bullet.
LY8888 knocked down player GKFJ3321.
Without any hesitation, Lin Yan aimed at the water friend who fell from the car and fired another shot.
Snap! LY8888 killed player GKFJ3321.
The 7 little fishes were stunned.
So handsome. Such operation, such absolute confidence.
She had never seen this in top gaming anchors or long-established professional players.
Oh, not really.
The operations of those big brothers who use cheats are even more outrageous. Lin Yan's move directly ignited the live broadcast room.
6,666. Handsome. Awesome, 66,666. Is this something a human can do? If this isn't cheating, I'll eat shit on live broadcast. Don't try to get free food and drinks here. Damn, how did he do that? It's so far away and the car is still moving.
Upon seeing this, the netizens immediately jumped out of the car and started shooting in the direction of Lin Yan. Lin Yan immediately jumped into the car and shouted, "Let's go."
The 7 little fish responded, "Okay."
Their car drove away along the reverse slope, and the netizens were still shooting randomly.
At this time, someone in the channel shouted, "They ran away again." The commander hurriedly ordered, "Everyone, chase them."
He originally thought that this would be a massive hunt.
Unexpectedly, I kept following the other party and eating dust.
The original 40-odd people were chasing and then found other players, so they formed a team to block them. As they were chasing, they saw an empty cellar, and another team started chasing after it like a mountain dog.
Up to now, there are only more than 20 people who can keep up. Just now LY8888 stopped the car and started shooting. He thought a fight was about to start, but he didn't expect that as soon as he got out of the car and found cover, the other party ran away again. He is cruel and angry. Chase them all. 5 minutes later, Lin Yan said, slow down and go to the front room. Seven Little Fishes was surprised and said, but they are almost catching up. Lin Yan said firmly, we must let them catch up. Shi Xiaoyu was shocked, but there are still so many of them. At present, there are at least 5 or 6 cars following them. In other words, if you stop, you will have to face attacks from at least 20 people at the same time. There are only 2 of them, aren't they going to die? Lin Yan sneered confidently and eagerly. When 2 people meet on a narrow road, the bravest one wins. Let's fight first. Chapter 28, he is such a loser, why is he so lucky? He is not blind. There is a plane ahead. Except for the housing area in the middle, the surrounding areas are open areas and there are few decent shelters. This is his best battlefield for counterattack. The jeep braked to a stop outside the housing estate. Lin Yan, you go in. 7 Little Fish, yeah. After Lin Yan hid the car, he came behind a shelter. At this time, the vehicles on the opposite side are already within shooting range. He took out the 98K. Aim. Snap. The driver fell out of the car instantly. The vehicle lost control instantly. Snap. Then, another shot was fired, and the driver of the second car was also shot down. Others changed their routes instantly. Lin Yan immediately changed his gun, took out the M762, and started firing. Day. Day. Shi Xiaoyu hid in the room and looked at him 1v. Not a single shot was fired. Because Lin Yan said that she had only one mission, to carry bullets. No right to fire. Fuck, this is too scary, right? I seriously suspect that there is something wrong with Bluehole's data detection. Is this an operation that a human can perform? Hot horse, how can the gap between people be so big? My average KD is less than 1, but he can 1vn, it's outrageous, it's outrageous. My fellow fans, please give some support, so many people are beaten into this state. The first round is over. Lin Yan's kill count has reached 11. The remaining remnants hid behind the bunkers and no longer dared to take the initiative to attack. Seeing this, Lin Yan immediately put down his cigarette and returned to the room. Give me the bullet. Okay. Shi Xiaoyu started throwing bullets quickly. It's my first time being a mobile backpack and it feels really good to win without doing anything. Shi Xiaoyu looked at the game character in front of him who was bending down to pick up bullets. My mind started to wander. Even the outline of his real appearance has been constructed. Calm, strong, and a little domineering. For some reason, she felt that this person seemed to have some magical power that always affected her thoughts. 10 minutes later. Final round. Apart from Lin Yan and Shi Xiaoyu, there are only 3 people left. Whether it's her or the viewers in the live broadcast room. Everyone knows that the outcome has been decided and the winner has been determined. 7 Little Fishes, brothers, I gave you a chance, but you just don't live up to it, so I can't do anything about it. After saying that, she picked up her phone, opened the online shopping order, and showed off the Balenciaga black stockings she had just bought. Oh. It seems I have no choice but to return the goods. Unexpectedly. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yan's anxious voice came from the headset. Stop. At the same time, LY8888 rolled over and jumped out of the room. Everyone in the live broadcast room could clearly see that he didn't even have a gun in his hand. Obviously, this is a rhythm of actively seeking death. In an instant, the Voldemorts lurking around opened fire collectively. Day. This scene stunned Shi Xiaoyu. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded, and the top executives of major clubs were even more confused. This is... Ha ha ha. Died of laughter. I understand, 8 God also wants to see black stockings. Is this possible? 8 God, I am your fan for life. In an instant, they fell from heaven to hell, and the 7 little fish were numb. Tonic medicine. Oh. Game over. With the help of LY8888, the fans successfully completed the sniping. Shi Xiaoyu took off her headphones, picked up her phone, and poked the screen with her pretty fingers angrily. You old idiot. Lin Yan looked at the message.
I thought to myself, please bring your torn pair of stockings when we meet. I don't know why, my brain seemed to have a thought of its own all of a sudden, and it just popped out of my head somehow.
Just at this moment,
Prince Ming sent a message. Did you watch the live broadcast just now?
Lin Yan, no.
Wang Ziming, fuck, that eighth god's voice sounds like yours, really like yours. After seeing these words, Lin Yan realized that when she and Qi Xiaoyu were talking in the game, the people in her live broadcast room could also hear them.
However, he had no intention of admitting it in front of Wang Ziming.
There is an old saying, a rich man in the mountains has distant relatives, while a poor man in the city has no close neighbors. Admitting that you are LY8888 will undoubtedly bring trouble to yourself.
There is absolutely no need. Boom boom boom. Just at this moment,
there was a knock at his door.
Yanzi.
Lin Yan frowned slightly. It was Chen Fan's voice.
He immediately quit the game. Get up and open the door.
Chen Fan was standing at the door in a yellow robe, looking past him and looking inside. I saw your car downstairs, and I knew you were at home, so I came over to play with you. He actually wanted to come over and see if the beautiful lady was there.
A loser like Lin Yan can have such a beautiful girlfriend.
He felt that he could do it too. If a beautiful lady is there, I might as well come over to make myself familiar with her and see if she has any close friends or something.
What's so fun about two grown men?
Lin Yan returned to the house and sent a message to Qi Xiaoyu. I'm logging off.
7 little fish, huh? 8 God won't take me with him?
Woo woo woo, I was wrong. I won't say you are old 6 anymore.
As soon as he entered the room, Chen Fan's eyes fell on the new computer. Oh my god, it's new. Chen Fan is also a young man and also plays games.
Like other boys, I like digital products. However, for people like them who have been wandering around for a long time, owning a gaming computer of their own is a luxury.
Just bought it this afternoon. Chen Fan looked at him and asked, how much?
Lin Yan said calmly, it's not expensive, only 20,000.
What? Chen Fan let out a sharp roar. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? 20,000 is not too expensive? But he didn't believe it.
Lin Yan only earns a few thousand yuan a month, and after deducting his own expenses, there is not much left. Not to mention spending 20,000 yuan to buy a computer, it is even questionable whether he has that much money in his pocket.
Are you bragging to me? Can people like us afford a computer worth 20,000 yuan?
Lin Yan picked up the water cup and took a sip, then said calmly, actually, I don't really care about the price, I just think that a computer with this configuration will give a better gaming experience.
As a man, you can't save when you need to spend. If you don't treat yourself well, are you going to save money and become a lickspittle?
Hearing this, Chen Fan felt that he was being implied. He pursued a girl for 3 whole years. Give gifts when there are festivals, and create conditions to give gifts when there are no festivals.
In addition to trying to influence the other person with your sincerity and dedication.
I also wanted to take this opportunity to talk to the girls a few more words. Even during the Qingming festival, he wanted to buy a bouquet of flowers and go see her. Just last month, in order to celebrate his goddess' birthday, Chen Fan saved money for 2 months and bought her an Oppo phone.
But it was still rejected because it was not an iPhone.
So, when he saw Lin Yan walking with such a beautiful girl that day, he felt even more uncomfortable.
They are all stupid. Why is he luckier than me? Did you really buy it for 20,000? Chen Fan still didn't believe it. Lin Yan smiled and nodded, why would I lie to you? Let me see. Chen Fan picked up the mouse and clicked on Master Lu on the desktop. Check your computer's configuration. Chapter 29 Su Yingxue checks on me online.
Hey, I have to say, this computer runs really smoothly. Chen Fan stared at the screen. The picture quality was so smooth that he couldn't help but marvel at it. The moment the configuration list popped up, his eyes widened.
CPU, Intel 14900. Motherboard, Asus B650. Graphics card, 5080.
Wow, these are all the top-level configurations he had always dreamed of. Yesterday, when he was browsing TikTok, he saw someone installing this kind of computer and he was so envious. He didn't expect to see it with his own eyes today. What he didn't expect was that the computer actually belonged to Lin Yan. We are all delivery guys who don't even have an ordinary computer.
Why should he use such a good one?
This made Chen Fan feel really uncomfortable.
You didn't buy this computer yourself, did you? Chen Fan turned around and pointed at Lin Yan and asked seriously. Seeing his jealous look, Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. I told you. Where do you get so much money to buy such a good computer? Chen Fan felt a little relieved. We are all losers, so we should start from the same starting line. This is reasonable. Your friend bought it and temporarily put it here with you, or? Chen Fan asked casually. Of course. I'm so poor, how can I afford such a good computer? Lin Yan answered him. Chen Fan smiled and said, Your friend is quite rich. Wow, this computer is really good. Lin Yan said, It's just so-so. She doesn't play games. She bought them and just threw them here. What does he mean? Chen Fan sensed something was wrong in his words, and his smile froze instantly. She doesn't play games but bought such a good computer. Is she a girl? Could it be the beautiful lady from last time? I see. Chen Fan's body began to tremble. Because he thought of a terrible fact. Lin Yan is kept by a rich woman, and a very, very beautiful one at that. His head buzzed, his vision went dark, and the blood rushed to his head. If Lin Yan bought the 20,000 yuan computer himself, he could barely accept it. But if it was really sent by a beautiful lady? Chen Fan already felt his heart bleeding. It's so infuriating, they're all losers, why is his life so good? Chen Fan walked away with a gloomy face. Lin Yan sneered and sat back in front of the computer. He knew exactly what these guys were thinking. It's the same old saying, I'm afraid that my brothers will suffer, and I'm also afraid that my brothers will drive a Land Rover. It's better that you are doing worse than him. If you are doing better than him, then you should be thankful that he doesn't curse you behind your back. Of course, there are also those who are truly close friends, but they are very few. Lin Yan opened the system interface. The taskbar shows the progress of 2 strategies. Su Yingxue's current strategy progress is 21%. Lin Yan remembered that when he checked it in the afternoon, it was still 25%. After a few hours, why did it decrease instead of increasing? Just as I was wondering, Su Yingxue sent me a message, come, play PUBG. Lin Yan frowned. He had never told her what game he was going to play. How did she know? Combined with the slowdown in system progress, he reacted instantly. Shit, is she watching the live broadcast too? Wang Ziming has said before that he and LY8888 have similar voices. If Su Yingxue had also watched the live broadcast, she would definitely have discovered it. In this case, it makes sense why the system progress slowed down. She probably recognized the voice and saw me being intimate with another girl, so she got jealous. Lin Yan was a little confused. They hadn't even started dating yet, so why was she jealous? However, this also reminded him that the progress of the strategy would increase or decrease, most likely related to the other party's favorability. What should I do now? Lin Yan scratched his head. For the first time, he experienced the troubles brought by having too many women. If I refuse, wouldn't that confirm her suspicion? No, not only can I not refuse, I also have to make her feel that it's just the voice that is similar, but they're not the same person. Thinking of this, Lin Yan replied, Okay, let me be frank, my skills are not that good. As soon as the message was sent, he quickly went to Xianyu and bought a game account. Su Yingxue is a criminal police officer. If she uses a new number, she will be exposed as soon as she checks the data. 10 minutes later, in the game square, 2-player double row mode. Lin Yan pretended to be surprised. Wow, I didn't expect you could play games. Su Yingxue said in a bad tone, Why can't I play? This explosive tone made Lin Yan more certain of his guess that she was jealous. What he has to do next is to play the role of a qualified rookie. So funny. I used to fantasize about being an esports god. I never thought that one day I would end up pretending to be a rookie. The world is really going downhill. 5 minutes later. Su Yingxue complained, You are in the late stage of Parkinson's disease, right? Can you search faster? Lin Yan complained, Oh, I feel dizzy. The world is spinning around when I play this game. Su Yingxue frowned slightly. She had been paying attention to Lin Yan's actions since she landed. It took several jumps to climb out the window, and picking up the gun was not smooth. Lin Yan was still muttering, This game is not suitable for me at all. I die every time before I even see anyone. At this time, the sound of a car was heard in the game. Su Yingxue reminded, Someone is coming. Lin Yan panicked, What the hell? What the hell? Hide quickly. Su Yingxue listened attentively to the footsteps in her headphones, too. Lin Yan panicked. What should I do? Can I win? Su Yingxue said impatiently, shut up, shoot anyone you see.
Suddenly, Lale's voice came from outside.
Oh no, run. As soon as Su Yingxue finished speaking, a grenade was thrown in.
In desperation, she jumped out and fought hard. She knocked one person down with a bang 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 sound and was knocked down herself.
What are you standing there for? Shoot! Su Yingxue shouted. Oh!
Lin Yan fired a shot subconsciously.
Clatter! The next moment. The kill information in the upper left corner instantly displays. KFM 2454 killed player 45 LFLKK. Still a shot in the head. Chapter 30. He is really generous in spending money on his parents. Not you?
Su Yingxue's voice in the headset was filled with obvious shock. Lin Yan cried out inwardly, fuck, I didn't hold her.
He quickly yelled at the top of his lungs, oh my god. I shot him in the head, ha, I'm so awesome. If I explain it this time, wouldn't that be tantamount to confessing myself?
When a rookie encounters this situation, ecstasy is the normal reaction.
Su Yingxue began to feel suspicious. Is it really such a coincidence that a blind cat catches a dead mouse?
No, let me observe it more carefully. I'm sure he is deliberately playing tricks on me. I watched the entire game live at that time.
She seriously suspected that LY8888 was Lin Yan. First, the sound is too similar.
Secondly, the marksmanship that Lin Yan demonstrated in the last bank robbery was no less impressive than in the game. Third, Lin Yan also plays games, and he just bought a new computer this afternoon. In fact, even if it was the same person, Su Yingxue felt that it was no big deal. But the problem is that Lin Yan is obviously trying to get close to her, adding her as a friend, asking her out on his own initiative, and even wanting to be an auxiliary police officer. His purpose is obvious.
But why did he approach me while playing games with other girls?
They play so ambiguously, especially when the other party is that kind of little clip with a delicate voice. Su Yingxue felt an inexplicable sour feeling in her heart. She is now eager to find out whether Lin Yan is LY8888. If so, then draw a clear line with him from now on.
What are you standing there for? Help me up.
After what happened just now, Lin Yan was extremely cautious in the following games. He set the gun to single-shot mode, and when aiming, he deliberately deviated more than 30 degrees before firing.
Hey, I actually succeeded in outlining the human body and didn't kill the enemy by mistake.
With his extraordinary performance, the two of them were naturally killed many times on the spot.
You're such a wimp. Su Yingxue took off her headphones and said calmly, report to the police tomorrow. What?
Lin Yan suspected that he had heard it wrong.
Su Yingxue raised her voice and spoke word by word, report to the police tomorrow.
While eating, she received a call from her mother, saying that the provincial department's special recruitment of Lin Yan had been approved. There are procedures to follow to officially join the team, but you can let him serve as an auxiliary police officer first to familiarize himself with the business. Su Yingxue was angry about something in the game just now, so she didn't mention this. After a few games, seeing Lin Yan's poor performance, she basically ruled out the possibility that he was LY8888.
Based on her understanding of Lin Yan, if he really had such amazing skills, why would he pretend to be a rookie in front of her? It would be more like pretending to be cool and handsome.
Lin Yan said oh and didn't have any special reaction.
Su Yingxue found it strange. Wasn't this guy determined to join the police force? Why was he so calm when he heard the news?
Little did she know that when Lin Yan heard the news, he actually felt a little disappointed. He has been having a lot of fun playing games at home these days. I didn't expect that I would have to go to the police force so soon.
Having dispelled her doubts, Su Yingxue breathed a sigh of relief.
Her mood also improved and a smile appeared on her beautiful face again. At this time, my best friend Chen Lily sent a message, Xiaoxue, did you watch the live broadcast?
Su Yingxue replied, I saw it. Chen Lily replied immediately, that 8th God is awesome, many people admire him.
I just saw a post saying that he is very valuable and may become a world champion in the future.
Su Yingxue, what does that have to do with us? Chen Lily, why not?
If he were my boyfriend, that would be great, with money and status, like a celebrity. Look at Lin Yan, a food delivery man who is stingy and mean. He will be single sooner or later. When Su Yingxue saw this, her eyebrows raised and she typed a line of words on the screen, go to bed, you can dream about anything. After downloading the game, Lin Yan quickly opened the system.
Su Yingxue's current strategy progress is 27%.
He breathed a sigh of relief. After 30 years of hard work, we almost got to the point of liberation. It's easy to slow down the progress of this guide, but it's hard to increase it.
Fortunately, I was smart, otherwise I would have been exposed. Just as I was thinking, my cell phone rang.
It was my mother calling.
Hello, Mom.
Hey, Yan, are you busy?
No, Mom, what's up? Can't I call you if nothing's wrong?
You haven't called home in days. If you are alone in the city, you have to take good care of yourself.
Don't rush when delivering food, don't run red lights, safety first, understand?
Lin Yan's nose felt sore. In the past, he rarely called home and seldom went home. The reason is very simple. I am already in my 20s, have no money and no career, and want to honor my parents, but I can't even take care of myself. And always makes my parents worry.
I know, Mom.
Oh, Mom, I have good news for you.
What good news? Wang Xiufang on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. You found a girlfriend?
No, I changed jobs.
What job?
Police. After Lin Yan finished speaking, the receiver suddenly became quiet.
Police? Wang Xiufang asked, are they auxiliary police?
She knows how much her son weighs. She didn't have the extravagant hope of passing the civil service exam to become a formal police officer.
Lin Yan responded, yeah.
Wang Xiufang smiled, okay, at least it's safer than delivering food, and not that tiring. Work hard in the police force, Mom supports you. Listening to his mother's happy laughter, Lin Yan felt warm in his heart. Wang Xiufang said, by the way, on the 8th day of next month, your cousin is getting married.
Your uncle specifically asked me to inform you, so don't forget to come back. My cousin is getting married?
Lin Yan frowned, but still agreed, okay, got it.
Wang Xiufang added, relatives and friends will ask you if you have a girlfriend when they see you. If you can bring a girlfriend home, Mom will be happy.
Okay.
Lin Yan understood his mother's thoughts.
In the past, he wouldn't have dared to agree so readily. But now he has a system.
Moreover, there is Su Yingxue nearby and the 7 little fishes far away.
At that time, it wouldn't be a big deal to just pull one back. After giving a few more instructions, he hung up the phone. After buying the computer, Lin Yan had more than 40,000 yuan left in his card. My mother has a bad back, so he wants to buy her a better massage chair. My dad loves fishing, and he wants to give him a set of high-end fishing gear. He opened Pinduoduo and was about to click in when he suddenly realized something.
I am a rich man now, why should I go to Pinduoduo? Exit decisively and open a certain website.
I picked out a massage chair for 18,000 yuan and a fishing gear set for 12,000 yuan. I spent a total of 30,000 yuan, and I still had 10,000 yuan left in my card. Lin Yan doesn't feel bad at all about spending money on his parents. After raising him for more than 20 years, I can finally repay them, and my heart is filled with a sense of accomplishment. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Qi Xiaoyu ended the live broadcast early. After LY8888 went offline, she felt upset and had no interest in broadcasting.
I lay down on the bed and opened WeChat.
Wow, there was a string of unread messages. Xiaoyu, please help us contact LY8888.
We need to talk to him about something. Xiaoyu, please recommend Achin to me on WeChat please.jpg.
Yubao, ask LY8888 if he wants to be a host.
Chapter 31 Is there any difference between Master and Baba?
They are either from an esports club or a live broadcast guild, but their purpose is the same, which is to contact the mysterious LY8888 through her.
You wish. I want to recruit him into my team. Qi Xiaoyu muttered, and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind. Could he be a rich second generation? Becoming a professional esports player is the dream of many young people.
A genius like LY8888, if he is willing, may be able to cross the class barrier and become a billionaire. After all, such examples are not uncommon in the esports circle. Although the esports circle is not as popular as before, top talents still gain both fame and fortune.
If it were an ordinary person, who could resist this temptation?
Unless you are extremely rich, you won't care about this at all. Thinking of this, the 7 little fishes felt even more lost. However, she still did not give up and sent a message to Lin Yan, 8 God, what are you doing?
Lin Yan was eating takeout when he saw Qi Xiaoyu's message and replied casually, what?
Shi Xiaoyu replied immediately, nothing, just asking if you still want to accept disciples, he. She knew in her heart that if the other party didn't want to, and she kept pestering him, it would only make him lose favor and become disliked. After much deliberation, she decided to take a roundabout route, becoming a disciple. In the gaming world, social relationships like master and apprentice are very common. After becoming disciples, the relationship between the two became much closer. We can happily team up to play games together, and chatting doesn't have to be as restrained as it is now. More importantly, we can take it slow. Once we get to know each other well, maybe he will agree to join the team. Lin Yan replied, no, I don't want to be your master, I want to be your boss. Shi Xiaoyu frowned and thought, could this person have any special hobbies? Her mind raced, and she typed quickly, master is also a father. Once a master, always a father. Being my master is almost the same as being a tyrant, isn't it? She felt that her logic was impeccable and perfect. Lin Yan replied, well, what you said seems to make sense. But what benefit can I get from being your master? Shi Xiaoyu curled her lips. Why did this guy insist on conditions for everything? He was completely different from other boys she had met. He would not take any loss and would never do a business at a loss. Shi Xiaoyu asked, what benefit do you want? Lin Yan, meet up. Ha? Shi Xiaoyu was stunned when he saw the news. How come this person has no sense of boundaries? I've seen her many times meeting up online, but this is the first time I've seen someone so straightforward and fresh. Although Shi Xiaoyu is an internet anchor, she is deeply opposed to meeting netizens. She never asks for gifts, let alone meets any top player on the list. It is even more impossible for her to meet a gaming netizen she has just known for a day. Shi Xiaoyu replied, no, I'm so busy with work and have to livestream every day. I don't have time at all. This reply was the bottom line she could give considering LY8888's excellent gaming skills. If the other party continues to pester you, you can only block and delete them. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan's next message directly disrupted her thoughts and even made her a little shaken. Lin Yan, don't you want to recruit me into the team? How can we talk if we don't meet offline? Shi Xiaoyu stared at the phone screen blankly, and his breathing became difficult. I feel like I'm on a roller coaster. I just fell from heaven into hell, and then came back to life from hell. Is what he said true? Is he trying to trick me into going offline and then sell me to northern Myanmar? Lin Yan, if you don't want to talk, I'll find someone else. Shi Xiaoyu was anxious now, and quickly replied, I will meet you, where do you say we will meet? She would think about the method of meeting and the safety measures later, but this was a one-time opportunity and she couldn't miss it. Lin Yan replied, I'm in Binhai City, come over, you decide the time. Shi Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and said, okay. Seeing this reply, Lin Yan's mouth curled up. The second task issued by the system is to make an appointment with Shi Xiaoyu to meet offline. The fact that Shi Xiaoyu came to me so eagerly showed that they wanted to recruit me into their group. If we don't make demands now, when will we? The result was as expected, it worked. The next day, Lin Yan got up early in the morning, washed up simply, and rode his electric scooter straight to the municipal bureau. From a distance, he saw Su Yingxue standing upright at the door waiting for him, still wearing the same smart police uniform with her ponytail tied up high. Just like the beautiful policewoman on the cover of a magazine, bright and attractive. Good morning. Lin Yan braked suddenly and waved at her with a smile. Su Yingxue rolled her eyes at him and handed him a bag of dumplings. Feed the pigs. Hey, how do you know I didn't have breakfast? Lin Yan took the bag and quickly stuffed one into his mouth. The salty, slightly spicy meat filling, paired with the soft, chewy bun skin, tastes quite good. The smell of Zhang Baozi's house. Lin Yan looked very satisfied. The breakfast served by a beautiful woman is so delicious. Su Yingxue snorted, you're overthinking. This is what I left over. Lin Yan was not annoyed and continued, then why don't you leave me a cup of soy milk? You're so beautiful. Su Yingxue rolled her eyes again. After Lin Yan finished eating the buns, Su Yingxue handed him a form, physical examination form and information form, fill them out quickly and give them to me. So troublesome? Lin Yan took the form, took a look at it, and frowned instantly. Su Yingxue said unhappily, is this troublesome? Did you know that I have done most of the work for you? That's great. Lin Yan gave her an admiring look, I'll consider you first when I get married in the future. Get out. Su Yingxue turned around and walked inside.
Lin Yan spent most of the next day undergoing a physical examination in the hospital. After preparing all the information, he handed it over to Su Yingxue. You know what, it feels good to have someone take care of everything. If I had a daughter-in-law like this, I would have much less worries. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Yingxue walked out of the office. Okay, your formal application materials have been submitted. You can first familiarize yourself with the environment as an auxiliary police officer, and then you can become a regular police officer once your documents are approved. Su Yingxue breathed a sigh of relief. After working so hard for so long, she finally got the thing settled. She felt that this was also an explanation to Lin Yan, to repay him for his fearlessness in saving so many hostages. You've helped me so much, how can I repay you? Su Yingxue responded reflexively, no need for you to treat me to a meal. Lin Yan spread his hands helplessly, you refused it yourself, don't say I didn't invite you in the future. TSK. Su Yingxue rolled her eyes at him again, are you free later? What? Lin Yan asked. Come with me to the boxing gym. You want to be my punching bag? We don't know who will be the punching bag yet. The discussion that the two had agreed to when they first met was disrupted by a bank robbery. Su Yingxue had never had the chance to see Lin Yan's skills with her own eyes, and she had always been thinking about it and wanted to take this opportunity to see it for herself. Chapter 32, Internet Celebrity Exposes Fake Traditional Martial Arts Master? More than 10 minutes later, Su Yingxue drove the Chopped Pepper Fish Head restaurant, parked the car, and got out with Lin Yan. Lin Yan looked up at the sign in front of him, Tingquan Martial Arts School. The solid wood carvings are antique and the door curtain decoration is also full of ancient charm. He was a little surprised. Nowadays most people learn kickboxing, taekwondo, and so on. This kind of martial arts school is rare. Su Yingxue has changed into sportswear and yoga pants. It must be said that her slender and straight legs are even more eye-catching against the backdrop of yoga pants. Along the way, Lin Yan was watching with admiration. There's nothing to say about her figure, but I don't know how she feels. Lin Yan thought to himself. Su Yingxue picked up the small bag containing equipment from the back seat. The owner of this martial arts gym is an old comrade in arms of Su Yingxue's father. She often followed her father here when she was a child, and it was here that she acquired her basic martial arts skills. After the South media became popular, a bunch of traditional martial arts masters emerged on the internet, as well as a number of professional and amateur boxers who were dedicated to fighting against counterfeiting. In the beginning, many people still believed that traditional Chinese martial arts were powerful. But later, those traditional martial arts masters were knocked out again and again, and the scene was as funny as it could be. Gradually, everyone became disappointed with traditional martial arts. Maybe those who practice traditional martial arts are stronger than ordinary people, but if they encounter those who practice fighting or modern combat techniques, they really cannot beat them. But in Su Yingxue's heart, the Lu family boxing of Tingquan Martial Arts School still has some real skills. Didn't you say that you learned from the Shitong school? Let me show you here. After Su Yingxue finished speaking, she turned and walked into the martial arts hall. Will you bring me here to see him? Will you let me kick you out? Lin Yan muttered as he followed him into the martial arts hall. Hey, Xiaoxue is here. I haven't seen her for a while. A man in his 50s came up to us. He had a neat crew cut, and was wearing a button Chinese martial arts uniform, black leggings, and cotton shoes. He looked like a traditional martial arts master. Uncle Lu, I've been busy with work lately. Su Yingxue smiled and behaved like a junior. By the way, Uncle Lu, are you and Aunt Jean all right? Lu Shizhao smiled and nodded, I'm fine. How's your dad? Is he going to retire soon? Su Yingxue shook her head, I'm not sure, I haven't been home for a while. By the way, I brought a colleague to practice today. Lu Shizhao then turned his head to look at Lin Yan, looking him up and down. Lin Yan is thin and doesn't look like a martial artist with any background in martial arts. He wants to learn Lu family boxing? Lu Shizhao asked. Lu family boxing was inherited from his family. He practiced martial arts since he was young, and later joined the army. After retiring, he opened this martial arts school in Binhai City. In the early years, there were many apprentices in martial arts schools, but later, as more and more gyms and boxing gyms of various types emerged, fewer people learned traditional martial arts. Fortunately, the house is his and he has a pension, so Lu Shizhao has been persevering. Occasionally, he would shoot some videos and post them on Douyin, both to attract traffic and to promote Huaxiao Chuan Wu.
Su Yingxue explained. No, he is also the inheritor of traditional martial arts.
Oh? Lu Shizhao suddenly became interested and asked, Little brother, what school did you learn from? Traditional martial arts emphasize inheritance.
Each school and faction has its own unique skills. An expert can tell whether a martial artist is skilled or not just by seeing the martial artist perform. He can guess the other party's master just by looking at the martial artist.
My master is from the Shitong school, Master Chongdong. Lin Yan said nonsense with a serious face. Shitong sect? Lu Shizhao was full of confusion.
He had a deep understanding of Chinese traditional martial arts and had exchanges with all the major sects, but he had never heard of the Shitong sect.
Does your sect follow the internal or external approach? Lu Shizhao asked.
Lin Yan blurted out, both inside and outside.
Being able to do a bit of everything means cultivating both inside and outside.
At this time, a young man came out from the inner room. He was also wearing martial arts uniform and looked about 60% similar to Lu Shizhao. He has a tall and straight figure, sharp eyes, and looks very capable.
Sister Xiaoxue, you're here?
When he saw Su Yingxue, his originally tense face instantly broke into a smile.
Brother Ziwu.
Su Yingxue greeted with a smile.
Lu Jiwu's gaze turned and fell on Lin Yan, and his smile disappeared immediately. Who is this?
Su Yingxue introduced, my colleague. He also practices traditional martial arts, so I brought him here to have a look. When Lu Jiwu heard this, he frowned.
Over the years, Su Yingxue has never brought any male friends to the martial arts gym.
A strong sense of crisis made him hostile towards Lin Yan.
Chuanwu? Lu Jiwu clasped his fists and said, May I ask your name?
Lin Yan returned the greeting. Lin Yan, my teacher is Master Chongdong of the Shitong school. He knew the other party would definitely ask, so he just said it directly. Lu Jiwu had never heard of the Shitong school, let alone Master Chongdong. A hint of contempt appeared on the corner of his mouth.
I wonder if Brother Lin is willing to teach me and have a discussion with me. For people who practice martial arts, the best way to communicate is to fight. The winner and loser will be clear immediately, and no amount of words will be of any use. Lin Yan didn't answer, but looked at Su Yingxue. Should I fight?
The tone of his voice sounded like he was asking for instructions from his wife, which made Lu Jiwu even more upset.
Su Yingxue hesitated for a moment. She originally wanted to spar with Lin Yan on her own. It's up to you. Then I'll call. Lin Yan asked Su Yingxue, just because she brought him here and they were acquaintances.
If there is an injury, we have to consider whether we need to pay for the medical expenses and whether it will affect the relationship. After all, the progress of the system strategy would regress, so he had to be cautious.
Su Yingxue reminded him again, Brother Jiwu, you two should spar, just stop when you reach the limit.
She knew Lu Jiwu's kung fu, and 3 or 5 adults couldn't get close to him. Although Lin Yan could snatch a knife with his bare hands, he was just facing an ordinary robber. Lu Jiwu, on the other hand, was a real martial artist.
After that, she turned to Lin Yan and said, Don't force yourself if you can't win. Although she didn't want to admit it. But I was really worried that Lin Yan would get hurt. Lu Jiwu quickly interrupted, Don't worry, Xiaoxue, I will show mercy.
The way of martial arts is to learn from each other.
Bullying the weak is not the style of my Lu family boxing.
Lin Yan snorted coldly.
I thought to myself, why are you pretending to be such a coward in front of me? Just don't cry when you get beaten later. He now has the ability of a martial arts master, and he really wants to fight. Lu Jiwu was afraid that he couldn't even take one move.
Just then, several people came into the martial arts gym. The leader was tall and muscular.
He was followed by a man and a woman. The woman was wearing heavy makeup and the man was holding a camera. He looked like he was coming with bad intentions. Seeing this, Lu Shizhao frowned and asked, What do you want to say?
Judging from his posture, he doesn't look like he is here to learn boxing. The tall and strong man in the lead took off his sunglasses, looked aggressive, and said calmly,
My name is Li Bo Zhang. I have 2 million fans online. I'm sure you are familiar with me, right? He spoke in an arrogant tone, as if he didn't care about anyone.
No wonder he looked so familiar, it turned out to be him.
Lu Jiwu's heart tightened. He knew about the violent Zhang, and he had seen the other party's video.
Bao Lai Zhang is a retired heavyweight professional fighter who has gained many fans online by exposing fake traditional martial arts.
He challenges traditional martial arts masters to challenge each other and has never lost.
Those traditional martial arts masters who were defeated by him were labeled as fake masters. I didn't expect that he would come to my door today.
Chapter 33 Master, please use your killing skills. I am afraid of death. What do you want to do? Lu Jiwu looked solemn. What are you doing? Violent Zhang sneered disdainfully, of course I'm here to spar with you.
Lu Shizhao realized that the other party had bad intentions, and said, young man, we are not here to learn boxing at Tinquan Martial Arts School for the purpose of competing for supremacy. You should go somewhere else to practice martial arts. Violent Zhang laughed and said, since you claim to be masters of traditional martial arts, you should stand up and prove it to everyone. Traditional martial arts are the best, and traditional martial arts are the orthodox Chinese martial arts. It proves that those of us who learn Sanda fighting are scum and are nothing compared to traditional martial arts. Don't be so unmodest when you're bragging, and then become a coward when you're being beaten. You. Lu Shizhao was angry and coughed several times. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavily made-up woman behind Violent Zhang said in a weird tone, it's okay if you don't dare to fight. I'll take down the sign of your martial arts school and then record a video admitting that you are a fake master and post it online, so that no one will be deceived when they come to learn martial arts. We fight against counterfeiting to help you avoid being fooled by scammers like you. Record a video and post it online? When the Lu family father and son heard this, their faces instantly darkened. This was clearly a deliberate attempt to find fault and humiliate others. Su Yingxue glanced at the Lu family father and son, then turned to look at Zhang Baoli, and said coldly, I advise you not to deliberately pick a fight. As a police officer, if the other party deliberately makes trouble, she can enforce the law. The heavily made-up woman crossed her arms and looked Su Yingxue up and down, saying in a sarcastic tone, oh, you're quite good looking. What, you can do it twice too? Or, you fight for them? It's not impossible. Su Yingxue immediately took out boxing gloves from her bag. Violent Zhang sneered, I don't have the habit of hitting women. Huang Yan, the Violent Zhang's girlfriend, laughed and said, why do you need to do it? I can do it for this delicate girl. But let me be frank with you, I will not hold back when I hit you. If you get hurt, I won't compensate you. Huang Yan is an amateur fighting coach. She has been practicing Sanda since she was a child and her punches are indeed ruthless. Lu Shizhao quickly said, she is not from our martial arts school and cannot represent us. How can I let a girl take over the task when my martial arts school is challenged? If this gets out, how will Tinquan Martial Arts School continue to operate? Wouldn't Lu family boxing become a laughingstock in the traditional martial arts world? Besides, Su Yingxue is the daughter of an old comrade in arms, how could he bear it? Huang Yan sneered, does it matter whether it is a martial arts school or not? It's time for a greenhouse flower like her, who is pampered by men, to taste the bitterness of society. Today I will be a good person and teach her that a vase should be placed there quietly, without talking or making any noise. Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yan pointed at Huang Yan and shouted, can you take a beating? I'm asking you, can you take a beating? This voice instantly attracted everyone's attention. Baoli Zhang's face was full of surprise. From the moment he entered the door until now, he had never taken Lin Yan, a tall and thin man who seemed to have little fighting ability, seriously. He didn't expect that he would dare to stand up. Oh? Violent Zhang sneered, so you can take a beating? Lin Yan showed no weakness, raised his head and looked directly at Zhang, if you don't agree, let's fight. Although Su Yingxue is a target matched by the system. But in his eyes, Su Yingxue is already his woman. So, he could just watch his woman being bullied? It's impossible. No matter who the other party is, just do it. Huang Yan laughed and said, I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting thing when I came here today. Xiaowu, you have to take good pictures, this material is hard to come by. When Su Yingxue saw Lin Yan standing up for her, her heart suddenly warmed. But reason told her that now was not the time to act on impulse. She quickly reminded him in a low voice, this man is a professional boxer, don't be impulsive. She did not underestimate Lin Yan. As a fan of fighting in Sanda, she knew too well the gap between ordinary people and professional players. Even if Lin Yan knew some traditional martial arts moves, he could be good at dealing with ordinary people, but he had almost no chance of winning against a professional boxer. The ability to withstand blows alone is incomparable. What's more, Violent Zhang is a heavyweight player, and an ordinary person's fist hitting him is no different from tickling him. So what if I'm a professional boxer? Lin Yan pointed at Violent Zhang and shouted, I'm fighting the elite. At this time, Lu Jiwu stood up and said, I took it. As the successor of a boxing gym, if he does not dare to fight back in the face of such a provocation, it would be more embarrassing if it gets out than losing in the ring. Bo Li's eyes lit up and he immediately looked away from Lin Yan. The person he wants to fight is the master of traditional martial arts.
There is no value in playing a little karami like Lin Yan. Not only will there be no traffic, but it will also attract ridicule from netizens. He looked at Lu Jiwu and said with a smile. That's right, this is the courage a martial arts master should have, ha 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 ha. Stop talking nonsense and let's see who's the real deal on the ring. Lu Jiwu turned around and strode towards the ring.
More than 10 minutes later, both sides signed the pre-match agreement and stood on the ring. Lu Jiwu was about 175 centimeters tall and thin, which forms a sharp contrast with the violent Zhang, who was over 190 centimeters tall, standing opposite him. As soon as Zhang Baoli's live broadcast started, tens of thousands of people flocked in within just a few minutes.
Most of them are here to watch the fun.
They are waiting to see how those so-called fake masters will be knocked out by professional players, and how they will justify themselves and make excuses for traditional martial arts after losing. Of course, there are also some people who firmly believe in the power of traditional martial arts.
Lao Zhang, I'm going to hit him in the mouth later, ha ha ha. There are still masters these days? It's so funny, if you have the ability, why don't you go play in the competition? Traditional martial arts are all about killing skills, what do you know? It's so funny. In this day and age, are there still people who believe in traditional martial arts? Killing skills? Why don't you let him kill someone and try? Guess how many rounds it will take? How many more rounds? If he can last a minute, he's awesome. Can he win? Lin Yan looked at Su Yingxue and asked.
Although he has the ability of a traditional martial arts master, he doesn't know much about Sanda fighting. Su Yingxue looked solemn and shook her head. Difficult. Violent Zhang Guang has a big advantage in size, and he is also a retired professional player, so he has strong resistance to blows. Even if he occasionally reveals a flaw, it is difficult for Lu Jiwu to gain an advantage. The only chance of winning is to attack the vital parts, but attacking the vital parts is prohibited during sparring.
Lin Yan thought thoughtfully, so he will definitely lose? Su Yingxue did not answer, but her expression already gave the answer. For safety reasons, both sides wore gloves and protective gear. Unexpectedly, before the fight, Violent Zhang took off his hood. I'll give you a chance, so that netizens won't say I'm a bully. As he spoke, he bumped his fists and shouted at Lu Jiwu provocatively, come on, master, use your killing skills. Don't show mercy, come on.
Lu Jiwu was humiliated by this and his emotions were a little out of control.
He took small steps closer and punched violently at Zhang.
Violent Zhang smiled contemptuously, and easily blocked the punch with a hug, without any harm. The key point is that Lu Jiwu's punch had already revealed a flaw, but the violent Zhang did not fight back.
Because he knew he would win.
Even when and how to win are controlled by him.
His real purpose of coming to challenge the martial arts school is to attract traffic by humiliating traditional martial arts. If someone is knocked out with one punch, fans won't be interested in watching anymore. So, now he is like teasing a cricket, dodging, hugging, and provoking Lu Jiwu. Lu Jiwu was angry and anxious, but there was nothing he could do. After a few minutes, he was sweating and panting.
On the other hand, Violent Zhang still had a provocative smile on his face. Come on, master, don't stop, use your peerless magic to teach me a lesson.
Ah!
Feeling humiliated and frustrated, Lu Jiwu used up the last of his strength and punched again.
Chapter 34, the winning rate is not even 90%? Violent Zhang's expression turned cold instantly.
He dodged to the side and then punched Lu Jiwu in the abdomen with a heavy punch, causing his body to bend and fall to the ground. At this moment, Lu Jiwu felt that his internal organs were about to shift out of place. What made him even more desperate was that no matter what boxing techniques or routines he used, he could not break Zhang's violent defense. At this moment, Lu Jiwu's belief in martial arts began to waver.
Could it be that Chuanwu is really dead?
Violent Zhang stood on the ring, facing the live camera, arrogantly raised his hands high, and declared his victory. The live broadcast room was instantly ignited, and the barrage of comments rolled wildly.
What traditional martial arts? They're all lies.
You still brag that Chinese Kung Fu is the best, that's just bullshit. Look at the boxing in other countries, that's really awesome.
Bah!
With this level of skill, he still calls himself a master.
I can beat him up so badly that he won't know what to do.
Master, the ground is cold, don't lie there pretending to be dead, get up quickly. At this moment, those who have always believed in the strength of traditional martial arts were all silent. The facts were before their eyes and they were completely powerless to refute them. They could only watch helplessly as the hopes in their hearts were crushed bit by bit.
Chinese martial arts, has it really declined? Is it really impossible to defeat these foreign fighting techniques?
They were unwilling but had no other choice. Nowadays, with the development of self-media, if traditional martial arts really have real skills, someone should have stood up long ago and fought a beautiful comeback battle to prove to the world that Chinese traditional martial arts are still strong. Su Yingxue saw Lu Jiwu lying on the ground, and rushed to the ring, anxiously asking, "Brother Jiwu, how are you?"
No. It's okay. Lu Jiwu turned his head away, not wanting Su Yingxue to see him in such a miserable state.
He has liked Su Yingxue since he was a child, but she is like a distant star in the sky. In the past, when Su Yingxue came to the martial arts gym to practice boxing, he would guide her as a senior brother.
That was the happiest and most fulfilling thing for him.
But now, the Lu family boxing that he was so proud of was defeated miserably by others.
He just felt humiliated and felt that he was not worthy of Su Yingxue. Huang Yan was full of pride and started to taunt, "Why, master, are you using your chi to heal your wounds? Could it be that he is holding back a big move? Yo, everyone stand far away, be careful about the master's supernatural power and hurt us by accident." Ha 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 ha. Su Yingxue asked again, "Brother Jiwu, are you okay?"
She knew in her heart that there was little point in continuing the fight, but this was a matter of dignity, and she wanted to respect Lu Jiwu's decision.
No.
Lu Jiwu shook his head, climbed up from the ground with difficulty, looked lonely, and walked down the ring in embarrassment.
Lu Shijiao hurried forward to support his son and asked with concern, "Jiwu, are you okay?" Lu Jiwu shook his head and blamed himself, "Dad, I'm sorry, I'm useless." Lu Shijiao looked distressed and consoled him, "Xiaowu, you tried your best, I don't blame you." As he said that, he turned his head to look at the violent Zhang on the ring and shouted, "I'll meet you." As the saying goes, brothers fight together to kill tigers, and fathers and sons fight together in battle. If the son loses, the father cannot retreat. When Su Yingxue heard this, she hurriedly dissuaded him, "Uncle Lu, you are not in good health, you can't fight." Lu Shijiao was diagnosed with diabetes a few years ago and his health is not as good as before. He can do some boxing practice but he can't handle the real competition in the ring. Lu Jiwu also said anxiously, "Dad, stop fighting. At worst, we can just close this martial arts school." He had just fought with the violent Zhang, and he knew that even if his father took the field, he would have no chance of winning. The martial arts school may not be open, but nothing must happen to my father. Huang Yan sneered, "Uncle, you look pale and weak, we dare not fight you. If we accidentally hurt you, your son might even blackmail us, and we don't want to get into trouble." As she said that, she turned her gaze and looked at Su Yingxue. "Hey, little beauty, weren't you being stubborn just now? How about you come up on stage and fight with me? Dare you?" Su Yingxue's eyes flashed with coldness, and she said coldly, "I couldn't ask for more." After saying that, he picked up his boxing gloves and walked towards the ring. "Hey!" Lin Yan hurriedly tried to dissuade him, "Don't go. What if you get hurt?" For some reason, when he heard that Su Yingxue was going to fight with someone, he felt inexplicably uneasy, as if he was worried that his wife was being bullied. "It's okay." Su Yingxue turned around and gave him a reassuring look, "I know what's going on." After saying that, he walked straight to the stage. "No, you know it, but I don't." Lin Yan looked at her back dryly. Just now, Zhang violently teased the traditional martial arts master, and the heat in the live broadcast room had begun to wane. Now two women are going to compete on the ring, one of them is a very beautiful woman, and the live broadcast room instantly becomes lively again. "Oh my god, this beauty has an amazing figure and is so beautiful. Stop hitting me, it will make me sad if you hurt me. I like beauty in this round. There is nothing I can do about it. I'm a face-oriented person. What is the beautiful girl's TikTok account number? I want to follow her. Dad, is Xiaoxue okay?" Lu Jiwu asked worriedly. Lu Shijiao looked solemn, thought for a moment and said, "It's hard to say, the other party dares to be so arrogant, he must be very powerful." Although Xiaoxue has loved practicing boxing since she was a child and has also learned sanda and free fighting in the police force, she is not a professional after all. If the other party is also an amateur, then she has a good chance. Lin Yan heard their conversation from the side and was anxious, so he interrupted and asked, "What are the chances?" Lu Shijiao said, "If they are all amateurs, I think Xiaoxue has an 80% chance of winning." "Only 80%? Lin Yan's heart tightened.
The winning rate was not even 90%.
What the hell was the point of fighting?
At this time, Huang Yan put on boxing gloves, walked onto the stage with her head shaking, looked at Su Yingxue provocatively, and smiled contemptuously.
Don't cry if it hurts you later.
Su Yingxue took a half step back, her eyes showing a chill, and said coldly, "You talk too much nonsense."
Huang Yan shook her legs and said jokingly, "Then I won't be polite." Wait.
Lin Yan quickly walked to the center of the ring and shouted, "I'll be the referee." He didn't understand the refereeing rules at all. He was simply worried that Su Yingxue would suffer a loss, so he thought about being the referee himself so that he could take action in time if the situation was not right. Hearing this, Zhang Bali and Huang Yan looked at each other, with a sarcastic smile on their lips. In their opinion, in the face of absolute strength, it is useless for the referee to be partial.
Huang Yan shrugged and said, "I have no objection."
Lin Yan stood between the two of them, glanced at them, and suddenly lowered his right hand, shouting, "Start!" Su Yingxue took the lead and swept towards Huang Yan with her left leg like lightning, creating a gust of wind. A hint of fierceness flashed across Huang Yan's face, but she didn't dodge or evade, and took the low sweep head on. There was a loud bang and the two men's shins collided. At this moment, Huang Yan twisted her waist suddenly, and her right hook flew out like a cannonball at an extremely fast speed, brushing past Su Yingxue's chin, and the wind from the fist lifted a strand of hair by Su Yingxue's ear.
"You've got some skills."
Huang Yan licked his fangs, his eyes showing a stronger fighting spirit, and then he launched a series of jabs, attacking Su Yingxue like a storm. Su Yingxue reacted quickly, leaning back, and the tip of her nose just brushed against the tip of Huang Yan's fist. Just when Huang Yan thought her attack had failed, Su Yingxue suddenly exerted force from her waist and blasted out with a Superman punch from a tricky angle.
Bang! Su Yingxue's boxing gloves hit Huang Yan's cheek hard. Chapter 35 Lin Yan, it's my turn, right? Huang Yan also reacted quickly.
The moment the glove hit her, she turned around to relieve the force. But even so, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, mixed with sweat and splashed onto the side ropes of the ring.
The live broadcast room exploded instantly. 6666, this punch hit me directly on the face, damn. Fuck, this beauty looks so weak, how come she is so good at fighting? Is Huang Yan going to lose? Why are you in such a hurry? She is not serious yet. Just wait and see.
Bao Lijian was also a little surprised when he saw this scene. I originally thought Su Yingxue was just a vase, but I didn't expect her fighting ability to be so strong.
Lin Yan was also surprised. This was the first time he saw Su Yingxue take action.
No wonder when they first met, she dared to threaten him and said that she would make him fall down within a minute.
I didn't expect that she really had the ability. Huang Yan's eyes narrowed. She had indeed underestimated Su Yingxue before.
However, she didn't use her full strength just now. After all, she had to consider the live broadcast effect.
The situation is different now.
Since the other party is strong, she has to take it seriously.
I didn't expect you to be so capable.
Huang Yan said in a cold tone, but from now on, I'm going to be serious. Su Yingxue quickly assumed a fighting stance and responded coldly. I hope your fists are as powerful as your mouth. Upon seeing this, Huang Yan jumped up instantly, pounced at Su Yingxue like an arrow, and punched directly at Su Yingxue's face.
Su Yingxue reacted extremely quickly.
She leaned back to avoid the attack while raising her hand to block Huang Yan's right hand. Then she raised her leg and kicked Huang Yan right in the chest. Ah! Huang Yan groaned, and the whole person flew backwards and hit the side rope heavily. Su Yingxue took advantage of the situation and quickly moved forward, her fist suddenly stopping a finger's width away from Huang Yan's face. Huang Yan gasped heavily, staring blankly at the fist in front of her, her heart full of disbelief. She thought she had a sure win, but she didn't expect Su Yingxue to be so powerful, and she didn't expect that she would lose so quickly. She was really unwilling to accept the fact that she lost to this vase.
How is this possible? Oh my god, am I seeing this right? Huang Yan was knocked out just like that? How come she is so good at fighting?
Fortunately, she doesn't practice traditional martial arts, otherwise the violent Zhang team would have suffered a big setback.
You lose.
Su Yingxue frowned and said coldly.
As a police officer, knowing when to stop is both a principle and a red line. She retracted her fist, stood up and left.
Huang Yan looked at her back, and the strong unwillingness made her lose her mind.
He kicked his feet and attacked Su Yingxue's back of the head. Be careful.
The Lu father and son in the audience exclaimed when they saw this.
When Su Yingxue realized the danger, it was too late to dodge. At this critical moment,
a pair of size 42 shoes suddenly appeared and kicked Huang Yan hard in the face.
Ah! Huang Yan screamed miserably.
Her eyes, mouth, ears, and nose were deformed by the force. The whole person flew backwards, his teeth mixed with blood splashed out, drawing a graceful arc in the air.
Bang! Her body hit the wall heavily and slid down like a limp noodle.
Huang Yan sat against the wall with her eyes closed, as if she was asleep. There are clear shoe prints on the face, and the ERKE logo can be vaguely seen.
The whole audience was shocked.
In the center of the ring, Lin Yan's raised foot stance had not yet been retracted, just like Bruce Lee. The Liu's father and son widened their eyes, their faces filled with astonishment.
Violet Zhang and the cameraman were also stunned, with confusion on their faces. Su Yingxue also looked confused.
Su Yingxue defeated Huang Yan, and everyone was surprised but still able to accept it. But this sudden kick was beyond everyone's expectations. The audience in the live broadcast room were also confused.
The referee actually took action? No, who is this person? This leg technique, why does it feel a bit like traditional martial arts?
Don't say it, it really does have that flavor.
Stop daydreaming.
It's hilarious that a kick can make you a martial artist. Su Yingxue turned around and saw that Huang Yan had flown out of the ring, while Lin Yan was standing in front of her with an incredible look on his face.
You.
Lin Yan slowly put down his legs. What's wrong with me? She attacked me by surprise, she deserved it for being kicked.
Su Yingxue hurriedly explained, I want to ask how you did it. It's really unbelievable that someone could be kicked so far away with one kick. Lin Yan said calmly, isn't it enough to have feet?
If he wasn't afraid of kicking Huang Yan to death, he would have stopped in advance. I'm afraid she has embedded herself into the wall and can't be removed. Su Yingxue frowned, looking as if she was fooled by him again. Below the stage, Lu's father and son looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Because they all recognized the moves used by Lin Yan.
Shadowless kick. A well-known move in Southern Kung Fu. The father and son looked at Lin Yan again.
His expression became complicated, showing excitement, emotion, and even redness in his eyes. They seemed to see hope for the revival of traditional martial arts in Lin Yan.
You. Violet Zhang came to his senses, rushed over to pick up Huang Yan, and glared at Lin Yan fiercely. How dare you sneak attack?
Lin Yan sneered, she was the one who started it.
Did your chrysanthemum pinch your eyes? Huang Yan seemed to have recovered.
She slowly opened her eyes and looked at the violent Zhang with weak eyes. Brother, help me get revenge.
Don't worry.
Violent Zhang put Huang Yan aside, took the boxing gloves from the photographer, walked in front of Lin Yan, and asked in a condescending and cold voice.
Do you dare to fight me?
Fight. Lin Yan turned to look at Lu Jiwu on the sidelines. Lend me your boxing gloves.
If he didn't wear boxing gloves, he would be afraid of the fight and not get enough fun. Okay.
Lu Jiwu's face lit up with joy, and he quickly took out his fist and gave it to Lin Yan. After Lin Yan took it, he looked at Violent Zhang and said, sign the agreement first.
If I hurt you, I don't want to pay you. Ha! Violent Zhang sneered, boy, you already have a way to die.
The audience in the live broadcast room never expected this. I originally thought that I was just here to watch the Violent Zhang tease the traditional martial arts master for fun.
I didn't expect that there would be so many good shows. It's worth it.
The number of people in the live broadcast room also began to soar.
This kid is in big trouble.
I'm a level 13 fan, and I've never seen Violent Zhang so angry. He should be grateful to the Harmonious Society for saving him, otherwise the Violent Zhang would definitely beat him to death.
Of course not. My woman was beaten so badly just now. If I don't vent my anger, I will stop being a violent person on the internet. Come on, young man. Come on, Chuan Wu. Jia Mao, what era is it now? A bunch of old-timers are still fantasizing about the heyday of traditional martial arts? Have you read too many novels? The two signed the agreement.
Lin Yan walked to the sidelines and took off his pair of ERKE sneakers.
Su Yingxue asked in surprise, why did you take off your shoes?
Lin Yan put on his boxing gloves and said,
because I can't feel anything when I'm wearing shoes. Su Yingxue? Chapter 36, the martial arts come alive in him. Be careful.
Su Yingxue warned softly, her expression full of concern, if you can't beat him, just admit defeat.
There's nothing shameful about it.
In her heart, winning or losing is not important, she just hopes that Lin Yan doesn't get hurt.
Lin Yan curled his lips and smiled wickedly. Are you concerned about me?
Su Yingxue immediately rolled her eyes at him. Stop being so conceited, I'm just worried that you'll get hurt and delay your work.
Okay, got it.
Lin Yan waved his hand, turned around and strode towards the center of the ring.
Dad, can he win? Lu Jiwu asked again.
In terms of vision and experience, he is far behind his father who has practiced boxing all his life.
Lu Shizhao stared at the center of the ring, his brows furrowed, and did not answer. A man with a strong physique and a professional athlete.
The other one is thin, but can use a unique move like the shadowless kick. In his eyes, this is a true contest between traditional martial arts and modern fighting techniques.
Who is strong and who is weak? It is still unknown. I allow you to call for the referee.
Violent Zhang shook his boxing gloves as big as a casserole with an arrogant tone.
Lin Yan said calmly, no need, I am the referee.
Then just wait for death. Zhang Bao shouted violently and threw a heavy punch at Lin Yan with the sound of wind. In an instant, everyone held their breath, their hearts in their throats, and they were worried about Lin Yan. Lin Yan's figure flashed and he dodged the huge fist by a hair's breadth. Then, his wrist wrapped around the violent and sturdy arm like a snake and pulled it along. The tall and powerful body of Zhang seemed to be unstable and fell forward. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Yan bent his right foot backwards.
Pa!
The sole of the foot kicked accurately on the violent Zhang's face, making a crisp sound.
This sudden scene almost made everyone drop their jaws. Is it so easy to resolve the opponent's attack and complete the counterattack?
Su Yingxue opened her mouth slightly, a look of disbelief on her face.
The opponent's powerful attack was resolved so easily? Isn't that too exaggerated?
At the same time, she also understood why Lin Yan took off his shoes. Because he had fists on his hands, and he wanted to slap the other person in the face with his feet.
Isn't this too confident?
The opponent is a retired professional player.
How confident must he be in his own abilities to be so arrogant? Tai Chi cloud hands.
Lu Shizhao shouted excitedly. At this moment, he leaned forward, clenched his trembling fists, and his eyes were full of excitement. Using another person's force to counterattack is a typical Tai Chi move that he is very familiar with.
What? You mean Tai Chi cloud hands? Lu Jiwu was also shocked. Could it be that someone can really apply Tai Chi in actual combat?
Traditional martial arts are mostly routines, which are very entertaining to watch, but when it comes to actual combat, they often fail to display their original strength. Therefore, Tai Chi is often criticized as the ninth set of radio gymnastics.
Su Yingxue asked in confusion, Uncle Lu, what is Tai Chi cloud hands?
Lu Shizhao said excitedly, it's a move from Tai Chi. I never thought that one day I would be able to see someone use this move in actual combat.
Su Yingxue was completely confused.
The live broadcast room was instantly boiling.
This person actually uses traditional martial arts Tai Chi? Hitters, come out and speak up. How is Chuan Wu? How is it?
At this moment, the traditional martial arts enthusiasts seemed to be supported by Lin Yan's hand.
Keep yelling. A professional Sanda player? That's it?
The Chinese martial arts are awesome.
The Chinese are awesome.
The violent Zhang, who suffered a loss, quickly retreated to the edge of the rope, wiped his nose, and left a trace of blood on his arm. When he looked at Lin Yan again, the contempt in his eyes was gone. No one knew what had just happened better than him, an eyewitness. Originally, if the opponent blocked the attack with all his strength, he would at least be beaten to the point of losing his combat effectiveness, but this was not the case. Not only did the opponent easily dodge the attack, he also turned his strength into an offensive.
That's right, I dodged it easily.
Violent Zhang even clearly saw that the fist was less than half an arm's length away from Lin Yan before he dodged sideways. This move was extremely strange.
Lin Yan looked at the violent Zhang, who was scared back to the side rope, and sneered. Didn't you vow to fight fake martial arts? Well, I will give you this opportunity today.
After he finished speaking, he raised his hands and clasped his fists above his head, and raised his voice. I am a disciple of the Shitong school, Master Chongdong.
I admit that I am the martial arts master you mentioned.
After saying that, he looked at violent Zhang and said, come on, come and hit me.
What? Are you scared? You're hiding at the side ropes, you want to be the referee? Weren't you quite arrogant just now?
Quick, show us your special skills, the dodging, the butterfly step, the strangulation, the guillotine, use them all.
Faced with his provocation, Violent Zhang tried hard to keep his emotions stable.
Because his opponent is so terrifying, he can turn decay into magic in a very short space of time.
This is no longer a question of strength and skill.
It's the crushing of dimensions. He now had to stay fully focused, not dare to be careless or attack rashly.
Wow, that's awesome. Where is the Shitong school? I'm going to become your disciple tomorrow. Master Chongdong? Is there such a person in the Chinese traditional martial arts world? Look, Violent Zhang is scared. He is actually scared.
How strong must the opponent be to scare him like this?
Brothers, there is hope for traditional martial arts, there is hope.
Lin Yan approached step by step, and Violent Zhang was forced into a corner. Finally, he could not help it and kicked towards Lin Yan with a high whip kick. Lin Yan quickly bent down, with his feet like a tumbler, and moved horizontally while bending down, then raised his right foot high.
Pa 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 pa.
Several crisp sounds were heard in succession. That's right, Lin Yan was slapping Zhang violently with his feet, and his skill was just as good as using his hands.
The Violent Zhang Xiang was stunned and stood there with a dazed look in his eyes. And it has swollen like a pig's head. Aha!
Lin Yan roared and kicked the Violent Zhang in the face with a beautiful roundhouse kick. He violently opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his huge body was kicked away in an instant. After falling to the ground, he fell asleep in seconds, just like the previous contestant.
Young people are full of energy, they can fall asleep as soon as they lie down. Lin Yan rubbed the instep of his feet.
He felt a little numb because he had used too much force just now. Below the stage, Su Yingxue, the Lu father and son, Huang Yan and the cameraman all stared at him in astonishment, with the same expression.
This result was beyond their expectations.
Before the fight started, they never thought that Lin Yan could win. Who would have thought that he would not only win, but also win so easily?
It's incredible.
In the live broadcast room, the fans of traditional martial arts were as lively as if it was New Year's Day.
Fuck, it's exciting, brothers. Traditional martial arts are awesome. I cried, really.
We have suffered so much injustice, but today we can finally hold our heads high.
ISNT Violent Zhang acting? What a bullshit act. If you have the guts, go up and act one? Sanda, fighting, Muay Thai, come on, let us do it together. It took a long time for Su Yingxue to come back to her senses. She was breathing rapidly and her chest was heaving up and down.
The scene just now made her blood boil, and she also truly witnessed Lin Yan's strength.
It can only be described in 2 words, shocking.
Compared to his marksmanship, it is not inferior at all. She finally understood why he dared to go alone to rescue the hostages that day. The Lu father and son hugged each other and cried. Although the Lu family boxing did not win, traditional martial arts won, which was more important to them than anything else. Lin Yan took off his boxing gloves and slowly walked off the stage. The Lius bowed respectfully to him, "Senior."
In martial arts, the one who is proficient in it can be the teacher.
The young man in front of them deserves their name.
This.
Their behavior made Lin Yan embarrassed.
The main reason is that I have never experienced anything like this before.
More than 10 minutes later, the ambulance took away the Violent Zhang and Huang Yan.
Since the agreement was signed before, Lin Yan does not need to take any responsibility. The 2 of them politely declined the invitation from Lu's father and son to stay for dinner. As soon as he got in the car, Lin Yan's cell phone vibrated twice.
I took it out and saw that it was a message from 7 little fishes. Master, I'm in Binhai. Chapter 37. My eyes are the ruler, this D, for sure. When Lin Yan saw the news about Qi Xiaoyu, he was confused. I didn't expect her to come so soon.
Lin Yan, where are you? Qi Xiaoyu, I'm in the hotel, Hanhai Hotel.
Lin Yan, okay, I'll come over in the evening.
Qi Xiaoyu, come at night? What do you want to do?
Lin Yan, it's already past 7 o'clock.
It will be evening when I come here.
7 little fishes, okay, call me when you come. Lin Yan got into the car and his heart beat faster for no apparent reason.
I feel like a thief, and like I'm about to cheat on my wife. I feel uneasy in my heart. What do you want to eat?
Su Yingxue asked while fastening her seatbelt.
I'm not hungry.
Lin Yan was thinking about meeting Qi Xiaoyu, so he had no mind to eat. Su Yingxue frowned slightly. Look at how stingy you are.
I didn't ask you to treat me.
Lin Yan helped a lot today, and she wanted to treat him to a good meal.
Some other time. Is there something wrong?
Su Yingxue turned to look at him, her eyes deep, as if she could see through everything.
It's okay. Lin Yan pretended to be calm. I'm just tired. I want to go back and play some games and go to bed early. Okay.
Su Yingxue retracted her gaze, started the car, and drove towards the Public Security Bureau.
Half an hour later, inside the Hanhai Hotel. Xiaoyu, come and see.
A pure and lovely girl in a pleated skirt jumped up from the bed and ran to Qi Xiaoyu.
You're so surprised. Let me see what's going on. Qi Xiaoyu took the phone and saw a fighting competition on the screen.
One of them was strong and the other was thin, and the difference in their body sizes was obvious.
Is this bullying? Qi Xiaoyu looked at her best friend Tang Xiaotang in confusion, or did they beat someone to death? Are the family members seeking help online?
To meet LY8888, she brought her best friend along for safety reasons. If you really encounter a human trafficker, at least you have your best friend by your side, so you won't be so lonely.
Tang Xiaotang shook her head vigorously, looked down. So mysterious.
Qi Xiaoyu's eyes returned to the screen, and she saw the tall and thin boy pulling the burly man down, raising his heel and kicking him in the face.
Oh my god, is this guy cheating? Tang Xiaotang had an expression that said, I knew you would say that. Keep watching.
Then, the tall and thin man slapped the burly man's face with his feet, and then kicked him out of the ring with a beautiful roundhouse kick.
Wow, so handsome. Qi Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim.
This kind of visual impact is like the fighting scenes that can only be seen in movies shining into reality.
How can it not be surprising? It's open, it's definitely open.
The 7 little fishes muttered to themselves. Although she doesn't know much about boxing and martial arts, she still has basic common sense. Tang Xiaotang said proudly, I just saw it, and now it's trending on the search list, and the keyword is traditional martial arts is not dead. Some people say that this boy single-handedly turned the tide and gave a shot of confidence to the Chinese martial arts community.
Qi Xiaoyu returned the phone to her friend. So amazing? It sounds like he's almost as good as my master.
Tang Xiaotang sighed, alas, I still don't know what your master looks like.
Do you think he will be a greasy middle-aged uncle? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chen Jianbin version.
Qi Xiaoyu shook his head like a drum. My master's reaction and hand speed are something that a middle-aged man can't do. I guess he can't be more than 20 years old.
She is right.
In the professional esports circle, as players age, their reaction speed, hand speed, and competitive state will decline. This industry is a job that relies on youth. Therefore, not only Qi Xiaoyu, but even industry professionals think that LY8888 may be less than 18 years old. After Su Yingxue sent Lin Yan back to the police station, he rode his electric scooter and hurried to the Hanhai Hotel.
Why are you in such a hurry? Because meeting each other can complete the second system task. Regardless of whether or not the entry can be revealed, at least you can get money.
After tasting the happiness brought by money, Lin Yan felt that he had fallen into the money-obsessed. When I see the progress bar of the system task, I will rush forward without hesitation. However, the two were separated for less than 10 minutes.
The system's voice suddenly appeared in Lin Yan's mind. Su Yingxue's strategy progress 45%. Host receives a bonus of 50,000 yuan.
C-level entry that boy is so handsome is revealed. Your appearance will be improved based on the current level, but it will not reach the level of alarming the United Nations.
What the hell?
Lin Yan immediately stepped on the brakes and stopped the electric scooter on the side of the road. Then, he began to feel something was wrong with his body. The body, which was originally skinny and bony, seemed to suddenly have a burst of energy. The muscles were bulging up little by little, filling up the loose spaces. I touched my face again, and wow, it seemed that the contours of my face were changing.
It's just like having a plastic surgery, but the key is that it doesn't hurt at all. He quickly looked in the rearview mirror.
The cheek lines are slowly adjusting, the nose is becoming taller and straighter, the eyes are becoming brighter and brighter, and the whole person is becoming more handsome.
That's not all.
He found that dirt began to come out of the pores on his body and face, as if his skin had received a major cleaning.
After a while, all those annoying acne marks disappeared, and the skin became clean and smooth. Brother Tong is awesome. Lin Yan was shocked. This is just a C-level entry. If it is S or higher SS level entry, how handsome would that be?
Lin Yan turned the car around, rushing towards the Lin Yuan community. The impurities discharged from his body had soiled his clothes, so he had to go back and change them.
Half an hour later.
in front of Hanhai Hotel. He stopped at the entrance of the hotel and sent a message to Chi Xiaoyu, "I'm here, what's the room number?" Chi Xiaoyu replied, "I will come down to pick you up, master, please wait a moment." A few minutes later she called. "Hey, master, I'm at the door, where are you?" Lin Yan turned around and saw a beautiful girl standing at the door of the hotel.
7 little fishes. Lin Yan recognized it at a glance.
His eyes are the ruler. He would definitely not make a mistake about the D that was visible to the naked eye. She was wearing a mini denim skirt and her legs were slender and white. The white short t-shirt tightly wraps around the slender waist. Very visually impactful and tempting.
Different from Su Yingxue's dignified and gentle temperament. The 7 little fishes exude a quirky, youthful aura. It is said that men always like 18-year-olds. However, the 7 little fishes are the embodiment of 18 years old. What men may like is not the age number, but the heart-pounding feeling. Really good. Lin Yan concluded, Chi Xiaoyu looks better in person than in the camera. Master, where are you? Look to the left.
Oh, there's none on the left.
Your right side is on the right. Oh.
Chi Xiaoyu turned around again and found the tall and handsome figure not far away.
Eyes met. She was stunned. Chapter 38. Now, the two women meet.
Because he never expected that the master was not only not a child, but also a handsome guy, a very handsome guy.
The kind that is no less than that of celebrities.
When a man and a woman meet for the first time, an accelerated heartbeat is the most basic courtesy to each other. The 7 little fishes felt like they had found a treasure. Nervously but secretly delighted, he ran up to Lin Yan and asked in surprise, "Are you really my master?" Lin Yan showed a faint smile and said calmly, "I am not your master, I am your Baba."
That's the smell.
When Chi Xiaoyu heard what he said, he finally believed that he was LY 8888.
At this time, another girl followed out. 7 little fishes introduced.
"Master, this is my best friend, Tang Xiaotang."
"Hello, my name is Tang Xiaotang.
I came to Binhai specially to accompany Xiaoyu."
"Nice to meet you."
Tang Xiaotang stretched out his right hand.
She was also shocked by Lin Yan's appearance. Who on earth could be so handsome and also be so good at playing games?
It is no exaggeration to say that with his looks and skills, he would be a good player even if he didn't join a club to play.
You can also become a big internet celebrity by being a host like Chi Xiaoyu.
But this is not the most incredible thing for them. Lin Yan looks to be around 25 years old. At this age, other professional players would have retired long ago. But he can still maintain such a high competitive level.
This is the most incredible thing. "Hello, Lin Yan."
Lin Yan stretched out his right hand and glanced at Tang Xiaotang. She is very cute, with fair skin, round face and a youthful aura that is unique to young girls.
"Master, what do you want to eat? Chinese food, buffet, or Western food?" Lin Yan frowned. "Eat? Didn't you invite me to play poker at the hotel?" Playing poker? Chi Xiaoyu knew this joke.
After she realized it, her face turned red again.
She said angrily, "That's annoying.
I'm here to discuss serious matters with you."
"What should I do with my car?"
Lin Yan pointed at the small electric scooter under his butt.
Chi Xiaoyu looked around, pointed to the empty parking space between the Bentley and the Mercedes-Benz and said, "Park here." "Stop here?"
Lin Yan was a little surprised. Usually when I come here to deliver food, the security guards on the side have to bark like dogs when I park. He never imagined that one day he would be able to park his electric scooter in a parking space.
"Why can't I stop?" Chi Xiaoyu said proudly, "I'm the super VIP here." "You deserve to be so awesome." Lin Yan added in his heart, "It's better to be rich." Hotel restaurant buffet. "What benefits will I get if you let me join your club?" Lin Yan said while eating.
To be honest, he has never eaten in a 5-star hotel.
And it's a buffet. It feels pretty good, and I plan to bring my parents to experience it again in the future. Benefits. Chi Xiaoyu fell into thought. Benefits? What benefits does he mean? Money?
To be honest, it was impossible for her to offer a sky-high signing fee to impress Lin Yan like other clubs did. If it was for money, he should have chosen the big clubs. According to the information Chi Xiaoyu had, Lin Yan had only contacted himself so far.
Other clubs haven't even added gained friends yet. That means it is very likely that Lin Yan is not doing this for money. If it's not money, then what benefit does he want? Qi Xiaoyu's body suddenly froze and his eyes widened. Could it be? Does he want me to pay him with my body? Considering some of Lin Yan's previous behaviors, she felt that this was the most likely possibility. Thinking of this, the seven little fishes said, I can't give you much money, but I can give you shares in the club. In other words, as long as you join, you will be both a player and the boss. If we can achieve good results in the future, we can make money together. Even if you guess what the other person is thinking, you can't say it directly. If you guess wrong and cause a mistake, it will be embarrassing. Lin Yan stuffed a large shrimp into his mouth. So, you are just making empty promises for me? In fact, he had never thought about joining a professional team or participating in any esports competitions. Now the news is all over the news that those clubs are offering sky-high prices to sign me. Lin Yan knew clearly that signing the contract was equivalent to selling himself. You get the money, but you also lose relative freedom. He wants to conquer Su Yingxue and Qi Xiaoyu now, and maybe there will be others in the future. How can time be managed? No matter how much money you offer him, he won't accept it. Because he has a system, he will be rich sooner or later. Therefore, he asked Qi Xiaoyu to meet offline simply to complete the system task. Of course, if the other party insists on giving it away for free, that's not impossible for me. Ahem. Qi Xiaoyu was choked by his words. I thought, even if I was just making empty promises, you can't just point it out so directly, right? So what do you want to do? Qi Xiaoyu asked tentatively. If the other party really asks for sexual compensation, she will decisively refuse. She does have a dream, but it is impossible for her to sacrifice herself for it. Lin Yan took a sip of water and said calmly. Any request is fine? At the hotel entrance, a car selling chopped pepper fish had slowly stopped. Two beauties got out of the car. It was Su Yingxue and Chen Lili. Su Yingxue originally planned to invite Lin Yan to dinner today. Lin Yan said he felt a little sleepy and wanted to go to bed early. Unexpectedly, as soon as I got home, my best friend Chen Lili called and asked her to accompany her here for the buffet. With Chen Lili's salary, it is impossible for her to be so generous as to spend money in a place where the average price per person is 500 yuan. Someone was supposed to invite her to dinner today, but unfortunately that person couldn't come because of something urgent. So I gave her the meal voucher. Delicious feast, here I come. Even when going out to dinner with her best friends, Chen Lili would always dress up, wearing a purple dress and delicate makeup. The reason is simple. This is a 5-star hotel, and only the rich or noble come here. It would be great if I could meet a wonderful marriage here. In contrast, Su Yingxue next to her was much fresher and more elegant. She had her hair tied in a neat high ponytail and was still wearing simple straight jeans and a t-shirt. But she can't resist her super high looks and perfect figure. Even if it's dressed so simply, it will still become the focus of the crowd. Let's go, the buffet is on the 3rd floor. Chen Lili carried her bag, twisted her hips, and walked towards the hotel with her high heels tapping on the ground, making a ta-ta-ta sound. Su Yingxue had just taken a few steps when she found a Yachty electric scooter in the parking space in front of the hotel. She paused and frowned slightly. Because there is a very familiar sticker on the car body. Get rich, freedom. The car belonged to Lin Yan, and one corner of the sticker was curled up, so Su Yingxue couldn't have made a mistake. Strange, why is his car here? She turned and looked at the 5-star hotel in front of her. Could it be, he said he was tired today because he had to come to the hotel? Chapter 39. Su Yingxue and Qi Xiaoyu take a photo together. At that time, she felt very strange when Lin Yan refused her invitation to dinner. Now I see Lin Yan's car here again. Putting the two things together, it seems to become even more suspicious. Are you here to deliver food? It's not impossible. Su Yingxue took out her cell phone from her pocket and sent a message to Lin Yan. Have you reached home yet? The seemingly simple inquiry actually contains a mystery. If Lin Yan replied that he was home, it would mean he was lying. What does it have to do with me whether he comes home or not? Su Yingxue smiled self-deprecatingly. I'm not his girlfriend, he can go wherever he wants. At that moment, she felt that her behavior was like a girlfriend catching her cheating. It's funny to think about it. Buffet restaurant. What request do you want to make? Qi Xiaoyu looked at Lin Yan and asked cautiously. Lin Yan thought for a moment,
then picked up a crab leg and said, "Let's eat first, let me think about it." He really hadn't thought it through. Because the system tasks have not been settled yet, he doesn't know whether there will be the next task. If so, what kind of tasks and what requirements need to be put forward all need to be considered. It would be troublesome to change it later if we say it too firmly now. Sudden. Lin Yan saw two familiar figures coming into the restaurant. His body froze. Suddenly I felt my heart skip a beat. The people who came were none other than Su Yingxue and Chen Lili. Oh shit, why is she here? Lin Yan never expected that he could actually run here. It was simply unbelievable. What is wrong with you? Shi Xiaoyu looked at his expression and turned to look at him in confusion. What came into view were two beauties. Especially the sister wearing jeans and t-shirt. It's so beautiful. Then, a sense of loss welled up in her heart again. Men are really pigs. They can't take their eyes off beautiful women. It was at this time. The system voice rang in Lin Yan's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, strategy progress plus 10%. Get reward of 50,000 yuan. S-level entry infinite charm, increases attraction to females by 100%. Note, please keep a safe distance from large female beasts. Advanced task tips, let the 7 little fishes move to Binhai City. Holy shit, an S-level entry. Lin Yan didn't expect that there would be another S-level entry. However, he has no intention to study the system now. What if Su Yingxue found out that I lied in order to date a beautiful woman? Then the progress of the strategy guide that you have worked so hard to accumulate will be ruined. We have to find a way to moisten it quickly. Oh, I see an acquaintance. Lin Yan collected his thoughts, smiled quietly and asked, "Is this your first time in Binhai?" Yeah. Tang Xiaotang, who had been silent, nodded vigorously and said first. Handsome Lin, you don't want to take us for a walk, do you? For some reason, she suddenly felt that Lin Yan seemed to be glowing. It's like passing by a luxury store and seeing the new bags in the window, making it hard to take your eyes away. But she also felt very strange. When she saw Lin Yan for the first time, she simply thought he was handsome. There is nothing else except the accident and the natural liking for handsome guys. After all, Tang Xiaotang is a beauty and has seen handsome guys before. It's not to the point of being a fangirl yet. That's why she felt very strange. Sure. Lin Yan took advantage of the situation to back off. At this moment, he was like a cat out to steal some fish, and suddenly found that his wife was right next door. Su Yingxue was like a sword of Damocles hanging over her head. It could fall at any time. He has to moisten it quickly. I need to go to the bathroom. After saying that, Lin Yan stood up and walked out of the restaurant. At the same time, Su Yingxue, who was taking food from a tray, suddenly looked sideways. At 3 o'clock on her right, a familiar figure was walking towards the door. Lin Yan? Su Yingxue stopped the clip in her hand and stared at the profile. Very similar, really similar. From facial features to height and hairstyle, they are very similar. But the only difference is that the man in front of him has a fuller and more stylish figure than Lin Yan, and is more handsome. And the clothes he wore were different from Lin Yan's. Xiaoxue, what are you looking at? Chen Lili walked over and looked in the direction she was looking. I was also stunned for a moment. Wow, so handsome. Chen Lili's eyes were shining, as if she was crazy about him. Does he look like Lin Yan? Su Yingxue's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Chen Lili's head, instantly extinguishing her anger. Xiaoxue, are you crazy? Why does everyone look like him? Indeed, they are somewhat similar, but it is obvious that this handsome guy is much better in every aspect. Handsome, stylish, and charming. Chen Lili clasped her hands together, pressed them against her cheeks, and stared at the figure walking towards the restaurant entrance with an obsessed look on her face. If only it were my boyfriend, I would give birth to a bunch of monkeys for him. As soon as Lin Yan left the restaurant, he immediately quickened his pace and rushed downstairs. Phew, that was close. When he got downstairs, he just took out his phone and was about to send a message to Shi Xiaoyu to say that he had come down early, when he saw Su Yingxue's message pop up, "Are you home yet?" Lin Yan frowned, full of doubts. He and Su Yingxue seldom contacted each other, let alone chatted with each other. This kind of caring greeting was the first time. His heart skipped a beat and he felt vaguely uneasy. When he turned around, he saw his clean little electric scooter parked abruptly between the Mercedes-Benz and Bentley, which was particularly eye-catching.
Could it be that she saw my car and sent a message to test me?
Lin Yan pondered over it secretly, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He quickly replied, "No, I just bought a computer and I'm short of money, so I'm doing this part-time as a delivery boy.
Any money I can earn is good."
After sending the message, he breathed a sigh of relief and secretly congratulated himself for his quick reaction.
Then, he sent another message to Qi Xiaoyu, "I'm full.
I'll wait for you downstairs to help digest the food."
He didn't dare go to the restaurant anymore.
At this time, Qi Xiaoyu was carrying a tray to get food in the restaurant and met Su Yingxue again.
Qi Xiaoyu couldn't help but take a few more glances.
Su Yingxue turned her head and happened to meet her eyes.
Qi Xiaoyu smiled awkwardly and praised, "Sister, you are so beautiful."
Girls' appreciation for beautiful women is just as great as men's. Among star chasers, most fans of female stars are also girls. Men appreciate things with sexual attraction, while girls appreciate things purely for beauty.
Their perspectives are completely different. Su Yingxue smiled faintly in response and said sincerely, "You are also very beautiful. The 7 little fishes are indeed sweet-looking and petite."
She is an absolute beauty, but their styles are different.
"Thank you." Qi Xiaoyu put down the plate and picked up the phone. "Sister, can I take a photo with you?"
Su Yingxue hesitated slightly, but still smiled and nodded, "Okay." Qi Xiaoyu was just about to turn on the camera when Lin Yan's message came in.
Chapter 40. Lin Yan gave Qi Xiaoyu a full score for D.
She glanced at it, opened the WeChat camera, and took a photo with Su Yingxue.
Su Yingxue is dignified and graceful, with a sweet smile.
The 7 little fishes are clever and are making the scissors hand gesture. After taking the photos, Qi Xiaoyu sent them out casually.
"Thank you, sister." Qi Xiaoyu put away her phone and asked, "Are you a local?" Su Yingxue nodded, "Yes."
"Oh, I came to Binhai City to visit my friends,"
Qi Xiaoyu said.
"She is the beauty of our Binhai police force." Chen Lily's voice came from the side. Su Yingxue turned her head and frowned, signaling her not to talk nonsense.
Qi Xiaoyu was surprised and asked, "You are a policeman?"
She never expected that such a beautiful girl was actually a police officer.
Can I add you on WeChat?"
She is very timid, and this time she came to Binhai with her best friend, and she came with courage. I wish I could get to know this beautiful policewoman. Regardless of whether it is useful or not, at least you will feel more secure.
Okay. Su Yingxue did not refuse. The main reason is that the other party is also a girl. To be cautious, Lin Yan rode his electric scooter and waited outside the hotel.
At this moment, the cell phone vibrated.
It was a message from Qi Xiaoyu. "Okay, master, we'll be right down."
Previous post.
Selfie.jpg.
Lin Yan enlarged the photo and saw the person in it clearly, and was almost scared to death.
The beauty on the right is actually Su Yingxue. No way, why are they together?
Logically speaking, Su Yingxue and internet celebrities like Qi Xiaoyu have nothing in common and should not have any connection.
Lin Yan quickly sent a message asking, "Do you know her?" Qi Xiaoyu replied, "Who?"
Lin Yan said anxiously, "The woman in the photo."
Qi Xiaoyu replied, "I don't know her, I just ran into her and thought she was pretty, so we took a photo together."
%amp ### Lin Yan was so angry that he almost cursed out loud.
Just take a photo if it looks good? Where is the bottom line, the 3 views, and the principles? At this time, Su Yingxue also replied, "Oh, remember to go to work on time tomorrow. Be safe."
Return to the WeChat homepage and look at the 2 avatars next to each other. Lin Yan couldn't help but sigh that Binhai City was still too small.
They actually met each other. It's outrageous. Lin Yan opened the system interface. View system tasks. 7 little fishes moved to Binhai City.
After what happened just now, to be honest, Lin Yan was against Qi Xiaoyu and Su Yingxue being too close. The closer they are, the higher the risk of blowing up their own fish pond.
But the system has already given the task. What can I do? If you know there is a tiger in the mountain, why don't you go there? Compared with the temptation of system rewards, the risk is greater than that. Any hesitation for a second is a disrespect to the system. Damn. About 10 minutes later, Qi Xiaoyu and Tang Xiaotang came out of the hotel. Tang Xiaotang looked at Lin Yan's electric scooter and frowned. "This car can't accommodate 3 people, right?"
Lin Yan now only wanted to take them away from this dangerous place, and hurriedly said, "You can sit down." As he spoke, he moved his butt forward, freeing up a large area of the seat.
Seeing this, Qi Xiaoyu asked, "Are battery-powered vehicles not allowed to carry passengers?"
Lin Yan shook his head. "It's okay, there are no traffic police at night, and the road is not far."
Taking a taxi is expensive and troublesome.
The two women looked at each other and felt that he was right. But who should sit in the front became a problem, and both of them felt a little embarrassed.
Lin Yan said directly, "Xiaoyu, sit behind master."
The word master seemed to have some effect.
Qi Xiaoyu was not so resistant anymore.
He carefully raised his legs and sat down.
Tang Xiaotang also sat down. "Are you seated?" Lin Yan asked.
After getting a positive answer, he pushed open the footrest, turned the electric switch, and the electric scooter rushed out with a whoosh. In an instant, his back was pressed against the 7 little fishes. The clothes are thin in summer, and the strong touch made Lin Yan excited and nervous. He gave Qi Xiaoyu a full score for his physical sensation in his heart.
Qi Xiaoyu didn't think much about it and nervously grabbed Lin Yan's clothes tightly.
"I didn't ride far before I reached the traffic light and saw a Porsche Cayenne slowly stop next to me." The man in the driver's seat turned around and saw the two beauties in the car, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Lin Yan holding the handlebars, and then at the empty passenger seat of his luxury car.
He felt depressed and couldn't help but curse. Who said that driving a luxury car can attract girls? That's bullshit. The three of them came to the beach. Lin Yan was very satisfied with this environment. Even if there are acquaintances, I won't be able to recognize them. Absolutely safe. It's also economical and doesn't cost any money. "Ha? You just brought us here to play?" Tang Xiaotang was obviously a little disappointed. "This is so dark, what's so fun about it?"
Lin Yan nodded. "Yes, you northerners have never felt the sea breeze on your face, and the feeling of tranquility and far-reaching tranquility, right? Walking along the beach, you will feel relaxed and all your worries will disappear."
Qi Xiaoyu is from Beijing.
He is indeed from the north and has rarely seen the sea. I felt that Lin Yan was right, but I also felt that he was talking nonsense.
The three of them strolled aimlessly on the beach.
Qi Xiaoyu was the first to ask, "Master, what about the matter you were thinking about at that time?" She did not forget the purpose of her visit.
"So, I want to know what Lin Yan really thinks."
Lin Yan did not answer in a hurry. He wanted to keep the 7 little fishes in Binhai City, and the only way was to use joining the club as a bargaining chip. Of course, the other option is to conquer her and then make her stay. It's just that trading with chips is faster.
"I could join your club." Hearing Lin Yan's words, Qi Xiaoyu suddenly stopped.
She stared at him blankly for several seconds before uttering a cry of surprise.
"Really?"
Yeah. She happily hugged her best friend and cheered.
"But..." Hearing these two words, Tang Xiaotang showed an expression of surprise. "I knew there was a but."
Qi Xiaoyu also calmed down and looked at Lin Yan with a frightened expression.
"Is the thing I'm worried about still going to happen?"
She had previously guessed that Lin Yan wanted her to.
Judging from his current tone, this is most likely the case.
"Well..." Lin Yan dragged out the words, "I have no problem joining, but
I can't leave Binhai."
Hearing this, the stone in Qi Xiaoyu's heart fell to the ground with a clang.
Fortunately, he didn't talk about sexual compensation. Otherwise, she really didn't know what to do.
"Why?" asked Qi Xiaoyu puzzledly. Looking at all esports clubs, team members almost live and eat together, and participate in daily training and group exercises, including technical and tactical explanations and game video review.
It's simply impossible to do it online. No reason, because I have other work in Binhai City. What job?
Qi Xiaoyu was very curious about what kind of job it was that would make him disdain being a professional esports player.
Chapter 41, Your best friend wants to give it to you for free. You don't need to know this.
Lin Yan turned around and looked at her, saying with some regret, "So, if you want me to join the club, you have to move the club to Binhai.
Otherwise, there is nothing I can do." Now that the club has moved here, how could the 7 little fishes not follow? Let's trick her over first, and we'll talk about the future competitions later.
Lin Yan only cared about the present. Qi Xiaoyu looked at her best friend, seemingly seeking advice. As a live broadcaster on the internet, it doesn't matter to her where she is.
Even if we move the entire team here. At worst, I can just rent a villa. It doesn't cost much.
However, she had never left home to live somewhere else since she was a child, so she felt a little unsure.
Xiaoyu, why are you still hesitating? Hurry up and agree to it.
Tang Xiaotang held her hand and said, just think about it, you only need to move house, and you can get a hot esports genius on the internet.
What a good deal. If you feel lonely here, I can come with you.
I will also broadcast live here.
Don't we have company? Lin Yan raised his eyebrows.
I thought, wow, this little wingman. Just now he noticed that there was something wrong with the way Tang Xiaotang looked at him. It seems to be almost drawing. Hearing her say this again now, Lin Yan could be sure that it was an S-level fairy spirit.
I don't know whether Su Yingxue will be affected by the entry.
If so, will the progress of the strategy be greatly improved? According to the probability given by the system, the other party will only agree to become your girlfriend if the progress of the strategy reaches at least 70%.
Want to sleep? That has to be at least 90%. There is still a long way to go.
Okay, I can move to Binhai City.
Shi Xiaoyu's voice brought Lin Yan back to his senses.
Okay. Lin Yan said with a smile, but I have another request.
What? Shi Xiaoyu became nervous again.
I want to live in my own house and not with you.
Lin Yan has learned the lesson just now. If you live in the club, sooner or later, Su Yingxue will find out.
Before they have completely conquered each other, the two must never meet again. Okay. This request was not excessive, as long as he trained normally and participated in the competition, so Qi Xiaoyu agreed without thinking.
Is it settled? Lin Yan asked.
Qi Xiaoyu nodded heavily. Well, I'll go back and pack up this time, then bring my things over here, settle this place first, and then move all the team members over.
Lin Yan nodded. Okay, do you have anything else to do?
Qi Xiaoyu was a little confused by his sudden question. He shook his head blankly. No more.
Okay then.
Lin Yan waved his hand. Then you guys go back.
After saying, he turned around and walked towards where the electric bikes were parked.
Shi Xiaoyu and Tang Xiaotang were left disheveled in the wind.
I couldn't sleep again today. What is there to talk about? Waste of time.
Everyone goes back to their own home and finds their own mother. The two women looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes.
We go back by ourselves? When you're on a date with a girl, how can you just leave her on the beach and walk away? Who is it? Back home.
Lin Yan hurriedly checked the balance of his bank card.
140,043. Since the last time I bought something for my parents.
He has already received 130,000 from the system.
It feels so good to make money.
Lin Yan has no idea or need to save money now. Looking at the long string of balances on his bank card, he felt a little uncomfortable.
It must be spent. So what should I buy with these hundreds of thousands of dollars? Buy a house?
The current housing price in Binhai City is around 15,000.
If you want to buy a better house, this little money of his is definitely not enough. Not considering for now. Cell phone? You can change it.
But it's only about $10,000 at most.
There are so many left, what should I buy? Clothing? Now that I become handsome, I can think about my outfit.
Lin Yan plans to go shopping in the mall tomorrow.
Is it time to buy a car?
He has had his driver's license for almost 6 or 7 years, and he has never driven a car since graduating from driving school. My dad rides an electric scooter like him, but my relatives and friends have cars.
He won't borrow it, and they may not be willing to lend it to him.
I didn't need it for delivering food before, but now I can buy a car for fun.
Let me see what's going on. Thinking of this, Lin Yan was a little excited. Open the car app immediately and start selecting a car online. There are all kinds of cars available online now. What electric cars, hybrids, joint venture imports, domestically produced.
Lin Yan was dazzled by what he saw. Although he only had hundreds of thousands of dollars in his hands. But he dared to open the detailed information of hundreds of thousands of cars.
The system will give you more money. As long as you like it.
Since we don't have enough money now, we should speed up the progress of the strategy.
Su 7 Ultra.
Lin Yan saw a short video. This is a documentary about Xiaomi car setting lap times at the Nürburgring Nordschleife and taking the title of fastest 4-door car.
Oh my god, 1,500 horsepower?
When he was learning to drive, he asked his instructor how much horsepower the training car had.
The coach said it was only 120 horsepower.
As for that car, Lin Yan felt that if he stepped on the accelerator too deeply, the acceleration would be terrifying.
Not to mention 1,500 horsepower. How fast does that have to be?
He checked again and found that Su Yingxue had not yet been mass-produced.
Only Su 7 is on sale now. Looked at the price. 210,000. Lin Yan thought it was pretty good. You can buy it if you work hard. That's it.
According to his estimation, at most 2 more tasks would need to be completed, or Su Yingxue's strategy would need to be improved by another 20%. By then, he will have enough money to buy a Xiaomi Su 7.
Just at this moment, Lin Yan received a message on WeChat. Open it and take a look. It's a friend request.
Xiaotang applies to add you as a friend.
Xiaotang? Xiaotang? Lin Yan reacted instantly. Why did she add me? Lin Yan clicked to agree.
Soon, the other party sent a greeting emoticon.
Xiaotang, do you mind if I add you as my friend? Lin Yan, smile.jpg.
You're Xiaoyu's best friend, so of course I don't mind. The last time Su Yingxue was jealous and the progress was set back was still fresh in his mind, so he didn't dare to say anything careless now.
If the 7 little fishes saw it, it would be a waste of time. Xiaotang, no, I'm also a PUBG anchor.
I really admire your gaming skills, so I want to make friends with you.
I don't know if I have the honor. Master Xiaoyu. Shy.jpg. Shit, she doesn't really want to give it to me for free, does she? Lin Yan also personally experienced the awesomeness of S-level entries.
In just a short while, the little beauty was completely bewitched.
Lin Yan, we are friends now, aren't we? Xiaotang, we will take a flight back to Beijing tomorrow. I hope we can meet again soon. Lin Yan, okay.
She was so proactive that she was just short of taking off her clothes, but Lin Yan could still see that.
If I had said one more thing, why don't you play for 2 more days? Lin Yan dared to guarantee that Xiaotang would definitely leave her best friend behind and stay in Binhai City. However, he doesn't dare to do so now. Because I have to report to the police force tomorrow. No time to play with her. Chapter 42, Dance Teacher Rape and Murder Case. The next day,
Lin Yan arrived at the police station on time. Since his auxiliary police uniform had not been issued yet, he was still wearing his own clothes. Simple loose t-shirt and casual pants. However, her slender and perfect figure will attract the attention of passers-by even if she is wearing ordinary clothes. Su Yingxue was still standing at the door of the police station waiting for him, holding a fried dough stick and a cup of soy milk in her hands.
Good morning.
Lin Yansha stopped in front of her and greeted her with a smile.
However, Su Yingxue was stunned.
She looked at Lin Yan in surprise, her eyes scanning him back and forth like a scanner.
You? Although she could still recognize Lin Yan at a glance. But he seemed like a completely different person.
Handsome, cool, with a perfect figure, his arms look strong and agile under the short sleeves. The whole person's temperament has improved by several levels. If it weren't for the electric bike under his butt, Su Yingxue would have suspected that she had recognized the wrong person.
What do you mean by I?
Lin Yan reached out and snatched the fried dough sticks and soy milk from her hands.
It's great to have a wife. She brings me breakfast every day. Did you go to the buffet restaurant of Hanhai Hotel last night? Su Yingxue asked.
Lin Yan was stunned for a moment.
Did she see me last night? Since you asked this, you must have seen it.
Lin Yan reacted quickly, nodded, and replied.
Yes, someone asked me to run errands yesterday and asked me to deliver a pack of cigarettes, so I went. What's wrong? His expression was calm, without any trace of acting. No wonder.
Su Yingxue felt that they looked very similar when she saw him in the restaurant yesterday.
Unexpectedly, it was really him. You, what happened to you? Su Yingxue still looked incredulous.
Lin Yan said with an O and said calmly, I learned a new skill last night that has a youthful effect, so my body has changed a bit.
Speaking fluently is also a skill. Su Yingxue was stunned when she heard this. Is this okay? If this skill becomes popular, will cosmetics no longer sell well? You learned it in one night?
Su Yingxue stared at him with suspicion.
I always feel that there is something fishy about this matter. Traditional martial arts are fine.
After all, she knew that there might be some hidden masters in this world.
But isn't the skill of maintaining youth a little too outrageous? It sounds like something out of a movie. That's not the case.
I've been practicing for several years, and I only achieved perfection last night.
While chewing on fried dough sticks and drinking soy milk, Lin Yan looked at Su Yingxue with a hint of suspicion in his eyes, and asked, "You don't want to practice too, do you?"
It is girls' nature to love beauty, that is true, but Su Yingxue is so beautiful, is there any need for her to go through the trouble of plastic surgery?
This shows that they don't want to leave any way out for the ugly guy, they are just rolling him to death. Why would I practice that?
Su Yingxue said, then turned and walked towards the police station. Go change your ID card when you have time.
With your anti-aging skills, I don't think even your mother would recognize you. Hearing this, Lin Yan looked at the rearview mirror of the electric scooter. Is it that exaggerated? But, it's really handsome. Inside the criminal police office,
Captain Li Feng strode in with a serious look on his face, and slammed a document heavily on the desk with a bang. The team members who were originally busy with their own work suddenly froze in their tracks and all looked at him. The air in the office seemed to freeze in an instant, and a feeling of oppression overwhelmed me.
There is still no clue about the nighttime necrophilia case.
The family of the deceased petitioned and complained, insisting that our public security bureau did nothing. Li Feng's brows were twisted into the shape of the Chinese character, and his tone was full of anxiety and resentment. This case has caused quite a stir online, and the public's trust in our police has been greatly undermined. The provincial department leader was furious and gave us a month to solve the case.
If you can't do it, everyone should quit and leave. 3 months ago,
in Guanlan Community, Binhai City, a young and beautiful dance teacher disappeared while jogging at night. 3 days later, the body was found in an abandoned factory. He was naked, with obvious lacerations on his lower body. After the incident, the Binhai City Public Security Bureau quickly set up a special task force to crack the case. However, after on-site investigation, autopsy and multiple visits and investigations, the only clue the task force has confirmed is that this case was most likely not committed by an acquaintance. In other words, this was most likely a random crime committed by a stranger. The police neither extracted the murderer's DNA nor found any fingerprints at the scene. The surveillance cameras in the community and the night running route revealed that the deceased went out at 8 o'clock in the evening and ran along the seaside trail for about 10 minutes. Disappeared between the 5th and 6th probes. Since there was no surveillance around the abandoned factory, the police could not determine when, where, and how the murderer brought the victim there.
It is also unclear whether the abandoned factory was the first crime scene.
The investigation of the case came to a standstill for a time. Hearing this, everyone began to discuss in low voices.
We are not gods. We are not expected to solve this case within a month?
I don't know what those leaders are thinking.
Yes.
We have thought of every possible way and checked every possible place, but the murderer didn't leave any clues.
What can we do? Alas.
Packing up and leaving is just an angry remark, but I'm afraid our police force will become the laughingstock of Lingnan province in the future.
Snap. Li Feng slapped the table hard. Stop making noise. The office fell silent in an instant.
From today on, our criminal investigation team will put aside everything on hand and focus on solving this case.
Otherwise, we will all be gone in a month. Just at this moment, another person walked into the office.
Wearing a plaid shirt and khaki casual pants, he has deep eyes and a handsome face.
At first glance, I thought it was a celebrity.
The person who came was Lin Yan, who had just returned from the toilet. Li Feng looked him up and down, frowning slightly.
Are you Lin Yan?
He recognized her, but she looked different from before.
Seems to have become more handsome.
I thought, damn, it's only been a few days, going to Thailand for plastic surgery can't be that fast, right?
Yes, Captain.
Lin Yan replied with a smile. Although he is currently only an auxiliary police officer, Su Yingxue still brought him into the criminal police team, hoping that he would become familiar with the police work as soon as possible. After all, with his abilities, it would be a waste of talent to use him to direct traffic or maintain public order.
Okay, go sit down.
Li Feng continued, next, let's start dividing into groups, 2 people in a group, and investigate separately.
There are a total of 8 people in the task force responsible for criminal investigation.
Instead of crowding here and worrying, it is better to spread out and look for more useful clues.
Captain.
Su Yingxue stood up from her seat. I want to take Lin Yan with me to investigate the case. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at each other, with shock in their eyes. The Binhai City Public Security Bureau has never had a precedent of auxiliary police officers participating in the work of the Special Task Force.
I object.
Huang Wenchuan also stood up. Captain, he is just an auxiliary police officer now and is not qualified to participate in such a major case.
Chapter 43 Lin Yan, I have solved this case. Su Yingxue frowned. She guessed that Huang Wenchuan might jump out to interfere, and immediately retorted, he is not qualified, then you are?
If it weren't for him during the last bank robbery, we would all have been nailed to the pillar of shame. As soon as these words came out,
everyone nodded.
If Lin Yan hadn't taken action to deal with Zhou Ji and rescue the more than 20 hostages, the entire Binhai City Security Bureau is likely to suffer heavy damage. The first to be affected was Director Zhang Donghai.
Huang Wenchuan sneered, this is a rape and murder case. What's the use of having good marksmanship?
He has never been to a police academy, and he doesn't have any criminal investigation experience.
Can he solve the case with just a gun? It's ridiculous. After hearing what he said, everyone felt that it made some sense.
They believed that with Lin Yan's ability, he was more than qualified to be a special forces soldier, let alone a police officer.
But criminal investigation is different. It is necessary to unravel the mystery and find those subtle clues in a complex environment in order to identify the murderer.
The former is like a fierce general going into battle to kill the enemy, while the latter is more like a meticulous military strategist.
Each has its own strengths and cannot replace each other.
Li Feng pondered for a moment, looked at Su Yingxue and said, I have no objection to Lin Yan coming to the criminal investigation team in advance to familiarize himself with the environment and work. But this case is of great importance, and you should team up with experienced veteran team members so that you can play a greater role. He will have plenty of opportunities in the future.
Captain. Su Yingxue wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Li Feng.
Okay, that's settled.
Su Yingxue suddenly felt aggrieved.
It was as if my own child was being targeted, and a sour feeling stuck in my throat.
Captain, I think I can give it a try. Maybe I can really solve the case? Lin Yan's words were like a thunderclap. The shock left everyone burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. This is a case that so many people in the sheriff's department can't solve no matter how hard they try.
He is a newcomer, yet he dares to make such a boast.
Solve the case?
Everyone looked at him questioningly.
Just you? How shameless of you. Do you know what case this is?
Huang Wenchuan had a sarcastic smile on his face, as if he was looking at an ignorant clown.
Lin Yan spread his hands and said, I don't know. Ha ha ha. Huang Wenchuan laughed so hard upon hearing this that he almost couldn't stand up straight.
You don't even know the case, yet you dare to brag here.
It's absolutely ridiculous. So what? Lin Yan responded seriously, is it necessary that I can solve the case if I don't know the case? He is not trying to show off.
When I completed the 7 Little Fishes mission, a B-level entry was revealed.
Top detective, he has top-level investigative abilities. However, he is still a human being, not a god, and cannot completely reconstruct the moment of the crime in his brain. Isn't the ability of this top detective stronger than those ordinary police officers here?
So, he really felt that he was not bragging.
However, as soon as these words were spoken, the other members of the task force were instantly furious.
It's true that there's no direct connection, but it sounds pretty good coming from those veteran detectives who have been doing this for decades. You can't even solve a theft case, let alone this tricky rape and murder case.
That's right, everyone knows that you are a good shot, but there is no need to be the center of attention in everything. Doing so will not only hurt yourself, but also implicate everyone else.
Little brother, I, La Xiong, have been doing criminal investigation for more than 30 years, and I don't dare to brag about this.
Young people should keep a low profile. Captain, quickly divide into groups and stop wasting time here. Ahem.
Li Feng coughed twice, trying to ease the atmosphere. Lin Yan, you just joined the police force, you may not be familiar with investigating cases. This matter cannot be rushed, you have to take your time and let it settle down, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lin Yan was unmoved and said firmly, Captain, I am sure I can solve the case. His purpose for such active participation was simple, he wanted to show off his abilities in front of Su Yingxue.
Just like the last bank robbery, how would she know if she didn't use her ability? If she doesn't know, how can she admire herself more? How can we advance the progress of the strategy? Isn't this what the system is used for? Huang Wenchuan raised a cunning arc at the corner of his mouth and challenged again, "Since you are so confident, do you dare to make a bet with me?" Lin Yan turned to look at him. "Bet? What? If you can't solve the case, get out of the Binhai City Public Security Bureau." Huang Wenchuan's face darkened and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. The appearance of Lin Yan completely disrupted the marriage plan between the Huang family and the Su family, and also interfered with his pursuit of Su Yingxue, which made him hate Lin Yan. Now that he finally got the chance to kick Lin Yan out of the police force, he naturally would not let it go easily. Lin Yan raised his eyebrows and asked, "What if I solve the case? You get out of the police force?" During the last bank robbery, he found this man extremely annoying. Now that he has jumped out again, he must counterattack. If he wants to kick me out, then he might as well kick him out first. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Everyone knew Huang Wenchuan's background and understood why he targeted Lin Yan. In the Binhai City Security Bureau, no one dared to get too close to Su Yingxue, otherwise Huang Wenchuan would find ways to make things difficult for them. Lin Yan dared to get close to Su Yingxue. What happened today was just the beginning. Su Yingxue hurriedly advised, "Lin Yan, don't gamble with him. At worst, you can just not participate in this case." Li Feng also hurried out to smooth things over. All right, let's stop here and don't say any more. One has a strong backer, and the other has outstanding abilities. He can neither afford to offend the powers above him nor want to miss out on a capable future member of the police force. It's hard to be a captain. Unexpectedly, Huang Wenchuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said coldly, "Okay. In front of everyone, it's a deal. If you really solve the case, I will get out of the Binhai City Public Security Bureau. If you can't crack it, get out of Binhai City Public Security Bureau right now." 10 minutes later. In the director's office. "Director, how do you think we should handle this matter?" Li Feng reported the bet between the two to Zhang Donghai. After all, these two people have special identities, and he, a small criminal investigation team leader, cannot make the decision on such matters. Did he really say he could solve the case? Zhang Donghai asked, frowning. If this case cannot be solved, the provincial department will most likely send people to supervise the case. He was almost dismissed from his post because of the last bank robbery case. If he can't solve this rape and murder case successfully, he might not be able to keep his position as director. For a policeman, especially one like him who has dedicated his entire life to the police system, retirement and dismissal are two completely different things. If I were really dismissed, I would never be able to hold my head up again. That's what he said, but... Li Feng looked embarrassed. Investigating a case is not just about talking, it requires real skills. Hearing this, Zhang Donghai pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "The task force will fully assist Lin Yan in investigating the case, and we will try our best to meet any of his needs. If you can't solve it, report it to me directly and I will handle it." For some reason, he had an inexplicable trust in Lin Yan. Just like rescuing the hostages last time, it sounded almost like a fantasy, but there was always a voice in his heart saying, "Believe in him, he can do it." Ah. Li Feng's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. "Director, are you sure?" Chapter 44, Investigating the Scene and Discovering Problems. On the chopped pepper fish head, Su Yingxue looked unhappy and looked at Lin Yan, who was sitting in the passenger seat. "I finally managed to get you a chance to become a regular employee. Why are you competing with him?" It's not that she doesn't trust Lin Yan, but the case is of a serious nature and extremely difficult. Even if the provincial department sent experts, it would be impossible to solve the case in a short period of time. Why should he be so stubborn? Tell me about the current progress of the case. Lin Yan leaned back in his chair, his tone flat. Su Yingxue glared at him fiercely, took a deep breath, and said slowly. The deceased is Wang Xiaowen, 25 years old, a dance teacher at the Irene Dance Club in Binhai City. She has a sweet appearance, outstanding figure and temperament. Su Yingxue roughly told Lin Yan the time of the crime and the clues currently held by the police. Lin Yan looked at the information in his hand, frowning. He has a regular lifestyle, no bad habits, is single, and has no emotional entanglements. He slowly closed his eyes and leaned his head back against the chair. At this moment, his brain was like a high-speed supercomputer, starting to search for similar cases in the huge case database and carefully comparing the similarities among them. My mind was uncontrollably pondering and chewing every detail, and I was muttering to myself. I'm leaving at 8 o'clock. Disappeared from surveillance at around 8:15. There are lacerations on the lower body. No DNA. Abandoned factory.
Su Yingxue, who was standing by, couldn't help but frown slightly upon seeing this. Could it be that he really has the ability to investigate cases? She began to waver in her previous judgment. After all, no matter how bizarre the things that happened to this man, it didn't seem surprising. After a moment, Ling Yan suddenly opened his eyes, turned to look at Su Yingxue and said, "To the abandoned factory." At the same time, Huang Wenquan stood in front of the window of the deputy director's office on the third floor, looking at the chopped pepper fish head slowly driving away downstairs, with a meaningful smile on his lips. "Where does he get the courage to bet with you to solve the case?" Deputy Director Wang Wenqin asked with a puzzled look on his face, lighting a cigarette.
He is Huang Weiyang's old subordinate and also Huang Wenquan's biggest backer in the Binhai City Public Security Bureau.
Huang Wenquan snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. "Just relying on a little bit of martial arts skills, you think you can handle everything in the world? Well, that's fine. Let's take this opportunity to kick him out of the police force, so that he won't be hanging around in front of us like an annoying fly all day long." Wang Wenqin took a deep breath of smoke, and the smoke slowly came out of his nostrils, like an elusive fog. "Oh, there is something I need to ask you. Since Zhang Donghai had been dismissed, how come he was suddenly reinstated? If Zhang Donghai falls this time, he will undoubtedly be in charge of the Binhai City Security Bureau. The next step is to remove the word deputy in front of deputy director, and it is only a matter of time." But today, the provincial department suddenly announced that Zhang Donghai would only be given a serious warning and reinstated. This news caught everyone by surprise. The reason is very simple. Everyone in the Binhai City Security Bureau knows that Zhang Donghai is not Huang Weiyang's confidant, but Wang Wenqin is. Such a good opportunity, it would be natural to overthrow Zhang Donghai and support his own people to take the position. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Wang Wenqin himself couldn't figure it out, but he didn't dare to ask the provincial department director Huang Weiyang in person, so he could only feel it out from Huang Wenquan. Zhang Xiaomei has done her best to protect it. Huang Wenquan looked calm, but there was a hint of helplessness in his tone. What? Wang Wenqin sat up straight with a look of disbelief. Why did she protect Zhang Donghai? Although Zhang Xiaomei is only the deputy director, if she wants to protect someone, who in the entire Lingnan province dares to say a word? The reason is simple. Her husband is the current head of the Lingnan military region. He holds a high position and great power. It is also rumored that he is very likely to make further progress. The importance of this is self-evident. Huang Wenquan shook his head and said with a wry smile, "She also strongly recommended Lin Yan. Otherwise, why would I go to such lengths to use such means to drive him out of the police force?" Indeed, since Lin Yan was recommended by Zhang Xiaomei, if she wanted to use her connections to eliminate him, not to mention whether it would work, even if she did, she would definitely offend the Su family. In this case, there is even less hope for his relationship with Su Yingxue. What if he really solved the case? Wang Wenqin asked worriedly with a frown on his face. Since the other party dares to make such a boast, he must have some confidence. Huang Wenquan raised the corners of his mouth, revealing an unfathomable smile, and said firmly, "Absolutely impossible." Binhai Bailong Cement Factory. A chopped pepper fish head truck slowly drove into the factory. Lin Yan and Su Yingxue got out of the car. This cement factory was built in the 1980s. It stopped production in 2008 and has been abandoned ever since. Su Yingxue introduced while paying attention to Lin Yan's reaction. Lin Yan glanced around. More than 10 years had passed and the vitality of this place had already been washed away. Only the faded slogans and old equipment on the walls seemed to still tell of the past glory. But then the mottled rust and overgrown weeds came into view, as if mercilessly announcing the desolation of this place today. "Where was the body found?" Lin Yan asked. Su Yingxue raised her hand and pointed to an abandoned 2-story office building in the northwest, over there. "Let's go and take a look," Lin Yan said, and walked over there. The police checked Wang Xiaowen's social circle and mobile phone message records and found no suspicious persons or clues. Almost all the men who had contact with the deceased had alibis. Therefore, the police determined that this was an ordinary case of random rape and murder by a stranger. Either it was premeditated or it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. When I opened the door, a pungent smell of decay hit me in the face. Lin Yan glanced around and saw that the outline of the corpse outlined with lime on the ground was particularly eye-catching. Apart from that, the room was empty. After all, any evidence that might have been left at the scene had been brought back to the police force. There are no valuable clues at the scene, Su Yingxue said helplessly. As a member of the task force, she had been to this scene countless times. If there were really any clues, they would have been discovered long ago.
Lin Yan said nothing and walked straight inside.
Walking to the window, he looked out and saw a large abandoned factory building outside. Then he looked down at the ground again, carefully examining the posture of the corpse outlined by the white lines.
The deceased's clothes were also found at the scene?
Su Yingxue nodded. She was wearing a pair of yoga pants and a sleeveless sports vest that night, and the headband was also there.
Lin Yan nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Do you think this is the first crime scene?"
Facing this sudden question, Su Yingxue frowned. Based on the clues the police have currently obtained, this should be the crime scene. After saying this, she subconsciously looked into Lin Yan's eyes, as if expecting him to give a different opinion.
Chapter 45. No, you are an auxiliary police officer, but you know everything?
Lin Yan squatted on the ground, staring at the cement floor around the body, and shook his head slowly. From the cement factory to where the deceased disappeared, it is at least 15 kilometers. It was not easy for the murderer to take a living person from a downtown area to such a remote place without making any noise.
The most likely scenario is that the deceased was knocked unconscious first, dragged into the car, and then transported here. I just observed that the nearest parking spot to this building is at least 80 meters away. This is not something that can be accomplished easily. Su Yingxue retorted. For a normal man, carrying 100 kilograms of rice and walking these few steps shouldn't be a big problem, right?
Lin Yan nodded and continued. When I was delivering food before, I met a girl who fainted from heatstroke. She weighed about 100 kilograms and was completely unconscious at the time. Her body is soft as mud.
It's not right to carry, nor to back, nor to hug.
At the time, I felt that carrying her was much harder than carrying 100 kilograms of rice.
So what does this prove?
Su Yingxue agreed with him in her heart, but she was more looking forward to his subsequent analysis. Lin Yan did not answer, but continued to ask. The murderer went to such great lengths.
Is it possible that he did not commit the crime alone?
What?
Su Yingxue's eyes widened, her face full of shock. You mean, there might be more than one murderer?
Someone in the task force had proposed this hypothesis, but no one had been able to provide concrete analysis and evidence to support it. Although Lin Yan does not have any hard evidence now, he has just sorted out the logic very clearly, proving that this possibility does exist.
Of course, what shocked Su Yingxue was not only the conclusion itself, but also the ability demonstrated by Lin Yan. If she had previously been blaming Lin Yan for being too reckless in making a bet with Huang Wenxuan, at this moment, she had begun to believe that Lin Yan was not acting impulsively, but was really capable and had extraordinary observation and analytical skills. Lin Yan's voice sounded again. If the above speculation is true, I can draw another conclusion. What's the conclusion?
Su Yingxue's chest rose and fell slightly, and her breathing became a little rapid. She stared at Lin Yan, eager to hear what he said next.
Among them, there is an absolute superior.
Lin Yan stood up and walked steadily out of the house, with confidence and determination in every step.
Why do you say that?
Su Yingxue hurriedly jogged to catch up, her eyes full of curiosity and confusion. Lin Yan explained as he walked, if there were multiple people committing the crime, Wang Xiaowen has a sweet face and an outstanding figure. It is hard to imagine that only one person committed the crime while others just watched. In a chaotic scene where multiple people commit a crime, it is almost impossible for everyone to exercise restraint and not leave a trace of DNA in the body of the deceased. If they really had such a cool head, they wouldn't be reluctant to spend even 200 yuan for prostitution and choose to rape and kill.
So, I think there are two possibilities.
First, the murderers had strong anti-detection capabilities and had made thorough preparations before committing the crime. Second, only one of the murderers has the right to violate the dead.
Su Yingxue suddenly realized and blurted out, "So, you inferred that this was a gang crime?"
Lin Yan turned around and gave her an approving look. Yes, you are very quick to react.
When I look for a wife in the future, you will definitely be my priority. Go away.
Su Yingxue rolled her eyes at him, feeling both angry and amused. Even at this critical moment, he still doesn't forget to talk nonsense.
I really don't know what's in his mind. If Lin Yan's guess is true, the scope of the murderer will be greatly narrowed. Although the case cannot be solved immediately, the case has finally made substantial progress.
Thinking of this, a hint of joy appeared on Su Yingxue's face.
So where are we going next?
Nonsense, of course we are looking for clues. As they were talking, the two of them had arrived outside the yard where the office building was located. There is an old-fashioned round archway here, and cars cannot enter, so they can only be parked outside. Lin Yan squatted down and looked carefully at the concrete pavement on the ground.
What's so good about this? Su Yingxue was full of doubts. Alas! As a criminal police officer, you don't even understand this? Lin Yan glanced at her with disdain. But I can understand that. You didn't accomplish anything useful during this period of time, and the evidence was completely destroyed. What do you mean? Su Yingxue was confused.
Every time they came to the scene, they were very cautious, for fear of missing any clues.
Why did it become destroying evidence for him?
Lin Yan pointed at the crisscrossing wool tracks on the cement ground and said, "The one on the left is from an old Jetta, the one in the middle is from an Iveco, and the one on the right is from a Passat, and the right front wheel had its tire replaced not long ago."
All this knowledge automatically appeared in his mind after activating the entry,
so that he can roughly distinguish the model of the car by the wheel marks. Of course, not only that, he is also endowed with powerful case analysis and reasoning abilities. When Su Yingxue heard this, she felt like she was struck by lightning. Her scalp went numb and goosebumps instantly covered her whole body.
Who on earth is he?
He's very skilled in martial arts and marksmanship, and his criminal investigation abilities are so terrifying.
If he could really identify the vehicle by the wheel marks, then his statement that the police destroyed the clues was probably true.
Because the murderer must have brought the victim here by car, and if there was a car, it would definitely leave traces on the dusty concrete road. If no one destroys it, it will not be completely washed away even if it rains. In that case, by following the traces to determine the type of car and then checking the surrounding surveillance, perhaps the murderer can be found.
This ability is simply amazing. Don't stand there like an idiot.
Lin Yan turned and walked outside. Su Yingxue hurried to follow. At this moment, she was like an apprentice who was eager to learn and met a hidden master, the sweeping monk, and was afraid of missing any opportunity to learn.
So, what you mean is that we found nothing at the scene and the murderer did it on purpose?
Lin Yan did not comment. I have said before that ordinary rapists do not have such strong anti-reconnaissance capabilities. I think this is most likely not the first crime scene, but the scene where the body was dumped.
What's the difference? Su Yingxue asked.
Of course.
Lin Yan looked her up and down. Did you really go to police school? The tone was full of questioning, as if to say, how come you didn't know this after attending police academy? What does your teacher eat? What do you eat? Su Yingxue was choked and said angrily, of course I have.
When she was in the police academy, she ranked first in both literary and martial arts.
Now I am being looked down upon by an auxiliary police officer. I feel so wronged. Chapter 46 Finding Key Information. Alas!
Lin Yan sighed and explained patiently, from a psychological point of view, dumping a body means that the murderer may not have intended to kill anyone at first, but simply wanted to achieve some blind goal. Later, due to some reasons, the deceased died and the body had to be disposed of. The first scene is where the murderer absconded, leaving a high possibility of evidence behind. And since I was prepared to dump the body, it would be easier for me to leave no evidence for you to find out.
Su Yingxue felt as if she had suddenly been enlightened.
In just a dozen minutes, she felt like she had attended police school for a year. I even had the illusion that this case was not as complicated as I had imagined. Su Yingxue came back to her senses and asked, now there is no clue about the vehicle.
Even if we know that the murderer might be a gang, how can we investigate? 3 months have passed since the incident, and much evidence has disappeared over time, including surveillance videos.
She had no doubt that if Lin Yan had come 3 months earlier, the case might have been solved.
But now,
even though she knew that Lin Yan was extremely capable, she still didn't hold out much hope. After all, it was too difficult to find clues at the moment, like looking for a needle in a haystack.
Change your thinking.
Lin Yan snapped his fingers and smiled mysteriously. We don't necessarily have to start with actual evidence and clues.
Then where do we start investigating?
Su Yingxue frowned, confused. Lin Yan raised his lips with a wicked smile. Let me kiss you, and I'll tell you.
Ah? Su Yingxue thought she had heard it wrong. What is this place?
This is the crime scene of a rape and murder case. It is totally unreasonable for him to make such an outrageous request.
Go to hell! Su Yingxue shouted angrily. All right, no more jokes.
Lin Yan put away his smile and returned to his serious state. Concept gods are still gods, and concept stocks are still stocks, so conceptual clues can also be used as clues. If my previous assumptions are all true, I can draw another conclusion: the murderer had already targeted Wang Xiaowen before committing the crime. Therefore, we can trace back Wang Xiaowen's life trajectory and check which people with the ability to commit the crime she had contact with before her death, and maybe we can find a breakthrough clue.
Someone who has the ability to commit the crime? Su Yingxue's eyes lit up. You mean, we can infer the motive and feasibility of the crime from the murderer's identity? Lin Yan nodded with satisfaction. This young man is teachable. I understand. Su Yingxue walked quickly towards the chopped pepperfish head. She finally understood why Lin Yan called this kind of clue a conceptual clue. Because this is just a hypothesis. First, we construct a possible inference, and then use the inference result to find the person who may have committed the crime. In other words, if the people in the protagonist's social circle have neither the motive nor the time to commit the crime, then if you expand the circle outward, you may be able to find the answer. Although this still sounds like looking for a needle in a haystack, at least we have a direction. It just so happened that the police station had information on the investigation of the deceased's friends. Su Yingxue took Lin Yan straight to the police station.
After more than 2 hours of review, the record showed that the deceased Wang Xiaowen did not have any bad habits. From Tuesday to Friday, I teach dance every afternoon, and on weekends I give classes all day. She has a harmonious relationship with her colleagues in the college and has never had any conflicts. Almost all the male friends in my circle of friends can provide an alibi. The police investigated the chat records and found nothing unusual. Since the deceased's mobile phone was not found at the crime scene, the police focused on extracting the data records of the deceased's male friends during the investigation. As for Wang Xiaowen's female friends, only a few with whom she had a good relationship were interviewed and their statements were recorded.
You mean, we should start investigating her female friends now? Su Yingxue asked with a frown. Lin Yan nodded. The reason is very simple.
Because Wang Xiaowen's private life was too clean, the police found nothing and classified it as a random crime committed by a stranger.
But in fact, you have overlooked a key issue. What's the problem? Su Yingxue asked.
Lin Yan put down the mouse and looked up at her. Connect this question with our previous inference.
Connect them together. Su Yingxue muttered in a low voice. After thinking for a moment, her eyes lit up. You mean, the murderer deliberately dumped the body there to lead us to the direction of a random rape and murder case? Lin Yan nodded slightly. You've gotten the idea. Su Yingxue continued. So, why did the murderer do this? In reverse, it means that the murderer is likely to be connected to the deceased, and only by letting the police classify it as a random crime can they avoid tracing the clues to themselves? It's almost the standard answer.
Lin Yan took out a piece of paper, wrote the 3 words Wang Xiaowen on the left, and the word murderer on the right. He handed the pen to Su Yingxue and asked, how many ways do you think there are to connect the deceased and the murderer?
Su Yingxue picked up a pen and drew a line on the paper. Straight line? Lin Yan nodded. What else?
Su Yingxue started drawing a line from the name Wang Xiaowen, suddenly stopped halfway, and then wrote friend 2 on it. Then he drew a line behind the name of the deceased and wrote colleague, then student and relative. Su Yingxue realized that in addition to a direct line, the connection between the deceased and the murderer can be established through a variety of media, even through friends and colleagues. Su Yingxue had only graduated from the police academy for more than 2 years, and this kind of thinking was not common for her. From the time they went to the abandoned factory to this moment, this was the first time she felt so close to the truth of the case. She looked at Lin Yan, who was sitting on the chair. What kind of person is he? How come he knows everything and is so capable? In her mind, at this moment, Lin Yan was almost perfect except for being lustful. He knows everything, and everything is of the highest quality. In fact, at the beginning, she also questioned Lin Yan's ability to investigate the case. But now, she no longer doubted it. Even if the case is not solved in the end, Su Yingxue will no longer doubt Lin Yan's criminal investigation ability. She even felt that the abilities Lin Yan had currently demonstrated had surpassed those so-called veteran criminal investigators and experts. It's incredible. Su Yu continued to ask. You mean, the murderer probably got to know Wang Xiaowen through her circle of friends and even pursued her? Because Wang Xiaowen did not agree, or for other reasons, the two had no contact information, so the murderer seemed to have never appeared in the life of the deceased, thus successfully escaping the police's sight. Lin Yan did not answer, but took the pen and circled those social relationships. Now what we need to do is to find this key person, and the rest will naturally fall into place. Okay, I'll go and retrieve the information about Wang Xiaowen's female social circle right away. Su Yingxue responded. Next, they need to visit each one by one.
As for whether they can get useful information, it depends on their ability. After all, not everyone's lies can be exposed. Chapter 47. She's lying. After the two left, people in the office began to talk. Uncle Xiong, they have just transferred the information of the deceased's best friend and colleague from me. Are they planning to check the deceased's female friends? Technician Wang Fong looked at the middle-aged policeman Lao Xiong opposite and asked. Lao Xiong unscrewed the thermos cup and took a sip, then slowly said, young people always think they are smarter than others, so they like to find new ways, always thinking they can think of things that others can't. But what is the truth? In this world, who is smarter than who? Who is much dumber than who? Being modest, prudent and open-minded in learning is what young people should do. Being competitive and showing off will only make your life more tiring and make you a laughingstock in the eyes of others. Su Yingxue laughed and said, Lao Xiong has been working in our police system for more than 30 years. What kind of cases has he not experienced? A case that even he had no clue about, and yet a young boy dared to boast that he could solve it? Oh, you really don't know how much you weigh, you're almost blowing your own trumpet to the sky. Wang Fong nodded in agreement. Uncle Xiong is right, young people should be more modest, otherwise they will make a fool of themselves like them. I've never heard of a random rape and murder of a woman, but they're investigating the victim's best friend. This is totally irrelevant. The old bear sneered, Xiaoxue, why are you fooling around with him? If they can solve the case, I will cook fish for them in my hands. Su Yingxue laughed and said, if this case was so easy to investigate, would Huang Wenquan make this bet with him? How naive. You fell into someone else's trap and didn't even realize it. Wang Fong gossiped, hey, you guys think Su Yingxue doesn't like this Linyan, does she? Su Yingxue sneered and shook his head, ah. What if I like it? What if I don't like it? With Huang Wenquan here, the closer he gets to Su Yingxue, the more dangerous it will be. His only choice is to leave as soon as possible. In the director's office, Li Feng pushed the door open and said to Zhang Donghai at the desk. Director, Lin Yan and Xiaoxue just came back to check some information. Oh? Zhang Donghai put down the documents in his hand and asked, what did they check? Li Feng said, I checked the records and information we made earlier, as well as the list of the deceased's female friends. Zhang Donghai raised his eyebrows when he heard this. What does this mean? Li Feng said anxiously, what else can it mean? They now suspect the murderer is the deceased's female friend. You say, this is just nonsense. The police spent several months investigating before classifying it as a random rape and murder case. Now they go out and come back to deny the police's previous investigation results. Isn't this a joke? Director, I think you should stop Lin Yan from continuing his investigation and transfer him to the county police station for internship first, so that he won't have to compete with Huang Wenquan here and make everyone unhappy. Zhang Donghai did not speak immediately after hearing this. He stood up to refill his cup with water, walked to the window, and looked at the tall buildings in the distance. I have no right to interfere in what happens between him and Huang Wenquan. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. As the director of the municipal bureau, Zhang Donghai knew clearly why Huang Wenquan was willing to be an ordinary criminal police officer in the Binhai City Public Security Bureau. With his background, he can go anywhere he wants. Although Lin Yan is a small figure, he is capable and courageous. Not only has he made great contributions, but he has also been appreciated by Zhang Xiaomei. In Zhang Donghai's opinion, although Lin Yan has no background, he is more worthy of Su Yingxue. From a subjective point of view, he would not transfer Lin Yan away. From an objective point of view, the results may be the same whether it is adjusted or not. This matter is not something he can interfere with at all. As for investigating the case, Zhang Donghai paused, then continued, let them try their best first. Maybe they can come up with some clues. But director. Li Feng wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Zhang Donghai. It's settled. 11 a.m. The two first came to the residence of Wang Xiaowen's best friend Zheng Dan. After knocking on the door, a woman in her early 20s looked at them in shock. Su Yingxue immediately showed her ID and said, we are the criminal police from the municipal bureau. We are here to get some information from you. Hearing this, Zheng Dan looked obviously flustered. He was stunned for several seconds before he stepped aside to let the two men enter the house. The house was a mess, with children's things everywhere, including strollers, bottles, diapers. Officer, I'm sorry, the house is too messy. Come and sit here. Zheng Dan hurriedly tidied up the sofa to make room for the two of them. After the two sat down, Su Yingxue took out a notebook and asked, "Do you usually contact Wang Xiaowen?"
When Zhang Dan heard Wang Xiaowen's name, his expression immediately showed sadness and regret.
"Well, we were classmates since elementary school until we graduated from high school.
When I gave birth to my baby, she even said she wanted to be my child as godmother." As he spoke, Zhang Dan began to cry. Su Yingxue handed over a piece of toilet paper, looked at Lin Yan, and they both shook their heads.
Obviously, this was not the person they were looking for. In the blink of an eye, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
For several hours, Lin Yan and Su Yingxue visited 3 female friends of the deceased, but found nothing. Next, they will visit Wei Yuanshan, a colleague of Wang Xiaowen in the dance class.
Wei Yuanshan is 28 years old and is also a dance teacher.
Knock knock knock. 2 people came to her place and knocked on the door.
Boom boom boom.
Thinking that no one was in the room, the two turned around and prepared to leave when the door suddenly opened, followed by a cursing voice.
"Just deliver a takeaway, why don't you just leave it at the door? Knock, 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 it makes my head hurt."
The two looked at each other and stepped back. The woman was disheveled, as if she had just woken up, and she smelled strongly of cigarettes and alcohol.
"Wei Yuanshan?" Lin Yan asked. The moment he saw the two people, Wei Yuanshan's eyes suddenly became clearer. He looked at them and asked, "Who are you?" "We are the police."
Su Yingxue took out her ID and handed it to her. "We need you to cooperate with the investigation." Lin Yan frowned slightly. He caught a fleeting trace of fear in Wei Yuanshan's eyes when she saw Su Yingxue's ID.
Wei Yuanshan retreated back into the house, complaining as she walked, "Officer, it's been so long since this happened, haven't you solved the case yet? I'm not familiar with her, so it's no use asking me."
The house was dirty and messy, with takeaway boxes and garbage thrown everywhere, leaving almost no place to step.
Su Yingxue had been frowning since she entered the door. "How long have you known Wang Xiaowen?" This time, Lin Yan asked without waiting for Su Yingxue to take out the notebook. "How long have you known each other?"
After hearing this question, Wei Yuanshan thought for a moment and said, "We have known each other for about a year."
Lin Yan continued to ask, "Do you usually keep in touch after get off work?" However, after hearing this, Wei Yuanshan's expression became obviously unnatural.
Her eyes began to avoid, and she scratched her head and touched her hair. It seemed like she was doing 2 things at once, trying to come up with an answer while not wanting to be caught.
"Well, apart from work, we rarely contact each other. She doesn't like drinking, singing, or making friends, so apart from work, we don't really interact with each other." "Really?" Lin Yan's voice lowered. "Of course it's true." Wei Yuanshan raised her voice in response to the doubt. Lin Yan sneered, "You are lying." Chapter 48, Is he the murderer who raped and murdered the dance teacher? Wei Yuanshan was furious. "Officer, please stop slandering me. Everything I said is true." As she said that, she quickly ran into the room, took out her phone and handed it over. "If you don't believe me, look, our WeChat chat records and call records are all here." Lin Yan didn't answer, but smiled and shook his head. "We used technical means to restore Wang Xiaowen's chat history and found that some time before her death, you frequently asked her out to play." "Is that true?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Yuanshan's breathing became rapid, his chest heaving violently, and he looked extremely panicked. "We are colleagues, it's normal to ask her to go out and play, right? Officer, you don't suspect that I raped and killed her, do you? Are you kidding me? Look carefully, I am a girl." Wei Yuanshan seemed to have found her confidence, and her voice immediately rose. "If you have the ability, go and investigate the case. If you don't, go home and rest. Don't waste your time here. You guys ruined my good mood for the whole day. What a bummer." Lin Yan turned to look at Su Yingxue. "Let's go." Su Yingxue wanted to say something, but Lin Yan had already strode out, so she could only hurriedly catch up with him. In the elevator, Su Yingxue was puzzled and asked, "There's obviously something wrong with this Wei Yuanshan. Why are we in such a hurry to leave?" Lin Yan said in a deep voice, "It is because she has a problem that we have to withdraw quickly." "Why?" Su Yingxue asked. Lin Yan turned his head and looked at her. "Nonsense, what's the point of you continuing to tangle with her? I just tricked her, so of course I have to go back and find evidence and arrest her." To be honest, Lin Yan felt something was wrong from the first moment he saw Wei Yuanshan. Afterwards, Wei Yuanshan's expression and reaction confirmed his intuition. Therefore, Lin Yan did not let Su Yingxue ask questions according to the usual procedure, but went straight to the point and asked Wei Yuanshan to answer the question that she was most worried and afraid of.
Obviously, Wei Yuanshan didn't realize that this was a trap set by Lin Yan, because he had never retrieved their chat records and was completely deceiving her.
The result was just as Lin Yan expected.
Wei Yuanshan deliberately concealed the fact that he had private contact and invitation with Wang Xiaowen. It is normal for colleagues to have dinner together privately, but the two of them have very different personalities and completely different lifestyles.
To put it bluntly, they can't get along at all. Then why did Wei Yuanshan ask her out?
And why did she panic when she saw the police and hide the truth?
She was highly suspicious, even Su Yingxue could see it. However, domestic law follows the principle of presumption of innocence. Based solely on the two people's intuition and suspicion, they cannot convict or arrest anyone.
What they need to do now is to go back and retrieve the WeChat chat records between Wang Xiaowen and Wei Yuanshan.
Perhaps the answer lies in them.
For some reason, Su Yingxue felt that Lin Yan seemed to have changed, becoming more handsome and more charming. Since meeting him today, Su Yingxue found that she often couldn't help but pay attention to him, and occasionally she would secretly glance at him. In the past, this would have been impossible. Although she had a good impression of Lin Yan, except for being a little lustful, everything else was fine, but it was not enough to make her feel this way. Especially just now, when Lin Yan was analyzing and reasoning, Su Yingxue even felt that he seemed to be emitting light, which made people lose their minds in an instant. The two returned to the police station and immediately found the technical department, asking them to restore the chat records between Wei Yuanshan and the deceased.
Not long after, Li Feng walked in.
Xiaoxue,
you said that this Wei Yuanshan might be related to this case?
After saying that, he looked at Lin Yan in confusion.
Because from the beginning, the task force had never made such an assumption.
Since the deceased's mobile phone was not found at the scene, it was extremely difficult to recover the chat records. When the task force was first established, attention was focused on surveillance footage near the area where the deceased disappeared and the male social circle. No one suspected the deceased's female friends.
The reason is very simple.
From any analysis angle, the possibility of a woman committing the crime is almost zero, so Li Feng is confused.
The two of them went out for a long time and came back to overturn all the work done by the task force before. Were they just messing around, or did they really find some solid clues? Su Yingxue explained, we went to investigate today and found that this girl named Wei Yuanshan was nervous and answered irrelevant questions.
Lin Yan lied to her and found that she was suspected of deliberately concealing the truth, so we immediately rushed back to retrieve her chat history. She did not tell Lin Yan about his previous inference.
After all, it was too bold and there was a lack of evidence.
Telling it would not only fail to gain more help, but might also bring trouble and ridicule.
Li Feng nodded, if there is any result, let me know.
After saying that, he turned and walked out. Zhang Donghai had instructed that he should provide all possible help to these two people. Therefore, even if he did not agree with the two people's method and direction of investigating the case, he could not say much. The most urgent thing was to report the matter to Zhang Donghai.
When he walked into the director's office, Huang Wenquan was there.
Li Feng said, Director, they are back.
Zhang Donghai folded his hands, leaned on the desk and asked, any progress?
Li Feng replied, Xiaoxue said that when they visited a colleague of the deceased today, they found something unusual. Hearing this, Zhang Donghai and Huang Wenquan looked at each other with shock in their eyes.
The municipal bureau had been busy for several months without any progress, and the two of them had only been out for half a day and they found a clue? This is really too exaggerated. What's unusual?
Zhang Donghai asked hurriedly. Li Feng said, she said that the deceased had a colleague named Wei Yuanshan who was nervous when she saw them and deliberately concealed the truth.
Now they are retrieving the chat records between Wei Yuanshan and the deceased for further confirmation.
As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Wenquan stood up from his chair and said excitedly,
Director, this is nonsense.
They investigated for an entire afternoon and finally negated all the work we had done before.
What, are we policemen all idiots, not as good as him, an auxiliary policeman?
Zhang Donghai raised his eyebrows, glanced at Huang Wenquan, then stood up and walked out the door.
I'll go check it out.
Li Feng followed closely behind. After the two of them left, Huang Wenquan suddenly fell back into his chair. At this moment, his face was pale, his lips trembled slightly, and his eyes were full of horror and fear.
Chapter 49, Su Yingxue's strategy progress increased dramatically.
In the technical investigation department, technicians worked hard to restore all chat records between Wei Yuanshan and the deceased Wang Xiaowen, including call records.
This information is like a potential key that may open the door to the truth of the case.
June 11, 1944, the day before the incident.
Wei Yuanshan, 1-1, come out and play for a while. Get together with some friends and have a drink.
Wang Xiaowen, really not, it's too late, I have to go to bed at 10 o'clock.
June 6, 1735. Wei Yuanshan, 1-1, where are you? Let's have dinner together and go to a live house tonight.
Wang Xiaowen, oh, I'm on my way home. Sorry, I promised my mother that I would go to her house for dinner tonight. June 1st, Monday, dance studio closed.
Wei Yuanshan, 1-1, what are you doing? Do you want to go out and play together this afternoon? Wang Xiaowen, I'm doing yoga at home. Going out to play? What to play?
Wei Yuanshan, just a few friends, going out to eat, drink, chat, and so on.
Wang Xiaowen, sorry, I don't know how to drink, so I'm not going.
Looking at this series of message records, everyone, including Zhang Haidong, had a solemn look on their faces.
The timeline of their chat records does not exceed 1 year, but Wei Yuanshan made several invitations to Wang Xiaowen in just over a month before the incident. This is obviously inconsistent with normal behavioral logic and is contrary to the social pattern among ordinary colleagues. There must be some unknown tricks hidden in it.
Judging from the chat records, this Wei Yuanshan is most likely helping someone else to make an appointment with Wang Xiaowen.
Li Feng was the first to break the silence and stated his own inference.
Su Yingxue nodded in agreement. Under normal circumstances, among colleagues of the same sex, she has no reason to be so proactive, and she is repeatedly rejected.
Send someone to bring Wei Yuanshan back immediately,
Zhang Donghai said in a deep voice. As an experienced criminal investigator, although he could not directly determine that Wei Yuanshan was directly related to the rape and murder case, his intuition told him that the police would be able to dig out valuable clues from Wei Yuanshan.
Yes. Li Feng responded, turning to look at Lin Yan and Su Yingxue, you two follow me.
A few minutes later, a police car sped out of the police station and headed towards the destination.
Li Feng was curious and asked, how did you come up with the idea of investigating the deceased's best friend? After all, this is a nighttime rape and murder case, and it seems to have nothing to do with female friends like best friends. Hearing his question, Su Yingxue, who was sitting in the back seat, glanced at Lin Yan, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Lin Yan. Captain Li, this is it. When we went to the scene today, Xiaoxue suddenly discovered a detail.
Then we discussed it and decided that we should check the female friends of the deceased. That is what happened.
Lin Yan doesn't care about making achievements.
For him, being a policeman is more about making it easier to conquer Su Yingxue.
So he gave the credit to Su Yingxue without hesitation.
After all, she needed the credit more.
Really?
Li Feng turned his head and glanced at Su Yingxue, with a hint of doubt in his tone. This case has been investigated for several months, and she hadn't found any details before.
How come she made new discoveries after going out with Lin Yan? Could it be that Lin Yan has a lucky wife image? Captain, that's not the case. Lin Yan found out.
Su Yingxue knew clearly that all of this was deduced by Lin Yan, and she even doubted him at first. She did not dare to take credit for it and felt unworthy of it.
Hearing this, Li Feng looked at Lin Yan.
The senior criminal investigators of the task force had been unable to make a breakthrough in the case for several months, but a newly recruited auxiliary police officer found the key clue. Although it was outrageous, it was a reason he could accept.
I apologize for my previous prejudice and doubts against you. Li Feng said sincerely, you are indeed better than all of us. Lin Yan turned to look at Su Yingxue, silently made the shape of shut up, and then denied. Captain Li, you still don't understand Su Yingxue's personality.
She said this because she wanted me to do more work so that she could be promoted to a regular employee, so she pushed all the credit onto me.
Really? Li Feng turned around and looked at Su Yingxue.
The latter was about to speak when he was stopped by Lin Yan's vicious look. The vehicle stopped at the gate of An Heyuan community. The security guard saw that it was a police car and immediately let it pass.
Li Feng followed Lin Yan's instructions and arrived at the bottom of Building 5.
The three of them quickly got out of the car and ran towards the 5th floor.
Boom 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 boom.
They knocked on the door repeatedly, but there was no response. The three of them looked at each other, and a bad premonition came to their minds.
The person ran away. Lin Yan frowned. Damn.
Li Feng punched the wall. This means there must be something wrong with her.
Su Yingxue asked anxiously, what should we do now? Lin Yan said in a deep voice, patrol the coastline and strictly check all vehicles leaving the city.
All outbound passengers at the station and airport must be carefully checked to ensure she is not allowed to escape from Binhai.
Li Feng looked at Lin Yan in surprise.
At this moment, he felt as if Lin Yan was the leader who gave orders, and there was no doubt about it.
Okay. I'll contact the bureau right away.
After receiving the call, Zhang Donghai immediately issued a city-wide search warrant to the entire Binhai city police system. Wei Yuanshan must be found because she is very likely to be directly related to this rape and murder case. Later, members of the task force came to Anhiyuan community, conducted a house search and demolition at Wei Yuanshan's rental residence, and extracted valid evidence. Other team members also quickly began to interrogate Wei Yuanshan's relatives and friends.
However, until 8 o'clock in the evening, no news was received about Wei Yuanshan's whereabouts. Where are you going later? Su Yingxue looked at Lin Yan and asked.
The search work consumes a lot of physical strength and relies on a lot of manpower and material resources, so the role they can play at this time is limited. Instead of wasting time there, it is better to go back and have a good rest, recharge your energy, so that you can come up with a better solution later.
Getting ready to go to your house? Lin Yan blurted out. Ah. Su Yingxue was stunned for a moment. What was he doing at my house? The last time I brought Lin Yan home was purely to protect his safety. Now that Hailang has been caught, what other reason is there?
Moreover, the two of them slept in each other's arms.
My toes feel tight just thinking about it now. What?
Lin Yan patted her shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Comrade, please think of me as a simple person. I went to your house simply because it is close and makes it easier to investigate the case. Don't read Zaya Honshu anymore, it fills your mind with pornographic garbage."
You? Su Yingxue felt extremely wronged.
He was clearly the LSP, but she was being blamed. However, when she thought about it carefully, what Lin Yan said seemed to make sense.
Now is a critical moment in the investigation.
It is indeed more conducive for the two of them to be together to discuss the case, and if there is any new information, they can respond in time. The chopped pepper fish head slowly drove into the underground parking lot of Tianyu Garden.
Suddenly, the system's voice rang in Lin Yan's mind.
Congratulations to the host for reaching a strategy value of 73%.
Received a bonus of 80,000 yuan. B-level entry 1,000-mile tracking, your nose is sharper than a police dog.
You can lock onto a target and track it for 1,000 miles.
Chapter 50. Lin Yan wants to use force on Su Yingxue.
Lin Yan was stunned for a moment. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the 73% progress of the strategy. According to the strategy progress comparison table, more than 70% means that the other person has fallen in love with you and your confession can be successful. Lin Yan couldn't help but his heart began to beat wildly, his Adam's apple rolled, and his breathing became rapid.
As for the B-level entries that were revealed,
Lin Yan could figure out with his toes that it was used to investigate cases. But he is not in a hurry now.
Solving the case is secondary to him, and capturing the goddess is the top priority now.
Su Yingxue parked the car, unbuckled her seatbelt, and turned her head to look at the passenger seat.
Her brows suddenly frowned.
This was the third time she saw Lin Yan orgasm in the air.
How can this be fun? Su Yingxue's face was full of confusion and curiosity. Ahem.
We've arrived at our stop.
It's almost time to put away your magical powers. Oh. Lin Yan unbuckled his seatbelt and said calmly, I thought of something fun. Ha! Su Yingxue sneered, which goddess are you thinking of again? Could it be the teacher from the island country? Oh, you also know the teacher from the island country?
Lin Yan was surprised and tilted his head to look at the big-eyed beauty next to him.
Su Yingxue replied, not only have I seen it, I have also captured the teacher's students. Do you want to try it? Try.
Lin Yan stretched out his voice, I don't mind too much, but my physical fitness is too good, I don't know if you can bear it.
Get out.
Su Yingxue rolled her eyes, opened the door and got out of the car. Lin Yan looked at the tall and slender figure in front of him, and ripples appeared in his heart.
Who cannot be moved by such a delicate and beautiful woman? Even if you are not moved, at least you will feel a little excited, right? Should I confess my feelings?
Lin Yan pinched his chin and thought as he walked. According to the system strategy progress comparison table, 73% of the strategy progress has just reached the standard. Although confession can be successful, it is by no means a matter of casual words. For Lin Yan, confession has the following benefits.
First, it can assert sovereignty, and although it may not be physically satisfied temporarily, it can be comforted spiritually. Second, there is a high probability that the progress of the strategy can be accelerated. However, this also seems to be a double-edged sword. As a boyfriend, if you perform well, your strategy progress will naturally increase quickly. But if the performance is not good, won't the progress of the strategy be reversed? The last incident with the 7 little fishes has fully proved this point. Therefore, Lin Yan felt that it was not wise for the two to confirm their relationship now. The main thing is, what's the point in rushing to establish a relationship if you're not going to sleep with it? Doesn't that increase the risk of getting yourself into a complicated emotional situation? After returning home, Su Yingxue changed clothes, took a shower and washed up as usual. During the day, her perfect figure was restrained by her uniform, and her charm could not be fully displayed. At this moment, after changing into a silk nightgown, Su Yingxue's fair skin, under the soft light, radiates a luster like white jade, and like tender tofu just out of the pot, making people want to take a bite. If you look again, I'll gouge out your eyes. Su Yingxue said coldly as she passed by the sofa in the living room holding a bath towel. Of course, she knew that most men were lustful, but others would at least restrain themselves. She had never seen anyone as blatant and unreserved as Lin Yan. Just like now, even though I had threatened him, his eyes were still fixed on my chest. Why are you pulling out the eyeballs? It's the brain that wants to see, the eyeballs are innocent. Lin Yan responded righteously. Humph. Su Yingxue was really helpless with him. Then I'll take your brain out. Take it, I know you envy my intelligence. You. Su Yingxue was so angry that she was speechless for a moment. Then I'll use a pair of scissors to cut you into pieces. Lin Yan raised his head suddenly and looked at her with horror. Don't joke about this. I'm going to live on this for the rest of my life. An hour later. The two were sitting on the sofa, a movie was playing on TV, and in the clip, the man and woman were kissing passionately when their love was at its peak. Lin Yan stared at the screen, afraid of missing any scene. Su Yingxue, however, was fidgeting, with an embarrassed blush on her face. Although she usually speaks frankly, she has never been in a relationship after all. When she saw such an intimate scene, her girlish shyness instantly took over. She avoided looking at the TV, and kept her legs together, leaning slightly to one side, as if she wanted to stay away from Lin Yan. At this time, the soft lights in the living room and the sounds coming from the TV made the atmosphere gradually become ambiguous. Lin Yan turned his head and saw Su Yingxue's beautiful profile. Her hair was not completely dry yet and lay wetly on her white shoulders. The delicate clavicle is like a carefully carved work of art, the snow-white skin, the slender white neck. In Lin Yan's eyes, all this was like a deadly poison, gradually eroding his thinking and reason. It was as if a black angel was whispering in his mind, sleep with her, sleep with her. Such a beautiful goddess is right before his eyes. If he doesn't sleep with her now, when will he? Yes, sleep with her. Lin Yan couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Then, another white angel jumped out to stop him. No, if you sleep with her now, she will definitely not agree, so you can only use force. Yes, I raped her. Lin Yan's eyes became hot, and the fire of desire seemed to swallow up all his rationality in an instant. Just as he was about to reach out, the phone on the sofa suddenly rang. Su Yingxue seemed to have been granted amnesty. She immediately picked up the phone and stood up to answer it. Hey, Captain Li. What? You said Black Wolf is dead? Su Yingxue exclaimed. Lin Yan, who was originally in high spirits, suddenly looked confused and couldn't help complaining in his heart, damn it, I was in high spirits, and you do this to me? Su Yingxue hung up the phone and looked at Lin Yan. Captain Li just called and said that Hailang died in the detention center. How did he die? Lin Yan asked with a frown. Suicide. Lin Yan's expression suddenly became serious. In the past few days since Hailang was arrested, the police have interrogated him many times, but unfortunately they were unable to pry open his mouth. In fact, up to now, there is no evidence to conclusively identify him as the Black Wolf. However, just now, when the prison guards conducted a ward round, they found him dead in his cell, with the suicide weapon being a razor blade. Why would he suddenly commit suicide? Su Yingxue frowned and thought, but couldn't figure out the reason. What if it wasn't suicide? Lin Yan's words surprised her. What do you mean? Su Yingxue looked at him incredulously. You mean, someone sent someone to kill Black Wolf in prison? Hailang is a serious criminal and has been held in solitary confinement since his arrest. It is difficult for ordinary people to even see him, let alone kill him. Lin Yan smiled and continued, what else?
Shouji was able to accurately predict that someone wanted to assassinate me, which shows that he is very familiar with the methods and style of the person behind the scenes. Black Wolf was captured accidentally, and for him he had completely lost his value. Keeping him here is like handing the evidence against me to the police. If I get rid of Black Wolf, I won't have any worries. Su Yingxue showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, but then her eyes lit up and she asked, what about Qiuji? Why didn't he kill Qiuji? In her opinion, Qiuji and Hailang were both that man's subordinates.
Now that both of them have been captured, why was only Hailang killed?
Lin Yan walked to the window and looked in the direction of the Binhai Municipal Bureau.
How do you know that only Black Wolf was killed?
As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yingxue's phone rang again.
Chapter 51 Lin Yan was bitten by Su Yingxue.
The phone suddenly rang, and the caller shown was Li Feng.
Su Yingxue's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She looked at Lin Yan in disbelief before answering the call. Qiuji is dead.
Li Feng's words were brief and to the point. In just 4 words, his voice revealed an indescribable sense of powerlessness. As a result, the 2 scarce clues that could lead to uncovering the mastermind were completely cut off.
Is it suicide too?
Su Yingxue came back to her senses and asked hurriedly. That's right, but this time the method was very cruel. They smashed the throat with a toothbrush. Li Feng sighed heavily. Now we can only wait for the forensic doctor to do the death identification.
Okay, let's talk about it in detail when we meet tomorrow. Su Yingxue put down the phone and looked at Lin Yan's back. Just as you guessed, Qiuji is dead, also by suicide.
Lin Yan sighed helplessly, looked out the window and sneered. How can there be so many suicides?
It's obvious that someone doesn't want you to continue investigating. After hearing this, Su Yingxue frowned.
She knew in her heart that what Lin Yan said was most likely true.
But in the detention center, to kill 2 important suspects one after another silently, what kind of extraordinary ability and strength does one need?
In Su Yingxue's opinion, the only person who could possibly possess such strength is standing in front of her. But after a little thought, she rejected the idea. If Lin Yan really wanted to kill these 2 people, he could have done it directly when he arrested them. Why go to so much trouble to put them in the detention center first and then find a way to kill them?
That would be more in line with common sense. So what should we do now?
Unconsciously, Su Yingxue seemed to have developed a habit. Whenever she encountered a difficult problem, she wanted to hear Lin Yan's ideas first. Lin Yan pinched his chin, turned slowly, and fell into deep thought. The prison initially determined that Qiuji committed suicide, which means that the surveillance cameras did not capture any signs of homicide and there were no eyewitnesses at the scene.
To put it bluntly, the killer must have planned carefully before taking action, considering every aspect, and had no intention of leaving any clues for the police.
To be able to achieve this, in addition to possessing extraordinary personal strength, it is more likely that there is a powerful force behind him.
A powerful hand capable of controlling all prison networks is at control.
Thinking about it this way, if Qiuji and the previous Hailang died at the hands of prison guards, everything seems to make sense.
Following this line of thought in reverse, it is not difficult to guess that this big hand hidden in the dark is most likely hidden within the police system. Keep still and wait and see what happens. Find Wei Yuanshan tomorrow and settle the rape and murder case first. Lin Yan gave his own advice.
Su Yingxue's curved eyebrows knitted into a knot when she heard this, and her big almond-shaped eyes were full of doubt. Are you so sure you can find someone? You know, hundreds of police officers were dispatched across Binhai City last night to conduct a full-scale search, but no clues about Wei Yuanshan were found.
Why is he so sure that he can catch the person tomorrow?
Lin Yan did not answer directly. His nostrils twitched slightly, he tilted his head back and closed his eyes, as if he was carefully sniffing the air. After a moment, he suddenly spoke. You used 2 kinds of shower gel and shampoo today, and you also put a layer of. Before he could finish his words, Lin Yan suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Su Yingxue in disbelief, and said in surprise, No way, you smell good there too?
Su Yingxue was stunned for a moment, completely shocked by Lin Yan's nonsensical words.
Thinking back carefully, I did use 2 types of shower gel when I took a shower today. One of the bottles was recommended to me by netizens when I was browsing Xiaohongshu a few days ago. It just arrived a few days ago and I suddenly thought of trying it today. It turned out that I didn't like the smell very much, so I switched back to my regular bottle after using it for a bit. I didn't use 2 kinds of shampoo, but I applied conditioner after using shampoo. As for applying body lotion after taking a shower every day, it has been a habit for many years to keep the skin moisturized.
Wait, what did he mean when he said it smells good there too?
After reacting, Su Yingxue's eyes instantly became as sharp as a knife, and the look she gave Lin Yan seemed to be able to spit fire.
What do you want to do?
Lin Yan realized something was wrong and subconsciously took a step back.
I think. Su Yingxue was so angry that her teeth were itching.
Without thinking, she rushed forward, hugged Lin Yan's arm and bit it hard.
Ah!
Lin Yan's screams gradually became quieter. At this moment, he lowered his head slightly, and wherever his eyes looked, a beautiful scenery came into view. Compared to the pain in my arm, the rare beautiful scenery in front of me was obviously more attractive. Lin Yan thought to himself, she likes to bite, so let her bite. If she really becomes his wife in the future, being bitten will become the norm.
Just get used to it. The next morning, Su Yingxue and Lin Yan rushed to Wei Yuanshan's residence early.
At this time, Li Feng had already arrived early.
The house was in a mess, obviously having been searched thoroughly by the police.
The ground was littered with garbage and scattered with some personal belongings that Wei Yuanshan had not had time to take away. However, after a careful search, no valuable clues were found.
You're here.
Li Feng saw the two of them, nodded slightly, sighed and said, we sent people to Wei Yuanshan's hometown, and her parents said she had never been back. We checked several surveillance cameras in the village and found that what her parents said was true. As he was speaking, Li Feng's eyes suddenly fell on the clear teeth marks on Lin Yan's arm, and he couldn't help but ask in surprise, were you bitten by a dog?
Lin Yan. Su Yingxue. Ah, yes.
Lin Yan reacted quickly and explained with a smile, a stray dog ran out of the community last night and bit everyone it saw. Li Feng looked concerned and reminded earnestly, don't mess with stray dogs.
Go get them vaccinated soon. If this person is infected with rabies, it will be a huge problem and there is no way to save him.
Yes, Captain Li.
Lin Yan saluted seriously. Su Yingxue was so angry that she secretly hit Lin Yan's waist with her elbow and gave him a big eye roll.
By the way, Li Feng continued, Xiao Xue called me last night and told me that you have a way to find Wei Yuanshan. As he said that, he turned to look at Lin Yan, his eyes full of confusion. What is the solution?
Chapter 52 Wei Yuanshan was killed. Wait a moment. Lin Yan did not answer immediately, but walked straight towards Wei Yuanshan's bedroom.
Lin Yan possesses the special ability of tracking over thousands of miles. Simply put, his nose is more sensitive than that of a hound. The advantage of this ability is that the sensitivity of the nose can be adjusted at will and can be controlled freely.
The bedroom was not big, with a bed and a wardrobe.
The quilt on the bed was in a mess, and most of the clothes in the wardrobe were still hanging on the hangers, and had not been moved. If Lin Yan wanted to perform the 1,000-mile tracking, he had to first lock onto Wei Yuanshan's scent, so he rushed here to look for the object with the strongest smell. The moment the 1,000-mile tracking was activated, Lin Yan suddenly covered his nose.
RNM, it stinks.
The various mixed smells in the room were instantly amplified countless times, rushing into his nose and straight into his brain, almost making him pass out.
After a long while, Lin Yan finally got used to it.
He walked to the bed, got close to the pillow, and smelled it carefully.
Su Yingxue and Li Feng stood at the door, watching Lin Yan's series of strange actions.
They looked at each other and saw deep doubt in each other's eyes.
How come he can even do something like tracking?
Li Feng felt that his worldview had been overturned time and time again since Lin Yan appeared. This guy is not only good with a gun, but he is also good at investigating cases, and now he can even track people.
Could it be that he trained with police dogs for 2.5 years?
Su Yingxue shook her head helplessly, indicating that she was also confused. She was also wondering in her heart, this man seemed to have no shortcomings, there was nothing he couldn't do.
Walk.
At this time, Lin Yan straightened up, said a brief word, then squeezed between Su Yingxue and Li Feng and strode out of the house.
After leaving the community, Lin Yan did not drive.
He was seen walking on the street, his nose twitching slightly from time to time, like a hound searching for prey.
Thanks to his 1,000-mile tracking ability, he was able to accurately extract Wei Yuanshan's unique scent from the countless smells around him.
Those smells were like invisible threads, feeding back into his brain, constructing a tracking route map as clear as a navigation system in his mind, guiding him to turn left, turn right, and explore forward step by step.
An hour later,
the three followed the scent out of the city and came to the Sun River. This is a tributary, the river is about 30 meters wide, but the water flow is gentle. Lin Yan stood by the river, staring at the water.
What's wrong? Su Yingxue caught up and asked.
Lin Yan said in a deep voice, she disappeared here.
You mean, she jumped down from here?
Li Feng looked surprised.
Why would she jump down from here? Committing suicide out of fear of punishment? The possibility is too small. Even if Wei Yuanshan was an accomplice, he was definitely not the mastermind. It would be better for him to surrender himself than to commit suicide. As long as he pleaded guilty, he might be able to save his life. Su Yingxue looked around and saw a bridge next to her. If she wanted to cross the river, she could just walk. There was no need to swim across. Lin Yan had a blank expression on his face, his eyes fixed on the water. A few seconds later, he said something that made both of them shudder. I mean, she's still under the river. Huang Wenquan was driving the police car, and it slammed to a stop on the side of the road with a creaking sound. He looked panicked and turned to look at Wang Wenqin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, with a look of uneasiness and anxiety on his face. Uncle Wang, we can't let them continue investigating. Huang Wenquan's voice trembled slightly because of nervousness. That Lin Yan, he is really too evil. An hour ago, Wang Wenqin called Li Feng to inquire about the progress of the case, but received news that shocked them. Li Feng said that Lin Yan was looking for Wei Yuanshan by tracking the smell. Although this sounds absurd, it seems to make sense when it happens to Lin Yan. Because of this, Huang Wenquan felt extremely nervous and frightened. He knew in his heart that if Lin Yan and the others really found Wei Yuanshan, the crimes he had committed would be exposed. At that time, not only would he be finished, but even his father, the director, would be implicated. Alas! Wang Wenqin sighed heavily, his eyes full of disappointment, and looked at Huang Wenquan. How can I say good things about you? Why did you get so excited at that time and do such a stupid thing? Huang Wenquan turned pale with fear, and said in a crying voice, I really didn't want to kill her at that time. But she kept resisting and struggling, and I was impulsive and grabbed her neck. My mind was in a mess at the time, and when I came to my senses, she was already dead. Wang Wenqin took a deep puff of his cigarette, and the smoke filled the car. He said in a deep voice, the only way now is to find Wei Yuanshan before them, and then. Huang Wenquan's face instantly turned gloomy when he heard this. He asked in a trembling voice, Uncle Wang, do you mean, to kill her? Wang Wenqin sneered, with a fierce look in his eyes, do you have any other choice now? As long as she is alive, she is like a sword hanging over your head, ready to fall at any time, leaving you with no peace. Just then, Wang Wenqin's cell phone rang suddenly. He took out his cell phone and saw that the screen showed an incoming call from Li Feng. Wang Wenqin took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and then answered the phone. Hello. Hello, Director Wang, Wei Yuanshan has been found. Li Feng's voice came from the other end of the phone. What? Wang Wenqin was so shocked that he sat up straight in his seat and raised his voice unconsciously. You said the person was found? When Huang Wenquan, who was sitting next to him, heard this, his face turned as pale as paper and his eyes were full of despair. This person named Lin Yan is so terrifying. He seems to possess some kind of extraordinary magic and always does things that are unexpected. Found it, but she's dead. Li Feng's answer shocked Wang Wenqin again. Hearing the word dead, Wang Wenqin's eyes were full of surprise, and he slowly turned his head to look at Huang Wenquan. Wei Yuanshan is dead. This news not only gave him a little surprise, but also a deep shock. Because he really couldn't understand who else, besides Huang Wenquan, would want to kill Wei Yuanshan. How did he die? Wang Wenqin asked hurriedly. Li Feng, he was murdered. The body was put into a suitcase and thrown into a river outside of Binhai City's Xiqing district. Okay, I got it. I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Wang Wenqin looked at Huang Wenquan, with a hint of disbelief in his tone, and said, Wei Yuanshan was killed. Huang Wenquan's face instantly showed a look of surprise. Really? Wang Wenqin nodded, but his face did not show the excitement like Huang Wenquan. Because, if Wei Yuanshan was killed at this time, it means that there is another hand behind the scenes. Seems to be controlling everything in secret. No. Huang Wenquan also reacted, the joy on his face immediately disappeared, and asked, who killed her? Chapter 53 Finding the Murderer of Wei Yuanshan. On the river bank, several police cars were parked neatly, and the flashing police lights made the scene particularly eye-catching. The police quickly set up a cordon and kept the onlookers away. The forensic doctor was squatting on the ground, conducting a preliminary examination of the body. Lin Yan, Su Yingxue and Li Feng were standing not far away, all with tightly frowned brows. Su Yingxue spoke first and analyzed, at present, there are two possibilities. First, after we left yesterday, Wei Yuanshan immediately contacted the murderer of Wang Xiaowen.
As a result, she was regarded as a threat and was brutally silenced. Secondly, if Wei Yuanshan hadn't contacted them first, then the only possibility was there was a mole in the police station. Think about it, yesterday Lin Yan and I went back to the bureau to retrieve the chat records, and the whole process took no more than 2 hours. In such a short time, if Wei Yuanshan hadn't contacted us first, how would the murderer know that we had visited her? Li Feng had not participated in the communication between Su Yingxue and Lin Yan before. Hearing this bold guess, he was immediately shocked. Is there a traitor in our bureau? No way. In his opinion, it is not uncommon for the Public Security Bureau to have protectors, but most of them involve some gray industries. There are very few people who dare to act as a protective umbrella in murder cases. Because the risk is too great, most police officers dare not take this risk. It doesn't make much sense to speculate on this now. As Lin Yan spoke, he walked forward, gently pushed aside the forensic doctor who was examining the body, and slowly squatted down in front of Wei Yuanshan's body. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and activated his 1,000-mile tracking ability. In an instant, countless complex smells rushed into his nostrils. Among them was the fishy smell of river water, the smell of disinfectant carried by the forensic doctor, and the different smells of the many investigators at the scene. What Lin Yan has to do now is to get rid of all these easily identifiable and traceable smells. Then, from this chaotic smell, accurately read and separate the unique smell of the killer. With the ability to track over thousands of miles, even if the killer handled the crime very cleanly and did not leave any conventional clues such as fingerprints for the police, as long as the killer had contact with Wei Yuanshan, Lin Yan is confident that he can find him. This scene left the forensic doctor standing by stunned. Does he think he is Sherlock Holmes reincarnated? Can you solve a case just by smell? A few minutes later, Lin Yan's eyes suddenly opened, and there seemed to be a sharp golden light flashing in his eyes. He stood up, strode to Su Yingxue, looked solemn, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Then he added, "Come with me to catch him." Su Yingxue and Li Feng looked at each other, and nodded in tacit understanding without asking any more questions. After this period of contact with Lin Yan, they have come to believe in what Lin Yan said and no longer have any doubts. Although the scent left by the killer was very subtle, Lin Yan pushed his nose's sensitivity to the maximum limit and was still able to capture it clearly. Not long after the three left, Huang Wenquan and Wang Wenxin arrived at the crime scene. The moment he stepped into the scene, Huang Wenquan caught a glimpse of Wei Yuanshan's body. His tense nerves suddenly relaxed and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. No matter who attacked Wei Yuanshan, it was undoubtedly a great thing for him. Now that there is no evidence to prove his guilt, the secret of raping and murdering Wang Xiaowen will be buried forever. Wang Wenxin's eyes were sharp as torches as he quickly scanned the area, but he did not see any signs of Su Yingxue and the others. He immediately called over a police officer who was busy at the scene and asked, "Where are Su Yingxue and the others?" The police officer responded respectfully, "Just left not long ago." After a pause, he added, "The man named Lin Yan squatted beside the body for a long time. He seemed to have suddenly discovered an important clue, and then left in a hurry." "Which direction did you go?" Wang Wenxin's expression tensed and he asked anxiously. The police officer raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the city, "That way." "Okay, go ahead and do your work." After the police officer turned and left, Huang Wenquan couldn't hold back his inner anxiety and asked hurriedly, "Uncle Wang, can Lin Yan even find clues to the murderer?" Wang Wenxin's face was as dark as ink and he remained silent. Although Wei Yuanshan was dead, for some reason, a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart like a tide. He seemed to feel that a sword of Damocles was hanging over his head and could fall at any time. An hour later, Lin Yan, Su Yingxue and Li Feng tracked all the way and arrived at the gate of the power community. Looking at the rusty residential area sign at the door, Su Yingxue frowned slightly and asked, "You mean, he went in here?" Lin Yan nodded and said firmly, "It's in here." Li Feng looked nervous and said anxiously, "Let's go in without delay." With the previous experience of Wei Yuanshan as a lesson, they dared not waste another minute and walked straight into the community. In this kind of old community, no one usually cares about people coming in and out. The gatekeeper just glanced at the three of them casually and continued to fiddle with the beads in his hand. This time, Li Feng took the initiative to hand his service gun to Lin Yan and said sincerely, "This gun can play a greater role in your hands." Lin Yan did not refuse. He took the gun, loaded it skillfully, put it in his pocket, and walked straight to the staircase of the building in the middle of the community. When he reached the third floor, Lin Yan suddenly stopped and turned to look at the security door of 301. This door is an old-fashioned two-layer door with a shield and an upside-down blessing character pasted on it.
At first glance, it looks no different from that of an ordinary house. Lin Yan and Li Feng looked at each other, and the latter understood and knocked on the door.
Lin Yan stepped aside and quietly held the pistol in his pocket.
Boom, 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 boom. Who is it?
After a moment, a man's voice came from the room. Li Feng responded calmly, I am a grid worker from the neighborhood committee, and I am here to register the residents' information. With a click, the door inside opened, and a middle-aged man in his early 50s appeared in front of Li Feng. The man was extremely thin and pale, with patches of vitiligo on the left side of his face.
In this slightly dim environment, he looked a little scary. Li Feng is an experienced criminal investigator.
He caught the unique ferocity of a ruthless person in the man's eyes at first sight. When the man saw Li Feng, his expression instantly became cold and his hand stopped on the handle of the second door without opening it.
I haven't seen you before. You're not from the neighborhood committee, are you?
The man was the first to attack, his tone as cold as the wind from an air conditioner, giving people goosebumps all over their bodies.
Chapter 54 The Shocking Truth. New here. Li Feng responded calmly without changing his expression.
Oh, then please wait a moment.
The room is a bit messy. Let me clean it up.
As soon as he finished speaking, the man closed the door inside. In a flash, Lin Yan pushed Li Feng away, pointed the gun at the door lock, and fired decisively.
In just a few seconds, the two iron doors were forcibly broken open.
The three people rushed in quickly, but the man had disappeared into the living room. Lin Yan twitched his nose slightly, then rushed to one of the bedrooms. He kicked the door open, picked up a plastic stool on the ground and threw it inside. Two gunshots rang out almost at the same time. At the same time, the gun in Lin Yan's hand also sprayed out flames, and he fired 2 shots through the wooden door. A man's scream and the sound of a gun falling to the ground were immediately heard from inside the house. Lin Yan rushed in without hesitation. At this time, the man's right thumb had been broken. He held his injured hand tightly with an expression of extreme pain. Seeing Lin Yan coming in, he turned around and wanted to jump out of the window to escape.
Lin Yan was quick-witted and kicked the man into the corner.
Li Feng rushed into the room right after him and picked up the pistol on the ground. The man endured the severe pain, turned over, gasped heavily, and looked at them with resentment. As if realizing that he had no way to escape, the man said helplessly, "You can't find me so quickly."
You admit that you killed Wei Yuanshan, right? Li Feng asked. The man sneered, "Officer, don't try to trick me. I didn't say anything. I was just holding a gun, but I didn't kill anyone."
Lin Yan walked forward, put the gun directly to the man's forehead, and asked in a cold voice, "Who ordered you to kill Wei Yuanshan?"
The man looked up at Lin Yan.
There was no fear in his eyes, but instead they were full of admiration. Just now, this young man shot him in the thumb through a door. He had never seen such accurate shooting skills before, and he had never even heard of them. "Your marksmanship is the best I've ever seen in my life. It seems that it's not unfair for Hailang and Xiaoji to fall into your hands." The man's tone was calm, without any fear of becoming a prisoner. The three of them looked at each other when they heard this. The man's words implicitly admitted that he, Xiaoji, and Hailang were all under the same command. Even if you don't admit it, even if the police can't find any evidence that you killed someone, the charge of assaulting a police officer with a gun is enough to make you spend the rest of your life in jail. Lin Yan said in a deep voice. This person is currently the key breakthrough in the entire case. If we can't pry open his mouth, the whole case will be at a stalemate again.
Ha ha ha, the man laughed. It doesn't matter.
I, Zhao Gang, have lived enough in this life.
Just squat.
Li Feng continued, things are not as simple as you think. Xiaoji and Hailang both died in the detention center last night, so even if you keep your mouth shut, you won't end up well. Hearing this, Zhao Gang's face instantly changed color.
What did you say? Hailang and Xiaoji are both dead?
What shocked him was not the cause of their death, but why they died. If both of them died, he would be a prisoner now, and perhaps he would not even be able to wait for the trial result, and he would be the next person to die.
The reason is simple.
The suspect died in prison, and the police could not announce this to the public immediately. If he wants to know this news, he must go through special channels. However, from the time he received the mission until now, he has not received any news about the deaths of Hailang and Xiaoji. This shows that the higher-ups clearly don't want him to know. His intention is obvious. If he is caught, he will suffer the same fate as Hailang and Xiaoji. Before, Zhao Gang might have been able to remain calm, but after hearing the news, he began to panic. After all, there is no one in this world who is not afraid of death, even a ruthless killer like Zhao Gang. There's no need for me to lie to you. Li Feng directly took out the WeChat chat records with Zhang Donghai last night, which contained photos he took at the scene of the two people's death. After looking at the photos, I felt as if all my bones and muscles were pulled out, and I collapsed against the wall. At this moment, he seemed to be completely oblivious to the piercing pain in his thumb, and his face was full of despair. Your only way out now is to cooperate with the police and eliminate the forces behind them, Su Yingxue said with sharp eyes and words. Zhao Gang smiled bitterly and shook his head, his voice full of helplessness. It's useless, you three can't touch him at all. Even if I try my best to cooperate, it's still like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Whether you can touch him or not is none of your business. You just need to tell me everything you know. Lin Yan took a step forward, his eyes fixed on Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang looked at Lin Yan and sighed. Young man, I know you are very skilled, but there are some things that cannot be overcome by force. Hearing this, the three of them couldn't help but look at each other, and two words flashed through their minds at the same time: power. This thought just confirmed their previous speculation. There was a mole inside the police station, and he held a high position and great power. Who is he? Su Yingxue's eyes were as sharp as swords. We won't know whether we can defeat him until we try. Anyone who takes human life lightly and kills innocent people will not escape legal punishment. Zhao Gang lowered his head with a bitter smile on his face. After a long silence, he slowly raised his head and pointed his finger at the ceiling. Do you think you can shake him? Did Zhang Donghai instruct you to kill people? Li Feng blurted out. Who else could be the ceiling of Binhai except him? Zhao Gang sneered. He is far from qualified. Su Yingxue's heart suddenly sank, and a shocking thought came to her mind. You mean? Lin Yan and Li Feng also reacted instantly and looked at her in unison. Are you talking about Huang Weiyong, the director of the Lingnan Public Security Bureau? Su Yingxue seemed surprised by the answer. After hearing this, Lin Yan looked calm. After all, his knowledge of the police system was limited to these few people in Binhai City. He knew very little about officials in other regions, and the name was quite unfamiliar to him. What did you say? Li Feng's face turned pale instantly and his voice trembled a little. Huang Weiyong is the top figure in the Lingnan province police system. If he is really the mastermind behind this case, then this case is extremely complicated. In an instant, all the clues were connected. Who else but this powerful director could have killed two important suspects without anyone noticing under the close surveillance of the police? The three people's eyes were focused on Zhao Gang again. They knew that all their speculations and suspicions would soon be confirmed by Zhao Gang. Chapter 55: The Rise of the Mastermind Behind the Scenes. Zhao Gang looked at Lin Yan again, his eyes complicated, and said helplessly, I've fallen into your hands, I admit it. Oh, never mind. I'm going to die anyway, so I might as well take a gamble. Then, he turned his gaze and fell on Su Yingxue. You guessed it right. The real mastermind behind us, including Qiu Ji and Hailang, is Huang Weiyong from the Lingnan Provincial Department. Hearing this answer, Li Feng and Su Yingxue looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Is it really him? He is the number one figure in charge of the police system in Lingnan province. How could he have ordered this? However, this news came from the mouth of a murder suspect, and they had no choice but to believe it. Zhao Gang paused and continued, You don't have to be surprised. Huang Weiyong has been operating in Lingnan province for more than 20 years. He has henchmen everywhere, and there are countless people like me who work hard for him. It's not that no one knows, nor that no one dares to intervene. Anyone who dares to report him will not end well in the end. How did he do that, getting his hands on both the black and white worlds? Lin Yan asked curiously. He has never worked in the police system and knows very little about it. Zhao Gang smiled and said, This is too easy for him. By the time he was in his 20s, he had learned how to deal with local tyrants and also understood the way to move up. He is cruel to his enemies, generous to his subordinates, and unscrupulous to his superiors. He climbed up step by step from the local level to the provincial department, and wherever he went, he used his power to suppress his opponents and expand his influence. On the one hand, they rely on their meritorious service in cracking down on organized crime to receive awards and promotions, and on the other hand, they encroach on their opponents' black market territories to grow bigger and stronger. Use gangs to support officials, and use officials to protect the law. If he doesn't make it big, who will? Moreover, he acted cunningly and cautiously and never appeared in person. Apart from us, the direct killers and the local leaders, the other hooligans don't even know who their protectors are.
So, the one who raped and killed Wang Xiaowen was Huang Weiyong?
Lin Yan asked in a deep voice with a serious look on his face.
Zhao Gang shook his head. He is so cautious that he would not do such a stupid thing.
The murderer was his disappointing son, Huang Wenxuan.
You mean, it was Huang Wenxuan who did it?
Li Feng's eyes widened, his face full of shock.
That's right.
Zhao Gang nodded in confirmation. In order to become a relative of Su Yingxue, Huang Wenxuan was specially assigned to the Binhai Public Security Bureau and is in the same police force as Su Yingxue's daughter. But this kid has a bad nature. Before becoming a policeman, he was a complete second-generation rich kid who spent his time drinking and carousing and causing trouble. Although he has restrained himself somewhat after becoming a policeman, his nature is still hard to change. A few months ago, he met Wang Xiaowen by chance and had evil thoughts. In order to ask her out, he asked Wang Xiaowen's colleague Wei Yuanshan for help, but Wang Xiaowen refused again and again, which made him angry and embarrassed. So, Huang Wenxuan planned to take Wang Xiaowen away by force while she was jogging at night. He has done this kind of thing many times before. Usually, afterward, the victims would not dare to call the police because of his threats and their reputation. But Wang Xiaowen had a strong temper and she bit him. Huang Wenxuan became furious and strangled her while beating her. Only later did he realize that she was already dead. Huang Wenxuan was so frightened that he could only tell his father Huang Weiyong about this.
Huang Weiyong asked me to handle this matter again.
I disposed of the body and destroyed all evidence to create the illusion of a random crime. In order to avoid future trouble, I also dealt with the two hooligans who kidnapped people with Huang Wenxuan that night.
Su Yingxue frowned and asked in confusion, since you killed everyone else, why did you only let Wei Yuanshan go?
Zhao Gang explained, I originally thought of silencing her, but when Huang Wenxuan kidnapped someone, Wei Yuanshan was not aware of it. Furthermore, she and Wang Xiaowen were colleagues. If one of them was raped and murdered and the other disappeared, it would easily arouse the police's suspicion and make things more difficult, so they kept her. After hearing these words, the three people present looked solemn. Li Feng and Su Yingxue usually only deal with ordinary criminal cases, and at this moment they also felt confused and somewhat helpless.
The reason is simple.
There is no conclusive evidence at present.
Even an ordinary person would not be able to convict Zhao Gang based on his words alone, let alone Huang Weiyong. A rash attack would only alert the enemy. Ah!
After a brief numbness, the severe pain of the broken thumb hit Zhao Gang again. His face turned pale and his lips trembled slightly.
We have to send him to the hospital quickly, Su Yingxue said.
According to normal procedures, they should have called 120 and sent Zhao Gang to the hospital for treatment long ago, but the special circumstances delayed it until now. Lin Yan shook his head and denied it. No, if we send him to the hospital now, Huang Weiyong will definitely send someone to kill him.
With his death, we lose our only witness. What should we do then? Li Feng asked anxiously.
Lin Yan frowned and thought for a moment, then looked at Su Yingxue. Go to your house.
Go to my house? Su Yingxue looked surprised. Lin Yan nodded and explained, there are people like Huang Weiyong in the police force.
Whether we send him to the hospital or the police force, his whereabouts will be exposed.
Going to your house would be more discreet, and with me here, his safety can be guaranteed.
Captain Li, you stay here to clean up the scene later and say that the gunshots were fired by the criminals and we didn't catch him, so he ran away.
Li Feng nodded and said, okay, leave it to me.
Lin Yan picked up the torn strips of bedsheet and gave Zhao Gang a simple bandage, then took a piece of clothing to cover his injured hand. Fortunately, Zhao Gang only injured his hand and it did not affect his walking. When the three men went downstairs, there were no onlookers downstairs in the community, as they were all scared away by the gunshots. After leaving the community, they took a taxi directly to Su Yingxue's home.
Meanwhile, on the other side. Hello, Dad, Wei Yuanshan is dead, and now they are tracking down the murderer. Huang Wenxuan couldn't help but call his father Huang Weiyong.
Just do your own thing and don't worry about anything else,
Huang Weiyong said in a low voice.
In order to protect his son, Huang Weiyong never let his son get involved in anything he did over the years. But his son was too disappointing. Not only did he spend his time in debauchery, but he even caused a death. In fact, he received the news as soon as Wei Yuanshan's body was salvaged from the shore. What he didn't expect was that this series of events were actually caused by a young man named Lin Yan. Not only had he lost two generals, but now Lin Yan had turned his attention to his own son.
If he wants to save his son, he must get rid of Lin Yan. Got it, Dad.
After hanging up the phone, Huang Weiyong picked up another mobile phone and dialed Zhao Gang's number. preparing to ask him to leave Binhai first. In the car, Zhao Gang's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Huang Weiyong calling, so he immediately handed the phone to Lin Yan.
Lin Yan and Su Yingxue looked at each other and signaled Zhao Gang to answer the phone.
Hey, sixth brother. Zhao Gang said in a low voice.
Sixth brother is Huang Weiyong's code name, and his direct descendants all call him that.
Lin Yan reached out and tapped on the screen of his phone to turn on the recording function.
They are looking for you.
You should leave Binhai first and don't come back for the time being.
Huang Weiyong's voice came from the receiver.
Chapter 56. The ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet her parents-in-law sooner or later.
They've come, but I've gotten away.
Zhao Gang responded in a low voice. I'm in the car now, so it's inconvenient to talk more. I'll call you back when I have a chance. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Gang glanced at the driver and shook his head at Lin Yan, indicating that it was not convenient to disclose more information. The taxi drove directly into the underground parking lot of the community, and the three of them quickly took the elevator back to Su Yingxue's home. After entering the house, Su Yingxue quickly found the first aid kit and treated Zhao Gang's wounds.
At this time, Zhao Gang saw a photo on the cabinet and said in surprise, "You are Su Jinnan's daughter?"
As the head of the Lingnan military region and a combat hero, Su Jinnan's name is well known to everyone in both the black and white worlds.
Yes. Su Yingxue responded while bandaging Zhao Gang's wound.
Zhao Gang smiled bitterly and said, "So Huang Wenchuan came for you. Fortunately, you didn't get together with him, otherwise your life would be ruined."
Su Yingxue sneered, "Is he worthy?"
Zhao Gang turned his gaze to Lin Yan standing beside him and said jokingly, "I think you two are a good match.
The men are handsome and the women are beautiful." Su Yingxue has a strong background and Lin Yan is an extraordinary person. They are indeed a perfect match.
Hearing this, Su Yingxue's cheeks instantly turned red, and the gauze on her hand tightened subconsciously, causing Zhao Gang to almost cry out in pain.
If you can't speak, you can just keep your mouth shut.
Lin Yan was standing aside with nothing to do and took out his cell phone. After a busy day, he had no time to check his phone as his WeChat messages were flooding.
Shi Xiaoyu, Master, can you help me look for a house when you have time?
It would be best if it's a villa with lots of rooms.
There are too many people in the team and they can't fit in. Shi Xiaoyu, Master? Where is he? Shi Xiaoyu, no way, Master, are you kidding me? I'm already packing my things. Wow. Xiaotang, handsome Lin, what are you doing? I want to come to Binhai with Xiaoyu. I wonder if you welcome me. Shy. Mom, a massage chair was delivered today. What's going on? Did you buy it? Dad, did you rob a bank or win the lottery?
You haven't bought us anything in all these years, and suddenly you bought something this big.
I'm a little panicked.
I remind you that you must be down to earth when making money outside and never go astray.
Your mother and I don't need you to bear any burden, as long as you live well.
Lin Yan held down the voice button and replied, I didn't rob a bank, nor did I win the lottery. I was kept by a beautiful woman, and she paid for it.
Call out.
After sending the message, he sent another message to his mother, I bought it, do you like it?
My dad replied immediately, what? You are being kept by a rich woman? How old is that woman?
Lin Yan walked up to Su Yingxue and turned on the camera.
Turn around. What?
Su Yingxue turned her head in confusion.
Gotcha. Lin Yan took a photo and sent it to his father, it's her. Dad, you don't know me. I have always been hardworking and motivated. How could I be easily defeated by a sugar-coated bullet?
I didn't agree at first, but she kept begging me to support her, and she even gave me tens of thousands a month.
After several seconds, my dad sent a message back. Are you bragging here, kid? This girl looks like this, and she still needs you to support her?
Tue, there is no smoke or fire coming out of our Lin family's ancestral tomb, don't dream about that. At this time, Su Yingxue had already bandaged Zhao Gang's wound. Seeing this, Lin Yan directly started a video call with his father. After a moment, the video was connected, and the face of a middle-aged man almost occupied the entire screen.
Dad, can you please hold the phone further away when we're video chatting? It's almost hitting you in the face. Oh.
Lin Qingyuan pulled the camera away and asked, tell me the truth, where did the money come from? If the money is not clean, I don't want this fishing rod. He had a serious expression and a resolute attitude. Lin Yan took a few steps back, stood next to Su Yingxue, and turned the camera of his phone, look, I didn't lie to you.
Su Yingxue, who suddenly entered the camera, looked bewildered. She only heard Lin Yan whisper in her ear, "This is my dad." Su Yingxue's eyes widened instantly and she lip-synced, "Are you sick?" For some reason, when Su Yingxue heard Lin Yan say that this was his father, she felt a surge of nervousness in her heart, just like a daughter-in-law about to meet her parents-in-law. Even though she had deep resentment towards Lin Yan, she did not dare to show it at this moment. She could only smile sweetly at the camera and greet him respectfully, "Uncle, hello." Lin Qingyuan, who was on the other side of the camera, was stunned for a moment when he saw Su Yingxue, as if he was trapped in a non-static picture. After a long time, he responded with trembling lips, "Hello." Then he rushed to the kitchen and shouted, Mother, look. My son has never had a girlfriend in his 20s, and suddenly he has a girlfriend so beautiful. He has to tell his wife the news quickly." However, at this moment, Lin Yan suddenly hung up the video and withdrew the photo he had just sent. Su Yingxue glared at him fiercely, "Are you sick? Why did you bring me along when you video chat with your dad?" Lin Yan said with a playful smile, "The ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet her parents-in-law sooner or later." "You're ugly," Su Yingxue retorted, her cheeks flushed again. "Who is your wife?" "You shameless bastard." Zhao Gang on the side shook his head helplessly, thinking, can you at least respect the professional killer? Is it really okay to show affection by putting your face close to each other? Lin Yan replied to Qi Xiaoyu, "I've been very busy these past few days, come a few days later." "Wait for me to inform you. There are undercurrents in Binhai City, and things are about to change. If I call Qi Xiaoyu over at this time, not only will she be in danger, but she will also become a burden to me. At this time, my father sent a message, Stinky boy, why did you hang up on me? Also, what about that photo? Your mother said I was bragging, call me now, did you hear me? Hey, you little brat, say something. You're driving me crazy. Reject the other party's video request. Reject the other party's voice. Reject the other party's video request. What should we do now?" Su Yingxue looked at Lin Yan and asked. Lin Yan put his phone back in his pocket, glanced at Zhao Gang, and then said, "If what he said is true." Zhao Gang raised his hand and said, "Every word I said is true." Lin Yan pressed his hand towards him and said, "You can speak when I call on you." He continued, "Then given Huang Weiyang's ruthlessness, he will definitely attack me. In fact, he has already done it once. It's just that this time it might be even more powerful. What we need to do first is to take advantage of his information gap and find a way to get Zhao Gang to extract useful evidence from him. Then the rest will depend on you." "Me?" Su Yingxue pointed at her nose. She was pretty sure she had no idea. It's okay for her to handle ordinary cases, but how can a small police officer like her handle a big fish like Huang Weiyang? Lin Yan nodded and pointed to the cabinet behind him. "It's come to this point. There is no other way but to rely on my father." Chapter 57 Lin Yan's first conversation with his mother-in-law. Su Yingxue and Zhao Gang looked in the direction of his finger, and the family photo placed on the cabinet came into view. Su Yingxue frowned immediately. Lin Yan's intention was obvious. He wanted her to ask her parents for help. Zhao Gang understood and said with a smile, "You are right. It is far from enough to deal with Huang Weiyang by relying on just a few of you. If Su Zhennan came forward, this matter would be much easier." Su Yingxue hesitated for a moment, then looked at Lin Yan and asked, "What should I do specifically?" She did not call her parents rashly. After all, this matter was of great importance and she had to consider it carefully. After thinking for a while, Lin Yan suggested, "I think you should call your mother first and get her opinion." Su Yingxue's mother Zhang Xiaomei is the deputy director of the provincial department. Lin Yan is certain that it is impossible for her to know nothing about Huang Weiyang's affairs. If she had known about it earlier and told her about it first, with her experience and strategy, she would definitely be able to come up with a more appropriate solution. After all, she and Su Yingxue knew very little about the circle Huang Weiyang was in. "Yeah." Su Yingxue responded, took out her cell phone, dialed a number, and then turned on the speakerphone. After a moment, a gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, Xiaoxue." "Mom." Su Yingxue paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and said, "I have something to tell you." "What's the matter?" Zhang Xiaomei's voice was filled with a hint of doubt. "About Huang Weiyang." Su Yingxue finished speaking, and the other end of the receiver fell silent for a moment. After a moment, Zhang Xiaomei's tone became serious. "Are you safe now?" Su Yingxue subconsciously glanced at Lin Yan beside her and answered firmly, I'm at home and I'm safe now. For some reason, as long as Lin Yan was around, she would feel inexplicably at ease. When Lin Yan heard this, he was certain in his heart that Zhang Xiaomei must know about Huang Weiyang's affairs.
Zhang Xiaomei continued, okay, now you can tell me in detail.
Yes.
Su Yingxue told everything that happened in the past few days without reservation, from Qiuji, He Lang, to the rape and murder case, and then to Zhao Gang in front of her. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xiaomei asked, if this is true, he may have already taken action. Xiuxue, Mom only has one request for you, protect yourself, and leave the rest to us.
Su Yingxue hurriedly asked, Mom, do you know all this?
Zhang Xiaomei, yes, we have been investigating Huang Weiyang for a long time, but we have been lacking some key evidence. The evidence in your hands now is our biggest breakthrough. Hearing this, Lin Yan and Su Yingxue looked at Zhao Gang at the same time.
Auntie, what should we do now? Continue to stay at home or go out? Lin Yan interrupted. Who are you? Zhang Xiaomei asked. My name is Lin Yan.
Oh, Zhang Xiaomei responded meaningfully, I feel relieved with you here.
Don't leave Tianyu Garden. It's more dangerous for you to go out now. Hide yourself well, someone will protect you.
Lin Yan, okay, Auntie. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yan walked up to Zhao Gang, handed him the phone, and said,
You can call Huang Weiyang now. Do you know what to say?
While in the car, in order to prevent Zhao Gang from taking the opportunity to ask for help, Lin Yan took away his mobile phone. Zhao Gang smiled calmly, of course.
Toot. Hello? Huang Weiyang's voice came from the receiver.
Zhao Gang quickly pressed the recording button and deliberately lowered his voice and said, Hello, sixth brother.
I'm out of Binhai now. Where are we? Huang Weiyang asked.
Zhao Gang responded, I took a minibus and am on my way to Qianzhou.
By the way, who is this Lin Yan?
How could he find the suitcase I threw into the river so quickly? Moreover, he also captured Hai Lang and Xiuji alive.
Huang Weiyang said impatiently, This is not your concern.
By the way, go to Chen County.
Zhao Gang frowned slightly. Go to Chen County? Huang Weiyang ordered, Xin Yuan Community, Building 3, Room 401, arrest the couple. Hearing this, Lin Yan's face instantly turned gloomy. Chen County, Xin Yuan Community, that's his home. Huang Weiyang actually wanted to attack his parents. Zhao Gang continued to ask, Yes, sixth brother. Do we need to make them shut up completely? Huang Weiyang replied, No, control it, I'm useful.
Zhao Gang responded, Yes, sixth brother. After the call was hung up, Su Yingxue and Zhao Gang looked at Lin Yan at the same time. Lin Yan's voice was cold, and he gritted his teeth and said, Damn it, he dared to hit on my parents, I won't let him off. To ensure the safety of his parents, Lin Yan immediately called his mother.
Hey, Mom. Hey, your dad said you have a girlfriend, what's going on?
Lin Yan thought for a moment and said, Oh, I was just about to tell you, I'll take her back to see you, she'll be there in a moment. To show our respect, please go to the high-speed rail station with my dad to pick me up.
Hey. You kid, it's such an important matter, but you didn't even inform me in advance.
The mother complained and shouted. Lin Qingyuan, stop fiddling with your broken fishing rod, change your clothes quickly, and come with me to the station. Lin Yan brought his girlfriend back.
Provincial Department Office.
Huang Weiyang was dressed in uniform, his brows were furrowed, and the atmosphere was so depressing that it could be depressing.
At this time, the phone on the desk vibrated. He picked it up, looked at it, and answered it. Did you find out? I found out that the person was taken away by Su Yingxue and Lin Yan.
After leaving the community, they took a taxi back to Tianyu Garden.
I just found the taxi and asked the driver about it. What did you say? Huang Weiyang raised his voice unconsciously, his eyes full of shock. I am very sure that the person was taken away by Su Yingxue and Lin Yan. It was shown in several surveillance videos. Bang! Huang Weiyang slammed the table. He never expected that Zhao Gang had been taken away by them. And he just called me.
In other words, Lin Yan now knows that he is going to take action against his parents.
More importantly, Zhao Gang has already rebelled. What we need to do now is to get rid of him at all costs.
Thinking of this, Huang Weiyang's expression suddenly changed. He immediately hung up the phone and dialed another number called Lao Yu.
Hey, sixth brother. Lao Yu, take people to Tianyu Garden and get rid of Zhao Gang and that Lin Yan. Tianyu Garden. Sixth brother, can we move that place? Stop talking nonsense. We have to move now, whether we can or not. Huang Weiyang's voice was filled with an angry roar. Yes, sixth brother. Chapter 58 The Reasons Why Qiuji Chose to Commit a Crime. Tianyu Garden. After Su Yingxue sent the recording of Zhao Gang and Huang Weiyang to her mother, she quickly closed the doors and windows and pulled the heavy curtains, as if to isolate herself from all dangers from the outside world. At this moment, they were holding 2 guns in their hands. Su Yingxue's gun was full of bullets, but Lin Yan's gun was half used up. Su Yingxue handed the gun to Lin Yan without hesitation. The bullets can play a greater role in your hands. Lin Yan did not refuse. After taking the gun, he pointed to the door and said, "Let's go to another place, across from you." Su Yingxue frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Why do we need to change places?" Lin Yan lowered his voice and explained that even if Huang Weiyang sent people to get rid of Zhao Gang, they would not dare to stay here for long. As long as they don't leave the building and are not captured by surveillance cameras, the enemy will assume that they are still in the house. Choosing the opposite door can not only avoid enemy searches, but also monitor their actions, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Yan knew that he was agile and had accurate marksmanship, but Su Yingxue and Zhao Gang were just ordinary people, and he had to ensure their safety, especially Su Yingxue. Hearing this, Zhao Gang gave Lin Yan a thumbs up with his intact hand. "You are truly a hero at a young age. You are good at fighting, accurate at shooting, and smart. It's not unfair for us to fall into your hands." Lin Yan smiled coldly. "You deserve this." Zhao Gang cooperated with them only to save his life and gain merit, in an attempt to buy himself a chance of survival, but the crimes he committed are unforgivable. After a while, the 3 of them arrived at the opposite door. Su Yingxue raised her hand and knocked on the door. Boom boom boom. After a while, the door opened. The one who opened the door was the hostess Lu Shuoqin. She recognized Su Yingxue through the peephole and opened the door quickly. "Hey, Xiaoxue, what can I do for you, auntie?" In this community, almost everyone knows Su Yingxue. She not only has outstanding looks, but also has a profound background. Su Yingxue took out her police ID and said, "Aunt Lu, we need to take shelter in your house for a while." Lu Shuoqin was stunned for a moment. She looked past Su Yingxue and saw Lin Yan and Zhao Gang. Her expression instantly became nervous. "We are all honest businessmen. We have never broken the law." Su Yingxue quickly explained, "Aunt Lu, it's not that you broke the law, we are in an emergency while handling the case, and we need to borrow your place to take shelter for a while." Oh. Lu Shuoqin then stepped aside to let them in. Lu Shuoqin was the only one in the room. Su Yingxue simply explained that she was on a mission. Lu Shuoqin felt relieved and stopped asking questions. After all, Su Yingxue is Su Zhenan's daughter, how could she be a bad person? Lu Shuoqin enthusiastically served tea and water, and also took out various fruits and snacks, as if she was entertaining guests. Lin Yan and Zhao Gang stood by the window, watching the gate of the community closely. Su Yingxue stood guard at the door, paying attention to the movements outside. The enemy might come up from the underground parking lot. Lin Yan looked at Zhao Gang and asked, "Why are you willing to work for Huang Weiyang?" In his opinion, people like Qiuji who come from a special forces background have many legitimate options and should not embark on this criminal path. Zhao Gang sighed and said with a bitter smile, "The child has no mother. It's a long story. I once had a happy family, with a wife and children, and worked as a worker in a fertilizer factory. Although I didn't earn much, I had hope for the future. But things don't always go as planned. One day at work, I suddenly felt unwell and went home early. When I got home, I found another man lying in my bed." At this point, Zhao Gang's eyes flashed with pain and anger. In a rage, "I will kill those 2 bastards." After that, I fled to the mountains, eating wild fruits when I was hungry and drinking spring water when I was thirsty. Occasionally, I would disguise myself as a tramp and go to the village to beg for food. I hid here and there for more than a month, but I was finally found by someone. However, it was not the police who found me, but Huang Weiyang. Lin Yan frowned. "Huang Weiyang?" Zhao Gang nodded. "Yes, he gave me a new identity and turned the case into an unsolved case, so that I can start a new life. Although I still have to be careful, I dare not remarry, and I dare not see my children, but at least I can live like a human being." "His condition is that you help him kill someone?" Lin Yan asked. Zhao Gang did not comment, but nodded and said, "That's right, people like us who have no ties and hide our identities are not afraid of death and dare to take action, which is exactly what he wants." With our help, his power grew stronger and stronger,
and he even dared to kill the former director in order to gain power.
Lin Yan was secretly surprised.
If he hadn't activated the system, he might never have been able to access these dark secrets in his entire life.
Is Qiu Ji and the others like this too?
Zhao Gang nodded and shook his head. Qiu Ji's family was extremely poor, and he joined the army and learned a lot of skills, but after retiring, he found it difficult to make money. What really led him astray was that his mother was diagnosed with a terminal illness. Faced with hundreds of thousands of dollars in surgery fees, he spent all his savings and ended up losing both his money and his life. His mentality also completely collapsed.
Since then, he has been crazy about making money, lots and lots of money. However, he has little education and does not know how to do business. The ways he can make a lot of money are all written in the law code.
Lin Yan nodded slightly. He understands but does not sympathize. Everyone has his or her own life script and his or her own path. It is his or her own choice how to choose.
Since you have made a choice, you should pay for your actions. There's nothing to say about this. Do you regret it? Lin Yan asked.
Zhao Gang smiled bitterly and remained silent for a long time.
Finally, he said in a trembling voice, I regret it.
For more than 10 years, I have been worried every day and have never had a peaceful day. I could only watch my son from afar as he went from elementary school to high school, was admitted to university, got married, and had children, but I didn't dare recognize him. I regret not being able to give him a complete family and becoming a stain on his life.
Lin Yan said slowly, perhaps, this is his life script, and it is what he needs to face and experience. If there is a chance, I will notify him to come and see you.
Hearing this, Zhao Gang slowly turned his head to look at him, his eyes already filled with tears. His eyes were full of expectation and desire.
I believe you. Lin Yan smiled faintly, this is all I can do.
After saying that, Lin Yan walked towards Su Yingxue. Su Yingxue had already changed into casual clothes and was lying on the peephole, observing the situation outside.
Simple casual sports pants and a t-shirt.
Because of her great figure, even a simple outfit can give people endless imagination. Especially now that she is bent over. Lin Yan came over and asked, when will our father send someone?
Su Yingxue turned around and rolled her eyes at him, who's talking about your dad? He's my dad.
Okay, it's your dad.
Lin Yan smiled and changed the subject, then when will my father-in-law send someone to protect us?
It should be soon. Su Yingxue said, her cheeks instantly flushed, it's already this time, and you're still talking nonsense.
Just at this moment.
Bite. The elevator stopped at the 15th floor, the door slowly opened, and a burst of hurried footsteps quickly broke the silence in the corridor.
Chapter 59. A professional killer. Several dark shadows suddenly appeared in Lin Yan's sight. They were dressed in black, wearing hats, masks and sunglasses, covering themselves tightly. The skinny man in the lead walked quickly, and although he was thin, he exuded a murderous aura. The group was well trained. When they arrived at the door, there was no verbal exchange, only communication through neat gestures. The skinny man winked and the fatter man quickly stepped forward. He opened the toolbox in his hand, skillfully lifted the lid of the fingerprint lock, and began to unlock it. At the same time, others tacitly put their hands into the lining of their clothes. In less than 10 seconds, the door opened with a click.
The skinny man tilted his head slightly to signal, and the two men behind him immediately took out their guns, quickly loaded them, and carefully entered the house. It was obvious that this group of people had received professional training, and their fighting was completely different from the thugs in the movies. Their guns were all equipped with silencers. During the operation, some people provided cover, some observed, and they communicated through hand gestures throughout the process. After the two people who went and confirmed that it was safe, the others followed in one after another, without even closing the door, apparently to facilitate retreat at any time. The skinny man held the gun in one hand and stood steadily in the middle of the living room. After a while, several men came out of the bedroom and bathroom, shaking their heads.
Master Yu, there's no one in the room. Lao Yu frowned.
Before entering the community, they had checked the information with the surveillance personnel and confirmed that Zhao Gang and Lin Yan had not left Tianyu Garden.
There is no sign of the two people in the house now.
It is very likely that they sensed the danger and hid in advance. Of course, it is not ruled out that they took other residents' vehicles and sneaked out of the community. As an experienced killer, Lao Yu usually retreats decisively when encountering such a situation. Since the other party is already alert and you fail to find the target in the first time, you may fall into their ambush. But this mission was different.
Huang Weiyang issued a death order, requiring Zhao Gang and Lin Yan to be eliminated.
Having followed Huang Weiyang for many years, Lao Yu has never seen him so panicked, which shows that the situation has become extremely critical.
If the mission fails, I might even lose my life. Search for me.
Lao Yu lowered his voice and said in a deep voice, "If you can knock on the door, knock on it.
If you can't open it, force your way in.
Search this building from top to bottom, don't miss a single floor."
Yes.
Everyone was about to set off when Lao Yu suddenly shouted, "Wait." Everyone stopped and looked at him in confusion.
Without saying anything, Lao Yu walked straight out the door and said, "Search the opposite side first."
Lin Yan hid behind the door, breathing steadily but with sharp eyes, and saw the group of people walking towards this side.
He turned and made a quick gesture to Su Yingxue, indicating that she and Zhao Gang should hurry into the room. Lu Shuochen looked nervous. Lin Yan lowered his voice to comfort, "Auntie, you go in too, don't worry." Su Yingxue frowned, "What if they recognize you?"
Lin Yan's lips curled up into a calm smile, but his eyes revealed a coldness that should not be underestimated.
"Then we can only blame their bad luck. Don't worry, I will be fine." He gave Su Yingxue a firm look.
Su Yingxue bit her lower lip, then turned around and walked quickly towards the bedroom. She knew clearly that they only had 2 guns and a few bullets, and if she stayed here, she would only become a burden to Lin Yan. Zhao Gang strode forward and patted Lin Yan on the shoulder, "Be careful." Lin Yan nodded slightly in response.
Boom, boom, boom.
There was a sudden knock on the door. Lin Yan put the loaded pistol into his pocket and slowly walked towards the door. The moment the door opened, a skinny face came into view. The man had sunken cheeks, a straight figure, and a hawk-like sharp gaze that seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts.
Ordinary people probably didn't even have the courage to look him in the eye. "Who are you looking for?"
Lin Yan's expression was calm, with just the right amount of doubt in his tone.
Lao Yu looked him up and down with a sharp gaze, then asked in a deep voice, "Has anyone been here?"
Lin Yan shook his head, "No, I'm the only one at home."
"Have you seen the person next door?" Lao Yu asked immediately. "Xiao Xue?"
Lin Yan showed a natural smile on his face, "I haven't seen her for several days." Through this test, he was basically certain that the other party did not know what he looked like.
"Get out of the way."
Lao Yu suddenly stretched out his hand, pushed Lin Yan away, and strode into the house.
In an instant, 7 or 8 men in black with guns rushed in from the corridor. "Alert, alert! There is danger 1 meter ahead, there is danger. Alert, alert! There is danger 1 meter ahead, there is danger." The system alarm suddenly sounded. Lin Yan frowned.
Then, a man in black came over and pointed a gun at Lin Yan.
"Don't move if you want to live."
Lin Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a dangerous aura emanated from his body, but he did not say a word. Lao Yu stood in the middle of the living room, his eyes sharp, directing others to start searching. There are 4 rooms, 3 doors are open, and only the door of the innermost master bedroom is locked.
"Uncle Yu, the door is locked."
A man in black turned the doorknob several times and found that it could not be opened, so he hurriedly shouted to Old Yu in the living room. Upon hearing this, Lao Yu frowned and ordered in a fierce voice, "Open it." The man in black with the gun immediately pushed Lin Yan and walked quickly to the bedroom door. "Open the door." Lin Yan nodded and slowly reached into his trouser pocket. At this moment, a panicked voice came from another bedroom, "Uncle Yu, it's bad, there are a lot of military vehicles coming down the stairs."
"What?"
Lao Yu's face suddenly changed, as if he was struck by thunder.
"What you fear will come to you."
He knew that the longer the time dragged on, the greater the variables would be, but he did not expect the military to arrive so quickly. He rushed to the guest bedroom, looked down through the window, and his face instantly became even gloomier.
5 military vehicles were parked neatly downstairs. More than 20 fully armed Special Forces soldiers filed out of the vehicles and surrounded the entire building in the blink of an eye. With just these few weapons in hand, he couldn't even penetrate the enemy's helmet, let alone break through.
Rushing out forcefully would undoubtedly be a way to seek death. Hurry upstairs and capture a few more hostages. It is now impossible to escape. The only chance of survival is to rely on hostages to force the other party to compromise.
Yes.
Several men in black rushed out quickly like frightened birds.
Lao Yu did not leave because there was a ready-made hostage in the house.
However, just as he stepped out of the bedroom, a gunshot rang out and Lao Yu felt a sharp pain in his finger. Then the fingers holding the gun fell to the ground along with the pistol, and blood spurted out like a fountain. The person who fired the shot was Lin Yan. Lao Yu reacted and, ignoring the piercing pain, subconsciously bent down to pick up the gun. 2 gunshots rang out, and his leg and other hand were shot successively. Lao Yu could no longer hold on, and fell to his knees with a plop. He grimaced in pain, turned his head, and stared at the handsome young man in front of him. You are Lin Yan? It's not that he hadn't thought about the possibility that Zhao Gang and his men might be hiding here. Although hiding here is far less hidden than hiding in other places. But Lao Yu never expected that this young man would be bold enough to open the door and deal with it alone. This extraordinary courage and composure is not something that ordinary people can possess. Careless. No, it should be said that he underestimated this young man named Lin Yan. When he heard that Hailang and Xiaozhi fell into his hands, Lao Yu was a little disdainful. Now it seems that they were not wronged at all. You guessed right. Lin Yan sneered, his eyes as cold as ice. Don't move if you want to live, my bullets have eyes. Just then, there was a sound of chaotic footsteps at the door. The next moment, gunshots rang out again. This time, Lin Yan didn't even turn his head, and the man in black who was at the forefront had already fallen in a pool of blood. Lao Yu opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. What kind of shooting is this? Chapter 60, Decisive Battle, 500 Special Forces soldiers at the gate of the city. It's me. Lin Yan did not kill Lao Yu. As long as Lao Yu is alive, there is hope that he can become an important witness. When it comes to bringing down Huang Weiyong, the more evidence we have, the greater our chances of success. We must hold on to every clue and not let any witness go. At this moment, the killers who had originally rushed upstairs turned back after hearing the gunshots. However, what was waiting for them was the ruthless bullet shot by Lin Yan. In a blink of an eye, the 3 men fell in a pool of blood, and the remaining killers completely lost the courage to resist. Lin Yan in the house was like the god of death. They didn't even have the chance to aim and shoot before the opponent's bullets whizzed towards them. Continuing to resist will undoubtedly be a dead end. We surrender, don't shoot. The killers shouted in horror. Lin Yan ordered coldly, throw your guns at the door, and get down. Anyone who dares to move will be shot on the spot. Then, there was the sound of metal touching the ground. 4 pistols were pushed to the door. In the commander's office of the Lingnan military region, Su Yingxue was sitting upright, writing at his desk. He has fierce eyebrows and sharp eyes, and exudes an air of righteousness. Commander! A young officer looked panicked and forgot to knock on the door. He rushed into the office directly. Gunshots were heard in Tianyu Garden. What did you say? Su Yingxue slammed the pen in his hand on the table, stood up suddenly, and asked anxiously, where's Xiaoxue? The school officer shook his head and said hurriedly, Captain Shin, report, gunshots were heard on the 15th floor. The identity of the shooter is unknown, and Xiaoxue's condition is also unclear. They are rushing upstairs. Damn it! Su Yingxue's eyes widened with anger, and his thunderous roar resounded throughout the office. Huang Weiyong, you were so bold that you dared to fire a gun at my doorstep. Then, he gave a stern order, Tiger Fang Special Operations Battalion, Red Fox Special Operations Battalion, assemble urgently with full armor and attack the Provincial Public Security Bureau. Yes, Commander. The colonel saluted and hurried away. Tiger Tooth Special Operations Battalion. Battalion Commander Su Maosheng was furious when he received the call. What? Huang Weiyong, that bastard, actually dared to attack Xiaoxue? Su Maosheng is Su Yingxue's old subordinate. He watched Su Yingxue grow up. In his heart, Su Yingxue is like his own daughter. Not to mention shooting, Su Maosheng would never agree if anyone dared to say anything big to her. At this moment, he was so distressed that he wanted to rush to the provincial department immediately and beat Huang Weiyong up. After hanging up the phone, Su Maosheng yelled at the operator, blow the emergency assembly number immediately. In just a few minutes, more than 200 Special Forces members quickly assembled, boarded military vehicles fully armed, and rushed towards the provincial department. Red Fox Special Operations Battalion. After receiving the order, Battalion Commander Meng who strode out of the equipment room, cursing. Damn it, Huang Weiyong, that bastard, even dared to touch Xiaoxue. If I don't tear down the provincial office today, I want to be called Meng. Battalion Commander, what happened? Seeing this, a company commander hurried over to ask. Emergency armed assembly of the entire battalion. Meng Hu roared. Yes. The company commander asked, do you have bullets? Meng Hu glared at him and cursed, nonsense.
How can we call it an armed assembly without any bullets? Blank? The company commander asked tentatively again. We are going to carry out a mission, not to fight. Bring live ammunition. Meng Hu's roar made people's eardrums hurt. There is only one mission that allows them to go out with real bullets. That is counter-terrorism. This time the target is the Lingnan Provincial Security Department. Binhai City Public Security Bureau, Deputy Director's office. With a bang, the door was pushed open and hit the wall. Zhang Donghai appeared at the door. He had his hands behind his back, his expression serious, and an aura of solemnity emanating from him. Wang Wenxin and Huang Wenxuan were startled by the sudden noise and looked towards the door. Director, this is. Wang Wenxin stood up and asked in confusion. Huang Wenxuan looked nervous and confused. Zhang Donghai took 2 steps forward and said in a deep voice, Deputy Director Wang, we suspect that you are colluding with evil forces and abusing your power for personal gain. Now, we are going to investigate you, please cooperate. After he finished speaking, he gestured behind him, and several police officers quickly stepped forward and surrounded Wang Wenxin. Deputy Director Wang, please come with us. What law have I broken? What right do you have to arrest me? Wang Wenxin panicked and shouted, you have no right to enforce the law on me, let me go. Zhang Donghai slowly took out his ID from his pocket and handed it to Wang Wenxin. Wang Wenxin's eyes widened as he looked at the words on the certificate, member of the Lingnan Province Anti-Gangster and Evil Supervision Team. Zhang Donghai? He looked up at Zhang Donghai in disbelief. When did you join the supervision team? How come I didn't know anything about it? Zhang Donghai sneered, if you knew, how can we investigate? Wang Wenxin panicked and shouted, I want to call Director Huang, let me go. Wenxuan, what are you standing there for? Call now. Oh. Huang Wenxuan was also frightened by this scene and quickly took out his mobile phone. However, Zhang Donghai did not stop him. Hello, Dad, they are going to take Uncle Wang away. Huang Wenxuan answered the phone and said in a trembling voice. Zhang Donghai continued, not only him, but also you. You are suspected of multiple rapes and rape murder cases. Now, on behalf of the Binhai City Public Security Bureau, I formally inform you that you are under arrest. What? Huang Wenxuan felt his scalp tingling, his legs going weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Dad, did you hear that? They're going to take me away too. No, don't let us take me away, save me, Dad, save me quickly. On the other side, Huang Weiyong was furious when he heard that his son was about to be arrested. Zhang Donghai, how dare you? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then Zhang Donghai's steady and firm voice came. Director, as the director of Binhai City's Public Security Bureau, I dare not say that I have benefited the people, but it is my duty to protect the country and the people. I will never tolerate anyone who breaks the law and harms the people, even if it's the director's son. So, there is nothing to be afraid of. It is within our responsibilities and duties. You. Huang Wei was shaking with courage. He knew it was useless to say more now. After hanging up the phone, he immediately dialed another number. Gather everyone immediately, even if we have to rob. We must rescue this person for me. Huang Weiyong has only this one son, and he would never let his son be imprisoned. Even if it means giving up everything he has, he will rescue his son and send him abroad. At this moment, Director Fu Yuan ran in a panic. Director, something bad has happened. What's wrong? Huang Weiyong asked with a frown. Fu Yuan pointed out the window, terrified. The troops are coming, fully armed, at least 500 people.